What is going, guys? Cinema World from 701 World Productions here, and I'm back with another big episode ranking for you all today. Here to do another episode ranking. And guys know I did a series where I ranked every episode of Drake and Josh. That was fun. And now to do one for a franchise I've been wanting to do for quite a while, and that is Total Drama. Now, for those who don't know what Total Drama is, it's basically a reality parody show with it's basically a parody of Survivor, Fear Factor, a lot of different shows, and it basically makes fun of certain aspects from those shows and those aspects of it, and having like a lot of characters that play stereotypical personalities and characters and have to compete with each other at different challenges and to win money and fame. And again, I was obsessed with the show. And I did do 3 nostalgia road trip videos on Total Drama Island, Action, and World Tour. If you guys want to check those videos out. But I was obsessed with Total Drama. I got into it around the time I think I got into Survivor. Which was around 2008 actually. And again, I got into that, and I was really obsessed with the show. I could not stop writing about Total Drama. I couldn't stop talking about Total Drama. I couldn't stop thinking about Total Drama. I was like so invested in the show, extremely invested in the show. Honestly, I will like go back and forth, and I adore the show. Obviously, and a lot of times I will go back and watch a lot of episodes. So I thought it'd actually be fun to look back on all the 9 seasons of Total Drama and rank every episode. And I'm not going to do this very similarly to what I did in my Drake and Josh. And I'm going to do it very similarly to how I did in my Drake and Josh review series, where basically I'm going to go for each episode as it aired, in order, and then at the end of the video, rank every episode. That would be much easier for me, honestly. I can get my more detailed thoughts on this, honestly, considering I've rewatched a lot of the episodes so many times, I have a lot more to say about them. And like I said, I'm going to go through each season, from Island to Action to World Tour to Revenge Island to All Stars to Bombshell Island, using the bad seasons. And why not add the Doctor Who's Race in there as well? And I did 2 recently rebooted seasons. Again, I love Total Drama. I love discussing this show, so I'm happy to talk about it more. It's ridiculous. It's a show that actually didn't end up making my top 50 best shows. You know, honestly, I think it probably would be like number 52 or 53, honestly. Again, making lists wasn't easy, guys, so it was kind of painful to leave Total Drama list, but when we get to later seasons, you'll probably understand why. But again, I love Total Drama, so I'm happy I'll be able to talk about this show a lot. And I'm kind of interested to see what the future is going to do with Total Drama, considering the success of the reboot seasons. I might do a couple other videos as well, so stick to that. So I hope you guys enjoyed this episode ranking series, and then let me know your thoughts on all the episodes down below. So let me say we got a lot of episodes to talk about, guys, so let's get straight to it. As we discussed the first episode, or the first 2 episodes, I decided to put these 2 parts into one, and that's Not So Happy Campers. Just for hell of it, I decided to include both of them into one part, so I feel mostly the same upload parts anyway, so I think it makes sense. And I thought this actually was a pretty good start to Total Drama. It gets you settled into the tone of the show, what you can expect, which I think is what any premiere episode should do. And well, there might be definitely some rough edges in the show, honestly. In fact, I still love Island. I definitely won't deny that. Like, even the best Total Drama season is not perfect by any means. It still keeps up with the charm and greatness of the show. Which I'll introduce all the characters that you will get to know, like in no particular order. Got Owen, the fun-lovable fat guy, Gwen, the goth girl, Heather, the queen bean girl bee, Duncan, the delinquent, Ezekiel, the homeschool fellow, Eva, the tough gym girl, and all that stuff, Noah, the know-it-all, Justin, the hot guy, Katie and Sadie, the BFS, Tyler, the jock, Izzy, the crazy girl, Cody, the kind of late man who likes to get the ladies and all that stuff, Beth, the geek, Courtney, the CIT know-it-all. She knows better than everybody, but something's even more, honestly. Harold, the nerdy type of fellow that we always see. Harold, Trent, the musician. Bridget, the surfer chick, Lindsay, the dumb blonde, BJ, the mama's boy, and Jeff, the cool bro, and LaShawn, the sassy type of character that we always see. And they all play on a lot of these stereotypes, honestly, but then later on the show, they do add a lot more dimension to these characters, so they put a lot more to these stereotypes, especially in later seasons. And you get a lot of little hints where you can expand, like the Harold Charlemagne that get hints on later on the show, in the series, not in this season, but in more later seasons, but we'll get into that. The kind of Gwen Trim romance that ends up here on the season, Owen being a little goofball, kind of being underdog, so you want to win. How does kind of rise to being like the villain of the season, and also her rival with Gwen and her rival with Shauna. Has a relationship with Lindsay and what that leads up to. A lot of different things that you can expect on the show. Yeah, and the basically being in 2 teams 11. 2 teams of 11, the Killer Bass and the Screaming Gophers. And get him what the chaos is going to be. See Jeff Hatchett, though he doesn't end up becoming more of a character until later on the show and later on in the season. But we'll talk about more about that when we get there. And their first challenge is a very simple one, actually, and that is to jump off a cliff full of shark-infested water, which of course is one of the most iconic moments of the season. Of the premiere, honestly, is diving into shark-infested waters. Oh boy. And again, a lot of little fun little moments where people are just very scared and they end up wearing these chicken hats and everything. And a little fun little moments, especially with Justin ending up getting rescued, like, which kind of becomes the joke of the first 2 episodes, of Justin being like so goddamn hot that people just adore him and willing to rescue him. Which also comes a little bit joke when you face action, but we'll get there when we get there. And again, you live on character moments, especially with Shauna basically throwing Heather off the cliff and everything, which again is pretty hilarious and iconic, which sets up their rivalry pretty well for the majority of the season. And Heather's like Grand Terror against Owen basically jumps and ends up winning the challenge. And again, the next challenge basically is to build a hot tub. And you can get a little fun character moments of King and Sadie basically getting poison ivy, and Courtney getting bit in an eye, flying into an eye, causing a little wounds on the eye. Ezekiel picking his nose. And then the Killer Bass basically end up losing the challenge spectacularly. And one thing that like Courtney might be the one to go home, Ezekiel said some not so nice remarks about females. So yeah. And that basically led him to get the boo with the campfire ceremony where he has to throw marshmallows at people that are safe. Where he ends up throwing the marshmallows to people that are safe, and the person that's getting a marshmallow gets sent back and can't come back ever. Which honestly he ends up doing that, but honestly he never took that serious. Honestly, anyway, when you first watched it, he never takes it seriously. And it comes down to Ezekiel Courtney, and while I project to be like a 7-4 or a 6-5 votes, Ezekiel ends up being the first Beer season president. I pick his nose and saying that. That's so nice remarks about females. Again, I'll have more to say about Ezekiel when we get to his later appearances, but we'll get there when we get there. But actually, overall, again, I told you a lot to say about total drama, but overall, the first episode, I think was actually pretty good, actually. Nothing about rushing everything, we're far from the best yet, but it does have a lot of things to come from the show. It does have a lot of aspects of these characters and what you can expect from them. And presenting not just more than just stereotyping. Some get more of them, obviously, and we'll get to more of that when we get to the actual eliminations, but overall, I'd say this was a pretty good episode. And now we get to the next episode, The Big Sleep, which after they end up like making it to hear all the food, they end up having the challenge to see who can stay awake the most. Who can stay awake the longest. That's the challenge. Who can stay awake the longest? Again, very simple challenge, but at least a lot of fun interaction with a lot of characters. A lot of different things to curve these characters and everything. And we see more Heather's manipulation. We get to forming alliance with Lindsay and Beth for the 8th time, but again, we'll get more on that when we get to the later episodes. And kind of start with Lindsay's kind of crush on Tyler. Which doesn't have some pretty cute moments, either Lindsay kind of forgets him, but again, that's which gets to be a running joke. But again, someone's this one I think that probably will make more sense when we get to the other seasons, but yeah. But it's kind of a cute romance, honestly, and also we get the official start of the Gwen and Trent romance, which yeah. Which honestly I've always liked, I've always liked this romance, honestly, and definitely has ups and downs of how it's portrayed on the show, more so later on, which again won't get to that, but and again they do certain romance pretty well, and you get some pretty nice and charming moments, some pretty like heartwarming aspects. You just when they try to get to know each other, and again you just cannot enjoy them when they're on screen. You also get some really like funny moments as well, where you see Owen sleepwalking naked, which kind of is one of the running jokes of his character, but it somehow never gets old actually. The one where Justin basically just stands for 50 hours and just hours is also pretty hilarious, and Eva kind of be like Eva also having like bad anger issues, which ends up getting better for him. Then we see Hedda take her iPod and everything, and then you get a lot of fun moments. That basically Tyler basically gets a hallucination. He thought a bear like attacked Kate and Sadie, like ah! Duncan makes her be his pants. We're getting starts the whole Duncan and Harold rivalry. And this little final scene where Noah kisses Cody and says, ah! Again, little moments like that just so hilarious. And just put a smile on my face. And when it's most done right, they can be pretty hilarious. And it ends with Gwen basically winning the challenge, and it basically ends with Gwen winning the whole challenge. And Eva basically just just rammaging her cabin to try and find her iPad and her music, and then Heather ends up getting for her, and leads to Eva, and what I expect to be a unanimous vote does lead to Eva's elimination. Again, that's not all we'll see either, honestly, but Eva was fine, honestly, at least in this season. I think Eva's more fun character in her later appearances, when she's not on the show, but we'll get there when we get there. But overall, I would actually put this above the last one, honestly. It's a pretty good episode that continues on the dynamics of what they can expect from these characters, so I really have no complaints. And we continue that greatness with Dodgeball! Episode one of my most rewatched episodes of Total Drama, one episode we watch constantly. Some of themselves are very fondly, where again, everyone's so exhausted and time for the challenge, and Harold basically starting keeping them up. Heather from her lines by Billy and Beth, her being like very manipulative. And the challenge is basically just dodgeball. Dodgeball! And Duncan's pretty tired, like, wake up, and it's the last thing you do. And the Calabas are basically getting defeated with a little like funny interactions and moments here and now, a lot of stuff that I really enjoy. And then decide to wake up Duncan, and then he'll decide to use his advantage of being in juvie to try and help to win. And get Noah basically decided not to compete in competition, which, again, we'll get to. Lindsay Tyler still from the little bloodmance and everything. He went ahead like throwing a boat onto Tyler, which is actually what's happened. You can get a little fun interactions from the moments between a lot of the characters, interactions, and the dodgeball has back some moments, which were Owen going pretty crazy, and ends up being him and Harold. Harold using his biggest game to dodge all the balls, and then he ends up catching it, and he ends up winning. Those great bass win! The killer bass win! And then Eve goes like, no, it's impossible! Why? And Owen has some of those funniest moments in the entire franchise. And the Gophers lost for the very first time. And what Chris hyped as the most dramatic campfire ceremony, yes! He ends up being just a Noah getting voted out by unanimous. It ends with Noah being voted out unanimously. Yeah, but overall, again, another episode I probably will put up at the last, honestly. It's a pretty entertaining episode that plays a lot of funny interactions and character interactions between a lot of the characters. Again, it really sets up all the Duncan and Harold rivalry, and also sets up a lot more Duncan and Courtney relationship that comes like a big aspect in later episodes, which again we'll get into. But as a whole, pretty good episode. And now we get to Not Quite Famous, probably the best episode so far, honestly. Again, some of the episodes getting better, but obviously that probably won't last, honestly. But Not Quite Famous is also a pretty irritating episode that was probably one of the more drama-fueled episodes, which episodes that cause total drama. As I said, this episode really highlights not only the Gwen and Trent relationship, had some very sweet moments together, but also highlight Cory's kind of crush on Gwen, which we'll get into. But also highlights, the Gwen and Heather rivalry, which is a rivalry that's definitely most of the season, spoilers by the way, but at least there's some very entertaining moments, and at least some really compelling drama. Again, the challenge basically is a talent show, where they have 3 contestants based by their talents. And while Gavaz basically are still up there, but go represent having like Heather, Trent, and Justin easily, and while Heather trying to give a bunch of Gwen, trying to mess with her a little bit, you have to have to look up her diary, which has like secret trust on Trent and everything. It gets a little fun with Lindsay, so that little fun flip between her and Tyler. And especially that Tyler doesn't really get any confessional, he's still a pretty hilarious character as well. Trying to get some perfect interactions and everything, but the talents. The Izzy one always makes me laugh so much. And then we get the actual talent show portion, honestly, where of course Justin basically just ends up being hot of kind of talent. And you get this fun confession like Owen's like, he's so hot I can kiss him! Because of your teammates! Yeah, that line always made me laugh so hard. So hard, and then you get Trent singing a song, and that's like kind of touching actually. During that moment, like this song was so special here, Kim. Like anyway, you hear that, it's like, aww. And then DJ being DJ, like, I love DJ. I mentioned, but I do love DJ's character. He's very wholesome. Like I always love those wholesome mama boy kind of characters. I don't know why I do. It was because I'm a mama's boy, but what was I saying? Oh yeah. Anything with Bridget basically tries to stay on here for 20 minutes. 20 minutes. I tried to put that earlier, but it ends up bringing Cory's violin, and then she has like her stomach ends up like, ooh, and then she's like throwing up, which is of course like kind of joke. So I'm not people throwing up, which me hilarious sometimes, and just wow, gross sometimes. So again, I say a lot, but we'll get there when we get there. And then you find a lot, and then Heather basically raises Gwen's diary to the entire world. Like, wow. But it's the idea to win just to immediately win. But basically spelling her crush on Trent to the whole world. Which it's honestly one of the most iconic moments in the entire franchise, and for good reason. Speaking of iconic moments, the Harold beatboxing section. Oh my god. This moment, like, I remember there was like actually a computer game now that's actually based on this portion of the show, if I remember correctly, but yeah, and this moment alone, this moment alone has put Harold in one of my I'm sorry. This moment made Harold one of my all-time favorite characters in total drama. I fucking loved him. I always enjoyed Harold, but I loved him after this moment. Like, so hilarious and talented, and it's just like so iconic and fun to watch. Like him actually beat on, like, just watch for yourself in it. That basically enabled him to win the challenge. And a lot of people thought, oh, Heather's gonna get voted after the whole thing, but no. Heather uses her manipulation skills to basically try and get votes against Justin. And what I imagine to be like a 6-4 vote where Gwen, Lashana, and Trent vote for Heather and Justin, everyone else voted for Justin. I'll say even Cory probably did, honestly. And then Heather ended up being saved. Then one of the few times where actually they just give Lana immunity or just don't make it by circumstances, but again, we'll get there when we get there. And it ends perfectly with Gwen getting her revenge by drawing Harold's red ant farm into her bed. Oh my, another iconic moment here. Definitely, I'm not sure where it's going to end up on my best episodes of Total Drama, but Not Quite Famous is easily the best episode so far. It is incredible. Has some of the best aspects of Total Drama, some of the most funniest aspects of the show, and some iconic moments of Junkie, and that beatbox section is one of my favorite moments of Total Drama Island, period. So yeah, fantastic. And next week, episode's getting better and narrower. Now we get to the sucky outdoors, which I'll say, this episode I've never been fond of, but that's almost because of one major aspect. Otherwise, it's a pretty enjoyable episode. This episode just basically came outdoors and trying to time the night, and whoever makes it back wins. And you get a lot of fallout what happened with the whole Heather situation, and Heather just being hurt and everything. Then we get attacked by a bear, which ended up being easy play and play, but then I'm encountering a real bear. And Owen's like someone to cut his pants, and then Owen basically telling him how he just bought a bear and everything. Which ended up being pretty hilarious and plays Owen's character perfectly. Excuse me for living! Why? And then Frank basically like, we were trying to turn the ball to Heather. It's like, yeah, well, that was pretty harsh. And he gets a fun kill of basketballs, which again, this one basically really puts in the romance between Duncan and Courtney, which is one of the best aspects of the entire show in general, at least on this season. And you get a lot of fun back and forth between a lot of that and everything, and Duncan being Duncan, Courtney being Courtney, and then present clash, but in the most fun possible way. And you just end up smiling whenever they interact with each other. You kind of want them to get together, honestly. But then we get the key and Sadie of it all. This is probably the first time I actually got put a major focus on them. And yeah, even growing up, I was never a fan of these characters. And growing up, I don't think I was even a fan of this moment of the subplot, basically them getting lost in the woods. The moment they basically lost in the woods, and then end up fighting, being catty, and all that stuff. Which we'll get a little fun moment of the squirrels imitating them. Again, they're bigger and just not fun to watch. And that alone just brings this moment down to the focusing on. And long story short, and as the guys in the challenge, and Kay ended up being the one voted out. So yeah. So it's definitely the weakest episode so far, mostly because of that subplot, but otherwise, still a pretty enjoyable episode. And now we get to one of my most rewatched episodes, another rewatched episode to a drama, that is Phobia Factor. Yeah, one I had constantly growing up, and honestly, I still really enjoy it. I don't think it's as great as I remember it being, but I don't know, it's like one of my favorites of the season, but it's still a pretty good episode. Mostly because of the dynamics of the characters face their fears. It's weird that they after the whole party they had last episode, everyone just blends on the whole season, honestly, with Gwen's being buried alive, Lindsay having bad haircuts, Hannah being pretty much fun super wrestlers, Owen afraid of flying, and Tim and Izzy, and Jeff scared of hail, Bridget be left alone in the woods, and then DJ being afraid of snakes, and Tyler being afraid of chickens, which again, we'll get into. But yeah, that makes a lot of fun, hilarious moments and everything. And especially more in my Duncan Courtney aspect, with Duncan's fear being Celine Dion music for standees. Which again, made me laugh so much again, and still does. Music's like, and you get a lot of fun interaction with all the characters, and a lot of fun moments, honestly. And you get the whole thing with Gwen and Trevor, basically. When he gets buried alive, and then tries to help her, and then break his fear of mimes. And then that ends up happening, and then he ends up getting over his fear. And then he kind of unintentionally leaves her buried alive, which does come out, which kind of a weird thing that ends up happening, where Gwen's upset about one moment and not, but we'll get there when we get there. But at least it's a pretty hilarious moment, but it's still a pretty interesting moment that happens in the show. Tyler getting over his fear of being afraid of chickens, and then Conan his fear of being green jelly, which kind of seen that as kind of her fear a little bit earlier in the episode, and then ends up constantly in the challenge. But because Tyler's afraid of chickens, he ends up getting voted out. We have to have Lindsay, and then there's a fun moment, basically all the chickens end up being done. Like, ah! It's like, bye, Tyler. It kind of starts to joke with basically Lindsay kind of forgets his name sometimes, or if he's there, or doesn't remember him. Again, we'll get there when we get there. But overall, pretty good episode. And now we get to another episode I always rewatch constantly, and that's Up the Creek. And this is an episode I've also rewatched constantly, and a lot of these episodes I've rewatched constantly, but there are a few some I rewatch more than others. And this one, I think it's a pretty good episode. Again, this kind of starts the whole Jeff and Bridget romance, which that was started weird with Jeff being a little too, being too much and all that stuff. But just kind of like starts the relationship, and also turns the whole Cody Cameron crush on Gwen thing. And I'm actually kind of trying to get him to hook Gwen and kind of hook up. I mean, it's kind of for a bet at least, but Cody's actually being a lot more of a nice person, not being a little bit of a creep, which is probably always the most questionable part of his character. But yeah, that counts. Hey, as I say, the thought that counts. Again, it starts the whole like Bridget Jeff romance, which is definitely a very sweet romance throughout most of the show, and definitely builds up for more in later episodes, which we'll get into. Then I get some really fun interactions, and them going to Boney Island to start a fire, and then they're back, and they don't take, if I not take any, I know you'll be cursed forever, which Beth doesn't listen to, or she doesn't hear it, and that's what's happening, which we'll get into. But so then you get some really fun moments, some fun back and forth. And Izzy being Izzy, which you can tell she was trying to be the boo, how much focus they put on Izzy this episode, which never does, and then you get the whole storyline about DJ being scared of water and everything, which ended up on full circle when Harold for some reason says to burn the canoes, or at least burn the paddles. I mean say burns the paddles, and then DJ's the one strong enough to push the boat. And then the whole Splinter scene with Jeff is just so hilarious and dramatic for all the hilarious reasons. Like, damn. Because we where basically Cody tries to set up Trent and Gwen honestly and having them back at the camp and everything, but that was pretty sweet actually. And a bit of a heartwarming, and definitely a very heartwarming moment. And then it felt best as them winning, and you get the latest moment where Izzy basically was pulling the vote out, and then I picked that Owen Owen. I can't believe that Owen be the only one that ends up saving Izzy in this situation, and then she ends up getting the rest from CRT, and then get bonding and some hints of what's going on in the episodes. But overall, pretty good episode. I don't know if I'd say it's better than the last one, but it's definitely up there. And then we get to now rewatchable episode, Paintball Deer Hunter, one I remember watching so much. Much where we see Hedda basically be like very bossy and all that stuff, and then the line, everyone's like, oh, Hedda, open up, we need his bathroom and all that stuff, and it's like, oh, Hedda, open up, we need his bathroom, please. Like, oh. And then basically have some team being paintball hunters and some being deers, and chasing all that stuff, and you get like Lindsay Hedda bossing like, and then you had a boss like Lindsay and Beth around, and Heather gave her those chips on that stuff, and then Beth actually standing up to Heather, which is one of the most badass moments actually, which I think Beth was better more for. So again, this stuff I keep saying we'll get into, but it's because, you know, it's a reality show that has multiple seasons, so some characters end up changing for the worse and better, so that's why I keep saying that. But yeah, that's hilarious. And like focusing on the characters, still hinting more the corny and Duncan romance, and then Owen being Owen and all that stuff. And also the latest moment where DJ ends up like going off a cliff, which is that's one of the more badass moments in the show, which kind of out of nowhere, but it's hilarious. Especially when he has to costing P to try how he'd stand, which is pretty legit. Owen's just a hilarious character, because you can tell. But again, Beth standing at the Heather is one of the most badass moments ever, even with Shauna, and that also end up costing him to win. And then Cody, and then honestly, Heather probably won't get about the fact that Cody did not got mauled by a bear. All that stuff. So I put that he and Beth vote for Heather, and then Heather vote for Beth, and then everyone else vote for Cody. And then Cody ended up making it, which and it's probably as good as I do like Cody, honestly. I don't think it's get better on later seasons, which we'll get into, but overall, definitely definitely episodes we watch for a reason, and I'll say it's better than the last two. I can say it's definitely better than the last two top. I'm not sure we're in all our ranking, but overall, pretty fun the latest episode. And we get another latest episode, and if you can't, he's basically a cooking challenge. And you got this fun side plot where basically Harold ends up leaving his underwear on the floor, and then they end up trying to mess with Harold, which can tease on the whole like Duncan and Harold rivalry, and also everyone making fun of Harold and everything. Which again is just some that would be more mean spirited, but honestly, it has at least a very hilarious moment, honestly, especially one where they end up finding underwear. You can't find his clothes and everything, and they end up having hot sauce under his underwear. Like, my god. Which at least has some very hilarious moments. Imagine him here underwear sandwich, which again, Okay. But you can pretty hilarious good moments here, continuing on with the whole Duncan Coney romance, which is obviously a big thing in this show. And you get some pretty wholesome and fun moments between them that banter with each other. What that banter each other, and Heather being her bossy self, honestly, and Lashana being Lashana. And their rivalry making some pretty fun, hilarious moments. And then Owen being Owen, and then him being afraid of bees, and then Heather boss around to get something that near the bees, and him actually eating all the food, which is like, why would you have to watch your food? Seriously? With like, yeesh. And at least the gopher was losing again. Lindsay actually locking Heather in the freezer, which is hilarious and just yes. And then we basically get the, and also, again, I probably won't gonna vote out if the fact that they found about Beth, you know, having that idol from Boney Island. And I put that Trent, Gwen, and Beth over Heather, and everyone else over Beth. And of course, the ending scene would basically have Elle be naked and admitting to his sins. It's still not sure what not he was guilty or not, but that's still hilarious. So yeah, I know something else. Probably not as good as the last one, but still a pretty fun episode. Again, there are some episodes I really watched so much, and Who Can You Trust is another one where basically after the last episode, you feel a lot of challenges that build around trust. And you get like end up 5 challenges actually, all that stuff. At least there's some pretty fun, hilarious moments. I picture the first moment basically had to try to get revenge on Gwen, and then end up having underwear exposed, which can Heather being Heather. And the cupcake challenge where Lindsay unintentionally poisons Trent, which shouldn't be hilarious, but I guess it kind of is. Also, and you get more like wholesome Jeff Bridget moments, and you get the blind challenges where say get probably her most focused sense, probably a factor, which hints that she's probably going to be the boon in this round, which yeah, we'll get into that. You also get this like subplot where basically with DJ's Bunny, who's a bunny that ends up finding in the Circuit Doors episode, which I got to mention. And then has a trusting dress with him, and then when he goes for a swim, he ends up getting like attacked by a bird and ends up getting eaten. And then Jeff Lynch tells him the truth about that, and then Duncan has his wholesome moment by finding a new bunny for TJ, which leads to some very wholesome moments, especially in the last challenge. And also Heather gets out of Jeff, which is hilarious as well. And at least it has to losing because DJ ended up I think I was blindfolded for a second, which you didn't think could make him the boot, but then Sadie basically ends up hitting like messing with the apples and everything, and then Courtney saying you're going down, like everything everyone just wrote to Sadie and Sadie gave over Courtney or Harold, and she has been every kid honestly. So yeah, overall another good episode. Again, probably I'd say around the same quality as the last one honestly. I wouldn't know if I'd say it's better than the last one, but Who Can Trust is definitely a fun rewatchable episode. Basics Training. By far, honestly, definitely one of the best episodes of the show. And definitely by far, as of right now, the best episode of the season. Yeah, sure, there will be a few episodes that are better than this, so we'll get to that, but yeah. By how it ends, Basics Training is one of the best episodes. Like, I remember, like, so invested in this episode. Like, I'm saying, still actually a while I was, like, really obsessed with Courtney, that Courtney was my favorite character. And I was actually upset she got evicted, and I was actually sad about it for a little while, like, yeah, I was a very weird kid, not gonna lie. But again, Basic Training is still one of the best episodes of the show. And of this in the season. And it's probably what Jeff Hatchett actually ends up being starting to stand out actually and become his own character, where he ends up hosting a lot of the challenge, and Duncan being Duncan, and you get the culmination of the whole Duncan and Courtney romance and everything going on between them and everything, and then Jeff Hatchett being like his bossy self and hilarious self, having some fun lines, and his all I want to find back with Duncan, especially with him kind of going a bit too far and went to the boathouse. Like, I should kind of pick that shut. And by everything Courtney does care about him, you see Courtney go a little loose actually, which of course hints why I'm playing on the show, but it's some pretty wholesome moments and a pretty fun scene in general. And it gets pretty fun in general. Of course, Duncan's still teaching Hero about everything. And of course, you get this fun like dance scene that's honestly kind of like parody of something involving Thriller, which is hilarious. which is just a funny, hilarious sequence. Like this is definitely one of the funniest episodes of the show, but also a very wholesome one. Especially seeing Courtney just basically just go crazy, especially telling Jeff, "You need to take a chill pill," and again, like goes on the winning again, and in a sense where you think that Harold Pummel was going to get the boots, Courtney out of nowhere gets the boots. Like, like, wait, what? I think I'm almost surprised, honestly, because it was like that Courtney got blindsided and everything. And then the Duncan was like, I'm sure no one else, I know the fact that there were 3 of us that didn't vote her off. Like, what? And it turns out Harold tampered with the votes to get rid of Duncan, which, I'm not, which, well, it was one who should have done it to recording of Duncan. That's still pretty smart, actually. So I put everyone voted for Harold, and then Harold voted for Courtney, which went to a fun downfall, of course, which then led to a fun culmination between the romance and everything, and what goes on between them. And Harold just getting like a badass moment. I was like, say what you think is unfair or whatever, it's still a badass moment for Harold. So yeah, definitely going top of the ranking so far. And we also continue with the good ones with Extreme Torture. Again, I understand it has some issues, does have some very good episodes, obviously just the one that not like huge is on, but we'll get to them when we get there, but we'll get there when we get there. But Extreme Torture is still a pretty solid one. Not as good as the previous one, obviously, but it's still a pretty solid one, obviously, with tons of like extreme stuff, and obviously, like extremes challenges. And it's one of those side part where basically when Bridget found an IQ poem that he thinks were there, obviously, which uses to make awkward moments. And probably not like really awkward moments, but some pretty wholesome moments, especially when they found it's them. I try to find out who wrote that poem. And they found out it was Shannon at the end of the day, and they found out who wrote it. And then get some pretty fun challenge moments. And Trent just get demolished and everything. And then Jeff trying to tattoo and him getting like stinked and everything, like and Chad's wait for a shower. And then get close to get that kind of moment, the final challenge, basically. And basically, and then getting topped off, and then she shows her boobs, which is like, ends up getting censored, and I think it got shown in some countries, if I'm correctly, can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, it was a very interesting to see if you saw that as a kid. But at least Gopher's still winning, and then Harold getting the Nemesis boots, which as everyone expected. And then Harold made his love to Oshana, which is a very wholesome moment and everything. And when I was like, I saw boobies, and then Oshana get mad. I had to like, it was very lemons like that. So yeah, now because last one, honestly not as funny at least, but it's still a pretty fun episode. And now we get to Brunch of Disgustingness, which I might also be a very watch episode. It's trying to be an episode that doesn't really like add much to the actual show. Like it's an episode that basically is like was about like sexist episode where no one's gonna get voted out, and it's gonna be in challenge mode, which sets the tone away expect from the merge portion of the season. Was the guys versus the girls, where basically the guys end up getting on so well and ends up being the captain and everything. Girls just don't get along at all, and then Bridget tries to end up taking sides between Heather Lindsay and then Gwen and Lashana, and then Heather being Heather and everything, and they find this disgusting food. And yeah, well, the first one was actually beef testicles, which I don't know if they actually censored, honestly, where it says beef meatballs boarding your testicles. And one of that pizza with liver and jellyfish and anchovies, if I remember correctly, what was that called? And spaghetti with one sauce, and then crackers, and then wieners and dolphins, which is like, okay. And then the tacos too, which the guys end up winning the challenge. And in the scene where like the throw up gets a bit too far, honestly, but it gets a fun mode. So honestly, also the time doesn't add so much, try to add a little more to the whole like what goes on in the rivalries and Bridget and Jeff romance. Like, I mean, it's still a solid episode one I won't be watching, but it's definitely going near the bottom of the ranking because of the fact that it doesn't really add much to the actual season. But and the throw up can be a bit too much. But oh well, solid episode. And now we get to the merge episode, which It's a very weird one, honestly, because obviously it ends up being a merge. We get Eva and Izzy returning. And like, what? You don't know what get kicked off. And then they lied, which, expected. Eva, for some reason, blaming Bridget as the main reason here's what, which, like, okay. Challenges basically have like 10-second challenges, so you can have more pain and everything. And whoever wants to be eliminated gets a weird moment, especially with the whole Gwen Trent aspect coming out of nowhere. Then remember that, oh yeah, Gwen's like back and forth being like mad at Trent, the whole buried alive thing, which is weird. I don't know. It's a weirdly structured episode, honestly, especially with Eva's to get towards the Bridget. But it's also because some fun moments of all those challenges, especially seeing like a turtle basically in the Duckins area, which can. Again, the Huey jokes are just non-stop in this show, but they're always hilarious when done right. Like, especially in later seasons, which we're going into. Yeah. But overall, challenges are just fine, honestly, and then ends with Shauna going against a bear on a log rolling challenge, which was still a fun downfall for Eva, who ends up, not surprisingly, getting voted by 10 to 2, but they actually showed the votes, where Duncan actually voted for Heather, thinking he's finally going to get kicked off, which was not be a win moment, but. Yeah, so it's definitely one of the weaker episodes. I'm not sure if it's my least favorite of the season, but it's definitely another episode that's actually going near the bottom. And now we get to what's probably, in my opinion, the weakest episode of the entire show, of the entire season. Search and Do Not Destroy. An episode I still enjoy. Like, I don't say it's a bad episode. Definitely not the worst total drama episode. But, yeah, it's the whole melodrama and the confusing drama that makes it very questionable. And this is pretty much a culmination of the whole Gwen and Trent romance where they actually finally get together. But then Heather was like, I need to beat them up, honestly. I need to break them up some way. When him right now to Heather, meet Trent. Then Heather basically actually upset that Gwen said he can't stand Trent, which Trent believes Heather for some reason. Like, honestly, I think even when I saw this episode growing up, I never got that. I was so confused by that. It's like, you realize that Heather's a bitch, right? I mean, I didn't say it like that, but you realize Heather is a manipulative, you know how she can be at times, like, why are you believing her? Like, I'm just confused here, man. I'm just, like, really? Yeah, it's basically a challenge where they find, like, treasures in certain areas, and everyone has some stuff with others and everything. Owen ends up getting attacked by a bear and all that stuff, which is hilarious. It gets some fun moments in this episode, and there definitely are some fun aspects here. But the whole drama thing really does not work for me. I'm just seeing Gwen trying to have a kiss, which Gwen was on Trent still, which is like, because her Trixie was like, I mean, that's just so weird and just so odd. And then Rashawn tries to get one for her Heather finally, and then she's just handed invincibility. By getting invincibility pass randomly from her chest. Like, okay. And then he decided to throw Trent, which I'm sure Gwen didn't actually vote for Trent. I would just probably just put a random vote on Jeff, and I didn't try to vote for Owen since he was the last one that was called. But yeah. Like, that whole aspect just really brings this episode down, honestly. It's one I wouldn't mind rewatching, but it's probably the one I would not want to, honestly, because of the whole drama aspect. Which, I never got like, the whole frustration of it. I mean, it does end very nicely where they get revenge on by putting sewage in the shower, which is hilarious. Yeah, but yeah, the fact that Trent ends up leaving Heather for some reason, never like, was like, what? And the fact that actually never talked at all before then, and realized, took notes on that, like, they couldn't actually say, like, I know it's a cartoon, honestly, about that, but because the logic in some areas, I just never got it. So yeah, definitely the weakest season. Not bad, honestly. Probably far from the worst total drama episode, but definitely one I don't ever see myself come back to for this season. But thanks for the next episode, High and Be Seeky is a much better episode. Probably not the best episode of the show, honestly, but it's still a pretty fun episode. Where the guys realize that they need to band together. They really need to band together and they form a Guys Alliance. Which is very hesitant because of the relationship with Bridget. And them trying to hide from Chef, which leads to some very fun moments of them trying to escape him. Bridget being sprayed by a skunk. Just go and get them trying to hide and trying to avoid him, honestly, which is a fun moment, especially with Shauna actually winning the challenge and ahead of getting invincibility in some way, which can be Cersei again. And it leads to some fun back and forth, and girls actually, getting along, surprisingly, which is strange. And then trying to split the vote on Owen and Duncan, which I assume that Gwen, Oshana, and Bridget vote with Duncan. And then Heather, Izzy, even Izzy and Lindsay vote for Owen. Get a little hint that Lindsay she might not think Heather's like a nice person after all, which kind of hints the next episode. And then for the rest, I had to put all the votes on Bridget. Which I assume that Jeff probably did put a vote on Bridget, and just lied to him, but I mean he didn't vote for her. Even Jeff's like, oh wow, that was a shocker. And Chris like, wow, that was a shocker. Even I'm shocked, and I knew the answer. And Chris also has Chris Pine has some very funny lines. This is one he was actually as most insane actually, which or charming obviously. But overall, pretty solid episode. That Little Change is a very odd episode, honestly, because one we talk, it does have one of the most memorable moments and one of the most badass episodes in all total drama. Well, the episode as a whole is just solid to decent. Like, it's one of where the challenge rules don't make much sense, honestly, which unfortunately leads to Lindsay get eliminated in an unfair way, which you have to really feel bad for Lindsay in the situation. And it's a culmination of the whole Heather to Lindsay friendship and all that stuff, which, yeah. But it gets some fun moments here, some fun with all the characters, just emotional crying on Bridget kicking a bit annoying. Well, you understand it, growing up, I was like, really? But it gets some fun vehicle moments, honestly, especially with Jeff and Penny. He got the line the bolts and everything, which leads to some fun crashing moments. And you get some fun interactions as well. Then this makes the episode still fun to watch, but those little aspects really do bring it down, honestly, especially the whole challenge with Lindsay gets unfair. Linda being the last one across the line, even though the other two didn't technically cross at all, which is like, what? But you get the whole badass moment where Lindsay basically curses Heather. You're a two-faced backstabber, lying little. Like, she actually saying curse words, obviously, but it's one of the most badass moments in all total drama. Which unfortunately is an episode that's not that great if I really think about it, but not a bad episode, but it's probably the badass moment. It's like going towards the bottom of the ranking. But thankfully, we get to another top-tier total drama episode. One of my most rewatched episodes in the entire show, and yeah, this episode's going at the top of the list. Like, this Hook, Line, and Screamer is an iconic, fun episode. One of the most fun, hilarious, and rewatchable episodes in all total drama. Basically a horror such episode where talk about horror movies and everything, and DJ being so scared. Like, dude, that's not cool! That's not funny! Like, it makes for some pretty hilarious and charming moments, and DJ being DJ, and all that stuff. And the challenge basically trying to escape the escaped psycho killer with the chainsaw and the hook! Which is like moments for this episode that basically make fun of a lot of horror movie cliches and everything. Touching between they extend the running scenes to have a good wipeout and everything, getting to get them on the base that Owens up. Oh, my spine! And then get them on basically ends up pushing Izzy to the killer, which kind of has a little complication next episode, surprisingly enough. It's probably not be real, they'll kill end up being Chef. And then gets Liza basically end up trying to take a shower and with a mask on, and then she unconsciously scares DJ. And the DJ running scene was like, and then you have to fall in the water. Then, like that shit makes me crack me up every single time. Every single time, and then all that stuff. And it's also with the whole Gwen and Duncan friendship relationship actually ends up starting here. To all, of course, you don't. Again, I'm not going to talk about too much detail about what goes on between these characters in later seasons. Again, spoilers. But this kind of talks the whole combination between these two characters that honestly, I really like it actually. I really like this. Again, it's a very complicated thing, which you gotta explain when we get to later seasons, but the dynamic is pretty great, honestly, and you get a lot of fun between a lot of these characters, and a lot of enjoyment in general between these characters that you can't help but enjoy them when they're on screen together. especially when they end up relating to each other so much, especially with the horror stuff and everything like that. And he gets you basically Gwen gets a sandwich, and then she has to kind of the real escape psycho chiller with a chainsaw on the hook. Then everyone realizes that, like, and Chris is like, this is really, really good for ratings, but really, really bad for lawsuits. And then he's like, and then he has to beat him. He's like, ow! What I was so gonna go for. And then, and the whole scene where basically DJ ends up getting scared by not seeing the killer. It's what led to his elimination, which is definitely one of the more fair eliminations told genre. And then Game of everyone just hugs. He's like, oh, group hug. And ends with the killer having one line being attacked with Gwen and everything. Like, but yeah, Hook Gamer definitely top of the list so far. One of the best episodes now, one of the best episodes in total drama, period. We'll see an episode top there, which I'm probably not one episode well, but Hook, Line, and Screamer, definitely top of the list so far. And then we get to Walking Uncle Gun 1. Episode I've never really been huge on, honestly. Like honestly, I kind of think it'll be one of the more forgettable episodes in total drama. Not saying it's a bad episode by any means, but it's one that, growing up, I never really enjoyed much. Again, not a bad episode, and not saying there's some fun moments here and there, but it's just one I never really, it's basically end up trying to find an animal, with Heather trying to find a bear. This all kind of starts the whole Heather and Dunk relationship that ends up being probably in the next few episodes. And then Izzy being Izzy, and ends up accidentally shooting at the wrong thing, leading to Heather at one point. See Duck gonna be chased by a giant raccoon mech, which is hilarious. Boy end up letting challenge all our favorite meals, when it's getting ruined later. Boy wins invincibility, and Izzy ends up getting because I'm Heather, Izzy ends up getting the boot. Again, there's not much I can say about this episode, honestly. So, because that's like I told you at the bottom, I mean, I don't think it's a bad episode. It's just not entirely number one. Yeah. But we're about 6 episodes left, so I hope you all have enjoyed this ranking so far. Be sure to hit that like and subscribe button if you guys want to see more. I do plan to do videos on the other total drama seasons, so stay tuned. Anyway, I'm actually very excited to start doing, because I love talking about total drama. So, but yeah, next up we have Trial by Tri-Arm Triathlon, which basically have Team Peter and Piers, obviously, and put with the most chance to say we have Gwen, Jeff, LaShawna and Duncan, and Owen and Heather, which sets up all the fun dynamics. Again, this is honestly this is honestly a pretty underrated episode. I love this episode. I think this one actually be pretty underrated, actually. I don't think this one gets talked about much. It's a good episode. Correct if I'm wrong here, honestly. I just don't think this episode gets talked about much, but it's always been a rewatchable episode towards me. Mostly because of the relationships with a lot of characters. We're going to have a lot of fun banter. LaShawna, Duncan and LaShawna actually end up bonding a little bit, and then who is the relationship between Gwen and Jeff? Which showed that Gwen did not really like Jeff and everything, but Jeff showing his more like positive nature. And again, I've always been sucker for like the very positive people, and I always liked Jeff, honestly. I've always liked Jeff. And the relationship between those two characters, and then the bonding, and then realize that they have one in common they realize. And in the end, it leads to basically Jeff getting the boot here, which is often no surprise, honestly, but at least it's a very heartwarming moment that's a surprise, honestly, especially in the Duncan one to pull the guidelines, but anything. But I think that Owen and LaShawna voted Jeff, Heather voted Gwen, and then Jeff and Gwen voted Heather. And then, which obviously not Heather in the last one, but that's just why I assume I'm going for actual voting stuff. But anyways, at least I'm not having Halloween stuff. But then you'll get some very Halloween moments, especially just seeing what they have to go in order which people voted out, and some even confused Katie and Zay with each other, which ended up being hilarious, and a little Halloween, a couple of Halloween with Duncan as well. So at least the Elder Peers winning one challenge, because anyone can get voted out, and no one winning invincibility. So yeah, definitely going high up on the list. And now we get to Han Capture, which is basically the episode where basically shows what happened to everyone that be Duncan, which obviously they kind of like carrying Ponderosa from Survivor, which is kind of thing where they basically show what happens to a lot of the eliminated players after they're eliminated. Well, of course, most of the basically do in Survivor, but they do spend a lot more here, honestly. Which shows what happens to the players like after they're voted out. And exploring relationships between all these characters and what they're going through and everything, and he gets some really fun moments, obviously. He gets Ezekiel thinking he's like famous now, obviously. Even being Eva, Noah having. That's pretty much just, like starting the whole like Noah being a fan favorite character with his one-liners and his smirky behavior and his like fun action moments of how he delivers it and all that stuff. Katie and Sadie having more screen time, which thankfully they're not as annoying this time around. Lindsay trying to find Tyler, even though Tyler's there, obviously. Izzy being Izzy. Cody being Cody, but not as creepy at least. Having someone bonding with all the characters. Getting Jeff and Bridget being together with starting the whole like makeout portion. And it's coming out Prom and Ding, which I'll get into. Along this whole side thing, they're basically Connie trying to get Bridget on the hero for what happened to him. Which you could be a hero, but honestly, at least there's some very hilarious moments and all that stuff. And then Trent feeling so about what whole thing that happened with Gwen and everything. And then DJ's Bunny ends up getting hurt randomly for some reason. And oh, it's a very irritating episode on that. We'll take the final 5, and everyone think that how did it make this fun? Honestly, even Eva having some fun moments here and there, and some characters like who they should win and everything, and Chloe something like, "Hey, I'm fine with Gwen not liking me, honestly. As long as she's happy, I'm happy." And honestly, this episode probably could have been like high on this list. I think it probably will be high on a lot of people. Of course, the whole bullshit about the whole LaShawn elimination is just like, yeah. Like, it's still a good episode, honestly. I would say it is a pretty good episode. But that ending with LaShawn gets eliminated by Chris tricking everybody to vote for LaShawn by saying her name and having the parrot being a vote for LaShawn, like, I think it just gives trying to get LaShawn out, honestly. So, I don't know what they're thinking at this moment, honestly, but that really ruins the episode a little bit. But it's still a pretty good episode, just if more than that, it probably would actually be top 5, honestly. And now we get to Camp Castaways, but despite this episode also, we're just discussing this not being like an episode that, if you really think about it, doesn't really have much like point in the show, honestly. I don't think it's one that gets famous much, honestly. It's still one of the most rewatchable, one of the most unique episodes of the entire show. Now, I'll put it pretty high up on this list, honestly. Which is weird, considering, it doesn't really have much to say, like, with a bunch of discussing this, because it's kind of more of a non-elimination episode, but it's more because the actually a lot of the characters are more interesting. It's when they end up getting, like, stranded and trying to survive and everything, and get Owen being stranded and fighting a coconut named Mr. Coconuts, and pretty much just losing himself, and then get a lot of the fun dynamic between Gwen and you get more of the fun interaction between Gwen and Duncan and all that stuff, and Owen being Owen and Elliot's goofball, especially with Coconut. And you get some fun moments between like Chef and Jeff Hatch with Chris and Chef, him having more of his stand-out moments and all that stuff. I think it's the last month where Chef ends up hooking like wrapping Chris around his arm, which is pretty hilarious. And realize the island's just a fake and everything, and them going insane, and the snake, and them amazing stuff to the past, obviously, which is like, whoa. And then at least the very last moments of all that being saved, and then Mr. Coconut ends up being one of them off shame. So honestly, it's a very hilarious. This episode is one of the most hilarious, charming episodes of the entire show, and that alone puts us high up on the list. I don't think we're going to be on the end of the day, but Kick-Ass Ways is a very hilarious episode and a very watchable episode. Okay, only a few more episodes to watch. Now we have top out, and that is Are We There Yeti? Basically a chef-focused episode where basically Chris is Noah, but he's now hosting an awards show. And he ends up being the host in this episode. And he ends up failing the host and everything. We end up not stranding on the island episode. We end up finding a way back. We're going to head together, and Owen and Duncan went together. Which leads to some very fun interactions between the characters, honestly. Like, it's not the most funniest episode in the world, honestly. Like, everyone in this cast watching Aqua is pretty hilarious. Actually seeing him, actually. Like, whoa. At least, basically, Owen eating sticky buns and accosting him Duncan to win. And then Duncan ends finally getting the bit, which I love Duncan as a character. He's honestly one of my favorite total drama characters. I think he was my favorite for a while, honestly, until, well, we'll get there, but overall, not the funniest episode in the world, but definitely a very charming one. Not much to ask, really. Yeah, that episode is not much actually really saying about it, honestly, but it's still a fun episode. Okay, and now we get, oh, this episode! I triple dog dare you. I'm gonna say that way, this is the best episode of the entire show. Not just Island, but probably the entire show in general. And we'll see if any episode changed that actually, and looking back on it, but I truly thought that it was definitely by a landslide the best episode of Total Drama Island, and possibly the entire show in general. It is an incredible episode of television. Basically, a culmination of everything going on through the entire season, where basically Gwen, and Heather basically remember themselves and everything. Where Heather's still certain that she basically is going to win. But she's like, hey, they might as well give me a check, because come on, dude, who's going to win? Owen being motivated for pancakes, which is hilarious, and then it gets a fun banter. Basically, they end up having all the people that are eliminated basically find what the most gross and insane and off the wall dares you can think of. And sometimes it's also very disgusting with the throw up and everything, but it does in a very effective way that still makes it pretty hilarious. You can basically see whether they actually can dare each other, honestly, to get these dares, or they can take that themselves and get a freebie to get out of it there. And all is basically going up, basically starting that round, basically as they basically keep going until someone refuses to do a dare and gets eliminated. Well, this is some of the most iconic moments of the entire show. I don't know where to start with this. I don't know where to start with this episode. We get a lot of different news. Obviously, we're basically Gwen chewing nails slowly, Heather licking Owen's armpits, which is like funny how a lot of times they end up looking someone from Owen and all that stuff. And then Owen ends up taking all the dares, obviously, including the chewing Wild Hill's gum, eating dog food, giving a purple nubble to a sleepy bear, and then like leaning jelly out Owen's belly button, which is just like, wow. Which is hilarious and disgusting, but hilarious. Gwen drinking punch from the green toilet, Chef having this fun bad as see who throws up first can phone up $100. And it basically was Owen eating dog food, basically ends up making Chris throw up. And they get a lot of these montages out there where Owen ends up winning 23 Bs and gives Owen to split his 3 Bs to Gwen, basically to try and trick Heather. And then Ian has like, come on, you know they're just gonna whoop you to tears. This has to be summer. And then it has like, there's no rules. Let's do what he wants. And they basically lambasted Heather with dares after dare after dare after dare after dare. See a lot of the crazy ones that go and ends with Lindsay and has like, finally, it's not even Lindsay of all people doing anything bad. And that is having your head shaved by Chef. It's so hilarious how Lindsay of all people ends up deciding that dare. And it leads to her actually not actually accepting the dare, and to actually kicking the shaver, and then ends up shaving her head anyway, which obviously comes up at one point in the next season, which we'll get into. And sorry, by accident, Heather ends up being the one eliminated, which, again, one of the best, which was a epic downfall, the true amazing downfall of Heather. And I couldn't think of any, like, this is one of the most, like, this is probably still to this day the most satisfying defeat of a villain in all total drama. Probably of all reality TV in general. It does time with a parody, but, again, it's really known that when a character has a major downfall, when it's done right, it can be some of the most fun TV. It's probably, people still talk about the Drew Christie downfall and say, oh, Del Sur. You know, the Will downfall on Big Brother 7. Like, when downfalls are done right, they make some of the most epic reality TV ever. And Heather's alone, like, this episode's always so great, but that alone, the fact that her downfall, but there she actually did not accept, actually, and she ended up getting her shift anyway. Like, I could not think of any way better of Heather to go out with. Officially, Owen, the fun, lovable goofball, and the goth girl Gwen, who was always complaining about not being there, somehow ends up being the final two. So yeah, top of the list, easily. And now we get to the actual total drama finale. The very last episode, really. Which ended up being an Olympic relay race, which is a very interesting way to be a finale episode. And it's basically where the person in the finale wins. And basically having like a majority of people vote for Owens, so he could throw a big party for everybody. With only Lashana, Eva, Cody, and Trent being the ones to cheer for Gwen. And overall, I think it was a pretty good finale. Again, not the best finale episode. Again, we'll definitely get to some more bad finales on the show, but this was definitely a great finale. Really just ending a lot of shows like Oryx and everything, and Heather having a wig, and then Lashana Rocky Head in the outhouse, and a lot of drama forward basically Gwen trying to prove a lot to Gwen by her for some reason still being pissed off at him by Heather. You know, she probably knew that Heather was probably tricking her, which is like, okay. And then trying to actually think he loves Gwen, which is kind of sweet actually. And then Heather basically trying to stop Gwen from winning, and then Trent getting a rock to prove himself to Gwen. And it leads to actually, well, I know something about Total Drama is that Total Drama also has alternate endings. So it proves that what would happen if basically the other person ends up winning. So basically, they end up use brownies as Owen ends up becoming so exhausted from running. And they end up using brownies to send Owen with the fan to have Owen to be like, brownies? No! Like, yeah. And then it leads to Owen basically going easy, and then him actually winning, and everyone celebrating and all that stuff. And then Gwen and Trent still end up getting together by the end of it. So they go at each other, and it ends basically with Owen. And it basically ends with Owen with them and the party and everybody, and then ends with the basic throwing Chris in the leg and trying like, I waited all summer, and then how alone that's home between Heather and Gwen Heather. I'll say for the most part, I always prefer like I always could be Owen the true winner of the season. Honestly, I don't know why I've never been like a huge fan of the actual alternate endings. And at least like I always put like I'll talk about who I think is a certain one honestly who I think is the more preferred winner of the show. But I think Owen's the more preferred winner honestly. I mean Gwen's fine honestly. It's probably one of the better ones honestly. Where Owen did actually cross the finish line. And then Gwen ends up doing it anyway and still promises to party and everything, and then they're still going out. So, but overall, I'd say a pretty good way to end Total Drama Island. But we're not talking about Total Drama yet, we're going to get to the epilogue. Total Drama Island. Which shows the actual party that Owen and Gwen end up promising. I mean, we get a lot of interactions, and then seeing what's going to happen between everybody after the show. The relationship, hinting the relationship between Harold and Shauna, that spoiler ends come at probably in next season. Obviously, and then Chris come back out and still promising promising $1 million, and if Owen will give up the money, and so Owen basically started to agree to that, and then Gwen not agreeing to it because they might take away anyway. But right now, they didn't really change anything, at least to everyone going into groups and everything. Ezekiel having more standout moments, starting to go back to Lindsay. Heather being Heather and having and kind of starting a relationship with Harold from most of the next season, which we'll get into. Not an actual relationship, but more into interactions next season. And of course, starting Justin and his hotness, which is kind of his most main character, and he uses a very villainous way, which we'll get into. And he ends up getting dated, which yeah, and their banter and everything, which is annoying. More you can see between Gwen's relationship is them basically talking about $100 million. Also Gwen Bridget's like relationship and everything and what they're going through. Basically a lot of kids happens, and at least the $1 million being eaten by a shark. And the people down in the water end up getting a chance to compete in season 2. Which those players end up being Owen, Gwen, Heather, Duncan, Lashana, Jeff, Izzy or E-Scope, that is going to be prominent in her next season, DJ, Lindsay, Bridget, Trent, Harold, Justin, and Beth. But yeah, everyone not able to compete when Courtney spoilers coming up here later on, which I'll talk about when we get to action. But yeah, overall, I think it's pretty good, honestly. Not the most memorable thing in the world, but I think I talk about it since it's a Total Drama Action, which is next season of Total Drama, which is basically have a lot of chance based on movie genres. Okay, well, that about covers my thoughts on Total Drama Island. Again, I'll leave every episode right here on the screen, but yeah, I still love Total Drama Island. It's probably, spoiler, probably still my favorite Total Drama season. Maybe some seasons might have more higher highs Total Drama, more may have some rough patches. It's not as like frustrating as some aspects that we'll get to later on in Total Drama, which, yeah, probably for the Total Drama Island probably should have been just a one season show, but again, there's a lot of time about those seasons, which we'll get there when we get there. I know I'm saying a lot in this video, but when you get to those, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, Total Drama Island is still an incredible season of television. Still has some of this season still has some of the most iconic episodes of the show. Some incredible moments, some hilarious contestants, some fantastic character moments, and just what a pretty reality show really should too. Make you laugh and smile, have fun. Definitely has its frustrating moments, but as a whole, I'm still very positive on Total Drama Island. Whatever. Total Drama Action. I don't have the name back yet. Total Drama Action, and this is definitely a season that is probably the most complicated season to talk about when it comes to total drama, at least nowadays. As of course, this was a continuation of Total Drama Island, and a lot of people think that Total Drama should have been just a one-season show. After watching this, you can kind of see why, honestly. Now, but again, I do have a lot of nostalgia for Total Drama Action, like with, I mean, obviously I watched religiously, and I especially watched Action religiously, like a lot with Island and World Tour. So again, I do have some nostalgia for Total Drama Action. You know, I do think the season has gone down in quality over the years. I think it has probably for a lot of people, from the people I talked to that seen Total Drama Action. I mean, I know some people that never liked Action, but I've always loved Action. But yeah, this is a season that definitely has gone down in quality over the years. Now, I actually don't think it's a bad season by any means. I still have a lot of enjoyment. Again, some that give me nostalgia aspect, and there are some plays I still do enjoy here. There are some episodes I enjoyed, some moments, and of course the fact that it's being what they on a film set and challenges based on movie genres, and obviously I love movies. It had a lot of charm to it. But this is why I think that does suffer a lot from sequelitis. And you know, they don't really, not really show they won't really plan on doing with these characters or storylines or what they're planning to do, so they made some things up, and you get probably some of the weakest storylines in any Total Drama season, some of the weirdest character shifts, and considering also what we know from later seasons of Total Drama, you can feel the start of some characters sort of get derailed a little bit, and there was also things that even when I was like, there was some things that even when I first watched Action growing up, even I was like, really? What? Growing up, I was like that. So again, not a bad season. I think I might have like 6 or 7 to my Total Drama ranking. I mean, I just don't think Action overall reaches like the true highs of Total Drama Island, but you know, we'll still top the episodes anyway, obviously. But just trying to get my full thoughts on the season as a whole. But thankfully, we actually do get off to a good start with the first episode of Monster Cash. Thankfully, we do like the premieres. Like I don't think there's ever like a true bad premiere, in my opinion, of Total Drama. Looking back on the premieres, I don't think there's ever like a true bad one by any means. And Monster Cash is no exception. I think it's actually another good premiere episode. I actually debate why I like this more than the actual premiere episode of Island, but I would say they're probably close in quality, honestly. But it just sets up what you can expect for better for worse in this season. A lot of the characters being reintroduced, and they'll also more focus on characters that didn't get a lot of screen time in Island, like of course Justin, who definitely has an up down run this season in terms of quality, but we'll get into that. Beth also being one of the main, you can tell from the beginning, was going to be one of the biggest characters of the season. Again, for better for worse, we'll get there. Of course, to know the Gwen Trent romance and the friendship between Gwen and Duncan, TJ being Crybaby, which is also going to be a storyline later on in the road. Jeff and Bridget still making out. They continue on that the Izzy wants to be called E-Scope or Kaleidoscope. And then we will answer Izzy! I mean Kaleidoscope. E-Scope. Like, which also becomes pretty annoying. To a lot of contestants, honestly, I still find it very hilarious. I mean, it has always been a hilarious character, and for good reason. Especially along to the story of Island, in terms of the rivalries and all that stuff. And just honestly, I don't really have much actually to say about this episode, honestly. And pretty much that's what we expect from Action in terms of the challenge being again. The challenge being like a monster movie, basically just the right from monster, find the set. We get some fun content, especially with Owen, who he ends up eating. When he ends up eating the meal that ends up being like wax or fake fruit props, like, yeah. But again, it's pretty hilarious on that stuff. You get some back and forth between a lot of the characters, and nice moments. Again, I don't really have much of a say about the episode, honestly. It's definitely still a pretty good premiere and really sets up the tone for the show, for better or for worse. So I say it does the job pretty well. And thankfully, episode 2, Egg Resurrection, Alien Resurrection, obviously a reference on Alien Resurrection, honestly, but yeah. Aliens, obviously trying based on aliens, and I think this is another solid one, honestly. I don't really want to enjoy this more than me, honestly, but even though, because it does tear on the storylines that you can ends up not being like grain layer episodes. More of the other trends like jealousy of Duncan and him being insecure, and this season, and they basically try to get Trey personality this season, and if you're a Soldier fan, obviously I feel like they gave him the wrong personality to do so, which, yeah, we'll get there when we get there, but you still get a lot of fun interactions between all the characters. Some fun content with Beth, fun content with Duncan and Harold, some layers back and forth, some fun Chef content, him being the alien. Chef actually ends up standing out a lot more this season, and you tell they want to get a little more screen time than they did in the island, and they do a good job at it. And to find some pretty hilarious moments, and this is no exception. And the challenge was really fun. You get some homely moments with Trent giving up the egg for Gwen and the necklace. The necklace did kind of come out of nowhere. It was still a pretty sweet moment. And then both win the challenge, and they realized they were going to be on separate teams this time. And them having to vote 2 players, and it's obvious it was going to be Jeff and Bridget because of their constant makeout sessions, which, yeah. So I have to be one I like this more than me. Honestly, I would say I'd put it slightly because it's a little more memorable than the premiere episode, but still a pretty good one. And now we get to some of the weakest episodes now. Now we get to episodes that honestly I just don't really enjoy that much. While they might have some good moments here and there, as a whole, yeah, this kind of really starts the whole Trent jealousy arc, or the Trent being crazy arc, and the being weird arc, and yeah, you can definitely imagine that. Even growing up, I don't think I was ever a fan of that storyline. I don't think anyone's a fan here, because you kind of ruin a lot of this touching stuff that happened in Ireland, which is something that a sequel really should not do. And while Riot that's probably the best of that story, I still think it's an okay at best episode. But yeah, you still get some fun, charming moments, obviously. And Gwen Duncan still have the fun moments. They focus a lot more on the Gwen Duncan friendship this season. They still have their good moments. And they generally have their good moments here. And this is no exception. It sounds based like an actual them making a scene for a film. And I think the best part is easily probably when they end up getting the script mixed up and Duncan actually gave a compelling performance and ends up winning the challenge. And his reaction, how she ends up getting eliminated, is pretty hilarious. And also starts the whole DJ and Chef storyline where DJ Chef says he's a lot of himself in DJ and tries and forms a secret alliance with him to help him win this thing and split the prize with him. Trying to make it a little more of a tougher person. But it's something I'm on, which honestly, storyline I'm fine with, honestly. Like, I never hated the storyline, honestly. It can lead to some fun moments here and there. Some compelling stuff for DJ, at least. It's definitely one of my favorites, but it's one I don't dread when it comes on. Like, I'm not sure how the fan base actually feel about the storyline. Let me know down below. But me, I've been pretty fine with it. What I'm not fine with is the whole Trent, weird jealousy storyline. All the stuff that he says and him being jealous about him and Duncan and all the places he'll go to, it's just so cringy and so, my god. I'm not done that alone, but it's not as parents it is in the next 2 episodes we get into, but it's definitely not fun to watch, and it does bring this episode down. And it's just, now it's a funny and memorable episode in general, so it's definitely a bomb so far. It's a perfectly fine episode, honestly. Perfectly fine. What is not perfectly fine is Bleach Blanket Force, which just goes full speed ahead on the Trent weird, crazy jealousy storyline. Again, I have really no idea what they were thinking with the storyline. Like, and one, as a whole, this episode's not entirely bad. Not bottom tier of the whole drama. It kind of feels like that when you see a lot of the cringy storylines, all the stuff that Trent was willing to go for Gwen, and then holding up a 9 section that comes out of nowhere, and him being weird and off off-putting and just questionable. Like, it's not fun to watch, man. You know, it's not fun to watch. And there's a challenge based on the beach movie genre. I mean, you still get some fun moments here and there, especially everyone on the surfboard, and then Justin, he's still using his look to get anywhere. The song in the season is basically him using his looks, and then Bev trying to get with him, and having a hard time giving her a friendship bracelet, which was a storyline here. And I've never been found that either, honestly. And Justin's character I've always been so up and down about. He can have his fun moments. He can't be hilarious at times. I think he's more hilarious when on the show, which we'll get into. But right now he's just basically, but he's at the point where he's kind of just a one-note character and just using his looks to get what he wants. Though occasionally he can have his fun moments when he's not doing that. I think Justin's more of a better character when he's actually not like using his looks to get what he wants. Honestly, I think when he tries to use his smarts and can have the occasional fun one-liner, he actually can be a fun character. But again, he's just so painful in one note early on, like really painfully in one note. Like, you get it, you're smoking on, you're a model, you don't want this and you just want to be lazy. And you can tell by reaction times, like, it's not something I'm not really fond of. I don't think anyone's particularly fond of that storyline, and I don't think I've ever been, honestly. But yeah, back to the whole Trent situation again, we keep the sandcastle scene where he tries to use like 9 doors, 9 everything, and 9 flags, and everything, and names like Castle of Gwen. And he's like Gwen trying to discuss that one, thinking that 4 letters and her 5 letters and him equals 9, which is like, I do part I really enjoy, but the whole Trent thing is the whole DNC is the final challenge, which is DNC Nias we tries to be with Shauna. And again, makes for some fun moments, honestly, especially them like being impressed by Shauna, like DJ calling Shauna La Bamba, which is something that always throws through my head, just a hilarious moment. Again, there definitely gonna be some fun hilarious moments here and there, but again, the whole chest stuff really kills this season 2. Why I wouldn't say it's one of the worst whole drama episodes I've seen. It's definitely going to the bottom left so far. Very and Crazy, however, is one of the worst total drama episodes in my opinion. Not like it's how people actually feel about this episode, but again, I didn't keep going up. I was like, do I really want to watch this episode again? What? Yeah, let's just get this over with. Yeah, it's a West Indian episode. Trent's still being weird, trying to throw challenges for Gwen. And it's so awkward and so cringy, all the stuff he says and all the stuff he does to hug Gwen and everything. And I thought in his confession where he goes, stupid, 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 actually hits his head. Like, that gets old pretty fast, honestly. Even then, the show was not that funny, don't have the distinct character moments, aside from Shauna showing her butt to the view world, which falls on the horse, and everything, and Owen being Owen, but aside from that, even that can't really save the episode. Then we get to the very infamous scene, the very, very infamous scene, which Gwen ends up breaking out of Trent reasonably and fairly. Even Trent was like, I hear you loud and clear, I totally understand. And yet they make Gwen trying to feel like she's the bad guy here. Which again, even growing up, I hated that. Like, sorry for going around, but I've always hated the fact that this breakup, they're trying to paint Gwen as the bad guy here, as the one that was like, it's wrong for breaking up with her. Like, I mean, she kind of had every right to saying how Trent was acting. Like, I think we can't forget how Trent was acting. Find out that that's just kind of true. It comes to us. Let me breakups on, so your breakups happen on reality shows. But that doesn't make it any less fun, honestly, any less frustrating, because you really end up feeling bad for Gwen. This often kind of starts the downward trajectory that Gwen ends up going, especially in World Tour and especially All Stars. But again, we'll get there when we get to those seasons. But this kind of like signs that they don't really know what they want to do with Gwen, so they decided to have this storyline. Basically, Justin overheard anything, and when I met that she was throwing challenges, but Gwen had nothing to do with it, which, you know, she didn't have nothing to do with it. She didn't. and she literally told them to vote Trent off, which theoretically they probably were going to do anyway because, well, he kept throwing challenges. Like, who else is they going to vote out? And he said that they owed them for what happened. Eh? Okay. And again, I never got the focus on that storyline. I never got how they made not only Rose like very unlikable, but just paying Gwen in a nigga light that she didn't need to. Like, it somehow gets worse, honestly, but like that alone ends up, and also Trent does get voted out, honestly. Which, again, this is easily one of the worst episodes of Total Drama, in my opinion. I'm not sure where it's going to rank in the overall worst Total Drama, but it's definitely going to be probably bottom 10 at least. So, yeah, easy worst episode of the season so far, and of the show in general. And unfortunately, that continues with the aftermath, which again, I don't think I was ever huge on the aftermath episodes, and yeah, and honestly, they're kind of true here. Honestly, like they definitely have some that better than others, and they do have better moments than others, but this was kind of starts the whole like Jeff being like an asshole for whatever reason. Like, it often gets worse in the other two aftermaths, but it's kind of like starts that storyline, which also something grab I've never been a fan of. Again, they kind of like parry on like the whole like, after shows, and they can always do after someone gets voted out. I think there's like a big thing at the time. I don't think it's often anymore, honestly, and I mean it's more just interview type of stuff and other reasons, but yeah, it's kind of, yeah, they kind of like paring down, honestly, and there are some fun moments here and there. Obviously, it's just not good when they kind of focus on the whole Trent being like upset about feels like Gwen asking to vote him out. Jeff and Bridget getting into a fight about the whole thing, which is like, yeah, I'm not like, I don't imagine like anyone be against Gwen, honestly, because again, they told me to vote out because they were going to vote out anyway, and then I never got the whole them Jeff Bridget fighting over that storyline, like really, and then try to and somehow Trent actually ends up being like a normal person by realizing, oh hey, none of I didn't come from Duncan and Gwen. It's because my grandma died. She gave me a toy train. One of the wheels fell off. There were 9 wheels, and then 9 was a lucky number. Which is, it's a very heartfelt storyline moment, but like, really gonna be like this in the actual show? But yeah, overall, this first match was just fine, honestly. It's definitely not as bad as the previous 3 episodes we talked about. And it does have its fun character moments here and there. And some heartwarming moments, but it's one I would rather not. I don't ever see myself rewatching. It's, yeah, like Ryan said, it's a pretty fun episode. I probably would put it above that episode, but again, it's just probably fine. Unfortunately, the 9th episodes continue with the Shevchenko Redemption, which is a parody of prison movies. And another episode that I'm also not particularly a fan of, and I didn't grow up, I never was a fan of this episode. Like, you do get some fun horror moments, but you know, the whole like DJ and Chef's alliance storyline continuing. The usual fun moments here and there. But I continue on with the Gwen hate train. Never really been a fan of that, and the whole deal they made, honestly, on that storyline, and then Gwen being Gwen and trying to throw the challenge. It was just not a funny episode. You get some very gross storyline. I mean, the scene that Beth, when they end up putting up Beth's retainer, has drop on it, and she has a prank back in her mouth. Or at least to Lindsay throwing up losing challenge, like, yeah. Yeah, probably, anyways, and not much to say. This episode is kind of gross, not funny. Gwen ends up bringing the go first. Easy has to come back. Easy ends up come back to be voted out right on set. So they vote Kaleidoscope, so she ends up telling me back in the game. And then Gwen votes herself off, she ends up getting the booth. So, I don't know if I'll call it like bomb total drama, honestly, because it does have some fun moments, but it's also going like near the bottom of the list. Like, probably around like Peach Blanket Bogus. Thankfully, no, we get to some actual good episodes back this time. With One Flew Over the Cuckoos, which is also a period of Hobson movies and all that stuff, and everyone ends up like studying or what happened. Chess food actually ends up being good, as because TJ ends up being a good cook, which you can continue that storyline. line again. More Dunkers on the Duncan and Lashana dynamic and her one team up with Harold, which ends up becoming a big storyline for this episode. Third episode, Harold and Lashana trying to get them to work. Lashana trying to get them to work together to give her a header. And you get some really fun moments, challenge, and everyone thinking they have certain symptoms, when everyone going crazy and insane, and Dr. Cha gets to the bottom of it, and turns out it'll end up being fake, and using inch pound legends, and the spots end up being pepperoni. And you get some fun, hilarious moments with the cast from all that, especially from Heather and Justin and Beth and Izzy as well. And it starts the whole storyline where Shauna ends up crying to convince the team to let her go on the reward to see her best friend, and then she ends up being actually faking everything, which of course is a storyline that's coming prominent in later episodes. But overall, I would say this is actually a pretty good episode. Actually, not like top tier total drama, but it's definitely going in the tops. But I can say it's definitely going in the top of the list so far. And then rank continues with episode 9, The Sandwich Project, which is a horror themed episode, because obviously, and while it's not as good as the horror episode in Island, honestly, and honestly, I don't think any episode will, it's still not a good episode, honestly. Again, being a combination of the whole Chef and DJ storyline, but again, still not been fine with, honestly, and I'm still fine with it here. Like, I actually do feel with DJ and the more dilemma he has to deal with here. And you get some fun character moments with Duncan, Harold, and Heather, and the interactions between everybody. It gives you a fun moment, and Lindsay trying to be a leader is actually pretty fun and interesting. Actually kind of refreshing, honestly. Like, I wish they were more consistent now, to being honest, but what happens, it makes Lindsay actually a pretty damn good character, especially her one-liners and her back and forth with all the castmates. And it's a challenge to see them trying to make the challenge him to be a killer, like, raw! Ah! And of course, to make us even like, I love this business. We had to make it out Izzy, which is, oh my god, and Duncan Head trying to guess is also pretty hilarious. And Chef and Chef trying to get challenges, and then Archie tries to cut the other team off. When ends up working when DJ gets involved. Which is of losing, but the guilt ends up affecting DJ so much, he ends up quitting the season and then into everything. The season's definitely awkward transitions, and you can tell them I have like 1 or 2 scenes kind of missing, but it's still a very touching scene and a perfect end to actually DJ's storyline here. They like they don't like villainize DJ here, and they actually make him the lovable goofball that he is. So yeah, I'm not very upset episode. I'll say it's I'd probably put it below the last one. And they think another episode with Master Disasters. I think this also kind of starts the whole Beth having a boyfriend storyline. When Beth tries she has a boyfriend named Brady, and then that's a storyline that definitely has ups and downs, honestly. Like, there's some weird moments that happen in that storyline that I'll get into later, but I guess it's not one I'm probably fine with, honestly. It's weird that Beth tries to still everything with Justin in this episode, but overall, I'm not toast to it. It's definitely makes us a cringy moment, especially this episode, and that's really the only major issue I have with this episode. And this is a challenge that pokes fun at disaster movies. And you get some fun challenge character moments, some fun interaction with all the characters, especially the whole Beth and the boyfriend thing. And then Owen ends up getting his job. And Owen ends up, buffering him, and his jaw basically is broken. Yeah, a broken jaw. When you end up feeling bad for Owen in this episode. And you get a hold of them trying to escape the wild storyline, which is definitely one of the most hilarious things ever, when Chris realizes, the walls get pretty high and we don't want him to die. They're trying to spend his own weird way. Chris actually cares about them, honestly, and shows a little bit of humanity Chris, which obviously gets missing in later seasons, which we'll get into. Showing actually concern for contestants. Which I was like, yeah, what up? You're not hearing me. What? What? And then the moment we see Harold actually using his skills to escape. Yeah, which makes it actually a pretty good moment, another great moment for Harold again. Also, just mentions Harold's problem at the start of the season, in my opinion. Harold has so many great hilarious moments again. Also, that moment in the one-off solution that we ends up making his real name's Doris, and he's like, please don't talk about the Doris part. And he ended up telling fucking anyway. But Harold is, in my opinion, the MVP of the season. Like, I always loved Harold on Island, but he ends up stealing every single scene that he's in, and this is no exception. So, yeah, another good episode. I probably put it above I probably put it below One Flew Over the Cuckoo's, but probably about St. Prime. So, probably in the middle of the last two episodes we talked about. And we continue the good episodes with Full Metal Drama, which I'll say is, as right now, my favorite episode. I don't know if any episode ends up topping this, but it's definitely the top of the season so far, that's for sure. Again, to on with all the character drama, and also Max's asses, and finding out about the whole Lashana faking crying honestly, which doesn't come in a promised storyline in the next few episodes. Episode, I think it's not too prevalent here, but the team trying to work together, which is kind of pretty hilarious. And Lindsay's still trying to lead Nick herself, and Lindsay her hotness, which gets me every single time. Izzy ends up becoming a new personality in Explosivo by trying to explode things. Explosivo! Oh, Explosivo! Boo-hoo! Ba-boom! Which makes some pretty hilarious moments. Everyone finally getting tired of Justin being lazy and everything, and they're like, what? What? I think, to be honest, I think Justin's a lot better character when he's not, like, flaunting his hardness and everything. Like, I don't think Justin's, like, a bad villain, honestly, but when he's, like, more of a human and also trying to use his brain instead of his hardness, it actually can be pretty fun. It actually makes some pretty hilarious moments. And there's also the war episodes and them trying to, and the challenges that makes some pretty fun moments, especially when trying to take these shakes that we miss the DJ cooking, which then we use for Owen, basically for trying to help him, like, and it's still going on with John, what happened in the previous episode and everything. And again, here's a very fun character moments, and always fun seeing Harold when they actually try to work together, not like, making fun of each other, but even then they still have the fun moments here. Again, trying to help China, basically trying to one really actually works in this episode. And then seeing him end up opening the trunk, then he end up bring back ends up being empty trunk, like the madness of war, and ends with Explosivo getting voted out. So yeah, pretty hilarious episode, top of the season so far. And unfortunately, we get to a bad episode with the aftermath to Forgive and for Gwen, which continues on with the whole, like, Gwen hatred storyline, which, again, why? I'm not really a fan how they treat Gwen this season, and there's no exception, but how they hammering on certain things involving her being on a relationship with Duncan, and Courtney, like, booing when she goes on stage, like, and of course Jeff being like an asshole, which is pretty one ageist character from Island, and which obviously complete A to his character where he's like the most wholesome, kindest person ever. But in this season, he just wants to get the ratings and everything, and it's just like, wow. It's not fun to watch. Again, even growing about like I was a fan of how Jeff acted and the whole Gwen storyline. Like you do get some fun moments here, especially when bringing DJ. DJ honestly also gets this fun little sequence where they kind of have a Gordon Ramsay parody, and after seeing a lot of Gordon Ramsay more stuff, it's more hilarious. So he tried to make the sandwiches that DJ ends up making. And it's like there's a stupid green I can't figure it out, and he ends up kind of be like Gordon Ramsay, like throwing shit and everything. Dang, and of course Jeff ends up barely calling Bridget fat here. But so yeah, moving lips to left hand hips. I believe that's how he said it. How that goes at least. Yeah, that was not fun to watch. But DJ be wholesome, does outfits up so a little bit, and actually how he's nice to everyone else and everything. Even the DJ mom kind of give DJ and the front stuff at Jeff was pretty hilarious. I do always have some hilarious moments here, but as a whole, it's an episode that's going like near the bottom. But thankfully we get to another solid episode in Ocean's 809. We're already in the halfway point of the season, which is insane. And again, you see on the storyline will be mad at Lashana. And you get to find some interaction between Harold and Heather this episode, which brings us some pretty hilarious moments throughout. Along with Duncan as well, being Duncan. And again, it wasn't that bad show. Duncan, Heather, and Heather have some pretty hilarious and charming moments throughout, and this is no exception. And Owen ends up getting shot first when he actually can eat again, and then man try to calm down because he ends up being hungry for a majority of the episode. Again, they kind of have a Hulk parody reference. You won't like me when I'm hungry. And they basically kind of bury the Hulk and everything, which makes some pretty hilarious moments. And of course, just the infamous moment where they actually bring back Courtney into the game because her still being beat about what happened in season 1, and then not feeling that she ends up wanting to return. Duncan, well, and her appearance is definitely very fun and interesting. It's very more like, what? And she has to join the Grips, and then, and Courtney is definitely another character that honestly is like very up and down this season, where she can have her fun moments and she can be hilarious at times, but there are some moments I'm like, yeesh. Really went to the wrong parts of her personality. She was actually very likable in her first time, not like kind of made it the opposite. But there was fun moments with the challenge and everything, and then they end up losing, despite being told not to vote out Courtney. They vote for her anyway, and then Owen ends up getting the boo with her vote. Which leads to actually a very wholesome scene of him actually getting his speech going, so like that alone elevates the episode. Then of course him actually leaving LaShawna, which I was like, well, tell me that's not the Gilda Chris team. So yeah, I saw an episode. I'm not sure what I'd rank it by. I probably would put it behind the disaster episode or between disaster episode and the horror episode. That's probably why I put this another solid episode. And now we get to another great episode, but it's really cool because One Man Bugs PC, which parodies caveman movies, or the Stone Age. It's just more forgettable than anything. I mean, it does have the occasional good moment where, I mean, Courtney ends up kind of bitchy and made so much than she should have, honestly. And then the whole thing, Courtney's back and forth, honestly, him in the Kiwis, which, again, when there's someone saying, why do you always go with the Kiwis? Why? And of course, Hera trying to get Courtney's hair because she still misses her hair. Some of that, though, I really don't have much to say about it. It's perfectly decent. It's just kind of forgettable. And thankfully, $1 Million Babies is another good episode. Episode 1 I've always rewatched constantly, and one I still do enjoy. I enjoyed this when they actually finally forgave LaShawna for everything that went on with everything going on, and then it had a lot of sports movies, and it's a pretty hilarious month, especially this whole Batman scene where Chris claimed it's a Batman movie he was in, which is, again, it's very heartwarming yet pretty hilarious at the same time. Him trying to do his acting skills, and then Chef getting emotional about it, like, yeah, but you get a lot back and forth, but basically Beth tries to obviously contact her boyfriend, but Chloe's PDA, and then just seeing all the stuff how that LaShawna ends up saying to everybody, which at least then wanted to be present on LaShawna. And you sort of get a bit with LaShawna with the challenges, like the whole fight between Courtney and Duncan at a dirty pulpit. And Duncan trying like, don't let trying to win. And then end up finding a baby in there, which again, and saying mama, the baby saying mama, like that gets me every single time. And it gets this whole moment, like the shit LaShawna ends up having is actually a pretty wholesome moment. And while it's at least them losing because the other guy tries to kiss off and do shit for Chris McClain, which of course they did. They end up saying LaShawna and voting a Heather, which leads to a nice combination between the rivalry between LaShawna and Heather. So yeah, overall, hilarious episode, very good storylines, definitely going pretty on the list. Not my favorite season, but it's definitely going high up on the list. And then we get to Dahlia and Mojo, which is an episode I've never been fond of. This is the merge episode this season. And we get some Noah's tendencies of Courtney here, honestly, like trying to get everyone to spend the money by not having them die, which is, yeah, opposite parody of spy episodes, and episode, it's kind of one of the more forgettable episodes of the season. Like it does showcase some of the best moments of Justin as a character, him actually trying to be a smart person at least, which again makes for some pretty hilarious moments. And it ends up with not being the challenge and everything, and everyone I mean, Sting and Courtney and Lindsay of all people win challenge and going to a cheese factory, which Courtney did not like. So, yeah. And don't have much to say about that image, honestly. Sorry. Thankfully, Superhero ID is another good episode. In fact, it's probably my favorite season so far, actually. I always thought this actually be my favorite of the season, honestly, and looking back on it, I would probably say that, honestly, yeah. Superhero ID is another really good episode. Honestly, it used to be a movie, but obviously has changed a lot since this season, but that's a story for another day. Yeah, but it's hilarious, everyone trying to bring super costumes and everything, and Lindsay just flat out just rubbing off Wonder Woman, which is hilarious. Like, and then Courtney ends up being Cricket, ends up winning the challenge, and he gets a fun back between Courtney and Duncan and characters. Maybe some pretty humorous moments, and then the whole studio challenge moments are pretty hilarious. Captain now built up of a Harold again. Again, Harold steals every episode he's in, and there's no exception. And leads to Courtney with visibility, and leads to one more big dilemmas of the show, honestly. Basically, Duncan, Courtney, and Harold want to run LaShawna. Duncan, Courtney, and Justin and trying to roll LaShawna. Lindsay, Beth, and LaShawna want to run Duncan, so LaShawna wanted to be in alliance with Harold and Duncan, but whatever, I guess. Because I just kind of forgot that storyline. And Harold ends up being still in the middle, honestly, obviously not wanting to run LaShawna. But obviously the fact that obviously he has a thing for LaShawna, and that's kind of in the storyline for most of the season. And majority of the show in general. But, and at least the shocking moment, he actually does vote out LaShawna. Like, I remember being like very shocked at that moment, and I still stand kind of the same way. Like, whoa, Harold actually voted out LaShawna. LaShawna! And then Harold being upset about it right away, and leads to some very wholesome moments. So, yeah, definitely going top of the season so far. And now we get to the third aftermath. Oh, win or lose. Which, the first one being okay, and the second one not being good at all. The other one, thankfully, is one of the best of the season. And by a landslide, the best aftermath so far. And probably one of the best episodes of the season in general, honestly. Easy one, and honestly one of the most hilarious episodes of the entire show. Obviously, Jeff's still on a high horse, honestly, but everyone's aware of that, and then they end up making fun of him for being how he is and everything. We end up getting Owen coming in for the electric chair, and then basically he ends up making a lot of terrible things he's dead, like my god, which leads to some very which and in that moment lives fresh in my hair. He ends up making a lot of terrible stories, and I was like, Owen, that's not what Jeff meant. We end up making all this for nothing, and then realizing that Owen fan was so confident that Owen's fan was so confident about them winning the money. They end up like buying like an extra large cheese seller, on which Owen ends up being happy with. Which again, one of the reasons why I love Owen is his constant positivity and him being always good and everything. Again, I'm always a sucker for those kind of characters, and Owen's no exception. Section and Jeff is like, what the hell? Like, why aren't you more upset about this? Which again is like, whoa. David doesn't really episode because everyone's like more aware of his like more asshole behavior. Honestly, and then Sean Hedda makes a pretty hilarious moment, but Hedda ends up making that Beth, actually I think Beth actually smart. And then LaShawna actually admitting that she likes Harold, which is like, aww. Honestly, and then they end up like getting back at Jeff by having him beat on the electric chair. Which you guys one of the most hilarious, wholesome moments where basically Jeff is like, I don't want to be like this, honestly, and I love Bridget, I'm crazy about her. I'm sorry how I acted. So, and then, again, one of the most, like, hilarious episodes of the entire show. So, yeah, I would say, I probably will still for a stupid episode, but it's definitely close seconds. And thankfully we get to another banger episode with The Princess Bride, which obviously bears, like, fairy tale movies. And, again, like, Dynamite 3 is one of the most hilarious episodes of the entire show. And this episode is kind of like a downfall for Justin, as he basically ends up getting hurt a lot of time, rather than use his luck, and ends up having a crush on Courtney. Because also one of you characters when they don't have much to do. Make fun of Lindsay's like big feet apparently, even though I've seen her feet and they're not that big, but that's kind of the joke of the episode. So you get some actually fun corny aspect moments, some fun Harold moments, and again Duncan being Duncan, and well, yeah, I can say I also love Duncan this season. Like he also has some pretty hilarious moments. Again, kind of asked for no reason sometimes, but honestly, this is the case where that's kind of part of his charm, honestly. And he definitely has some hilarious moments in this episode as well. Like, everyone gets a chance to really shine here. Again, the whole Princess Courtney thing is hilarious. Again, Justin actually wanted to be with Courtney and sacrifice himself to basically, and then now wanting Duncan to win, drawing a low reference between those characters. And then Courtney and then ends up that he has to fight Courtney, and then he basically knocks Justin off. And then Justin ends up getting voted out. They kind of actually did this fun fake out where basically they said that Duncan gets voted out, but it's like, oh, it's actually Justin actually. And I was like, it's not gonna miss me? So yeah, definitely another episode's going to the top of this list. Not my fan honestly, but it's definitely in the top. Honestly, I probably put it between Aftermath 3 and the Super episode, but still not a good one. And now we get to another banger episode, and for one banger episodes in a row. And Get a Clue's not a good one. And the only thing I read is obviously a parody of the Clue mystery murder episode genre. And again, not a pretty hilarious episode where you get like so many back and forth between all the characters. It could have been a bit too whiny this episode, such a I want a prize, I want a prize, I want a prize, which yeah, it's probably why I won't consider it like high up on the last couple episodes, but it's still not a good one. Again, Harold has his best moments, Lindsay has her best moments here. Like, I don't really have much I can actually say about this episode. It's just a very charming, fun episode with some characters that are the most hilarious and fun. Lindsay would end up winning and she's taking Duncan after thinking he was the bad guy. So yeah, not a good one. Probably would put it, I probably would put it at the bottom between the last 3 episodes, but it's still not a good one. And now we get to Rock and Rule, an episode that was definitely fun for the most part, but it's definitely no one's episode that's kind of ruined because of one signature moment. And of course, you know what I'm talking about. But you get some fun moments between like an Owen surprisingly comes back out of nowhere, like no build up, he just appears. And in reality, they want to be like a spy to try and trick and try to play games with the players and try to sabotage them so they can get money because the whole cheese salad situation. Which honestly, I really don't mind honestly. The challenge is also pretty fun honestly. And while it's frustrating, obviously the princess will ever explain the actual rules here. Again, it kind of makes fun again. I was making fun with the rock and roll biopic genre. Again, you still get some pretty hilarious moments. Everyone trying to do the challenge right. And then the paparazzi's moments, especially how they call Doris ends up like crying. That scene gives me every time. And of course, the scene where basically Courtney ends up like severely trashing everything. Of course, the hilarious one afterwards, she says, "My meditation teacher would have been so proud." And then being like obviously Duncan vote with Owen like throwing his vote Courtney's like her winning immunity. And then we get to the other moment that Eve ends up burning this episode definitely at the bottom of a moment that Eve ends up burning this episode definitely near the bottom of the list. Not that the episode was honestly, but it's definitely down there. And you guys know what moment I'm talking about. The infamous moment where Lindsay accidentally votes herself out. Like, really? And it's definitely a lot of speculation that I think Lindsay actually was originally going to be the winner of the season, but something happened with a voice actress or something, so they ended up changing last minute. Like, I don't really know all those details honestly, but that's just all I know. But yeah, that moment ends up unfortunately ruining this episode, so it ends up being like, honestly, I'd say around right on set Aftermath 2, honestly. Because there's also fun moments here, but that moment single-handedly ruins this episode. But then we get to another good episode with Crouching Tiger, Courtney hitting Owen. Episode I've always like enjoyed rewatching, and yeah, I'd probably put it near the top of the list actually, because despite being a war challenge episode, it's also not a very hilarious episode where basically ends being boys versus girls. Owen ends up not being challenged to sabotage the other players, but he does a terrible job at it. Hilarious. It's actually fun to see like Harold Duncan actually try to work together this episode. While it doesn't get ruined, it's still pretty refreshing and fun to see that. And then see Courtney trying to form alliance with Beth and the link she'll go to get that alliance. Just great stuff. Like, and of course, the Harold Harold being Harold and everything in the end challenge, and him for relationship with a snail and everything. Like, yeah, definitely going near the top of the list, honestly. Don't actually much to say with this episode, but The latest you might definitely put it probably high up on this rank. Definitely puts it high up on the ranking. And we get to another interesting episode in 2008. It's an episode I actually remember when I actually originally did it, like a top 10 best total drama episodes list. I think back like 2019, I believe. I don't remember when I did it, honestly, but I remember I did it like a long time ago. I don't know this episode actually on the actual list. Obviously, I don't think so now, obviously, but it's a perfectly decent, solid episode. It's one of basically like the whole Bev and Gretchen Hill storyline. Definitely sixth episode in my opinion. That's one I think growing up I never was a fan of, especially her kissing Carol with throw up in her mouth. Like, yeesh. Like, Bev just acts like an asshole in this episode, and well, she definitely has can be an asshole up in that front season, but here, like, ugh, 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 ugh. But it was a fun moment here. Obviously, everyone getting like kissed from home, honestly, and not gonna have like a pet tarantula. Angela, Beth getting a ring pop, and then Errol getting nunchucks. And he gets a fun challenge mode, obviously, and of course the last one with Chuck is real. He gets a Patty Owens bud, that ends up when he realizes what's the bill was like, has shaky, just hilarious. And then Cody realized a mistake with the challenge, which is going last, and then everyone like drew up severely. Submission was some pretty hilarious moments, and Beth standing up to Courtney and everything. And all ends leading to, fortunately, Harold getting the boots. But at least it's a very satisfying way for him to go out, especially him banning Duncan. Which is like, yeah, that alone actually puts the episode a bit higher than I normally would, honestly. Honestly, because it's a decent, solid episode, but that being said, from Beth and Harold does bring it down a little bit. And honestly, I don't think it's like a top 10 all-time best episode of the show like I originally thought it was, but it's decent, solid, best. But thankfully, top dog is another top 2 episode of Total Drama Action. Again, it's not a very simple episode. Basically, it ends up being like an animal body trauma episode. It's funny. You try to come with points as movie genres. It was your animal body or that, and a combo movie. Like that line just gets me every time. And it's done basically like by trying to form bonds with the animals and everything. But for Raccoon, Dr. Chameleon. When they're trying to go on with bears, also pretty hilarious. And Owen also being like a sabotaging all the challenges and everything. The actually goes pretty well here, actually. Maybe with some pretty hilarious moments, fun character. I think Courtney got a bit too excited here with this episode. They actually end up, well, Oscar and the end up talking about the relationship. Then Courtney gets Duncan like a 32-page essay to how to correct all his faults, so they want to get into a serious relationship. Which just goes to show the relationship was definitely going to be doomed to fail, honestly. But it's another like very hilarious episode. Again, it goes a bit over the top, especially with there being a lot of raccoons and like a sanctuary, which is strange for a reality show, but you know, whatever. And the resident Owen is being cheated. Duncan actually votes off Courtney, and then Owen basically gets fired for getting caught. Which one as Duncan is better than Final 2. The most random Final 2 ever, honestly. But overall, another great episode. Now we have a couple episodes left actually to go and an epilogue to go. And now we hope you all enjoyed this ranking so far. Now we get to Mutiny on the Soundstage, which is basically the penultimate episode of the season. Which shows basically them going through all the challenges of the season and trying to answer all the questions and then all that stuff. And well, meantime, Chris and Chef end up getting into like a big fight about everything. And then basically, him and get into a fight and leads to a lot back and forth, which I found surprisingly compelling actually. We're not getting a relationship between Chris and Chef, honestly, but you know, seeing what they went through in the season, it's kind of touching actually. And see Duncan back for talking with Bev, and then Bev actually, and then find out Bev actually realizes she knows a lot about the players, but not gonna squat about anybody except Courtney, which is again hilarious. But yeah, we get some pretty high moments and it ends in a tie. So that's bringing down a couple notches, honestly, but it's another good episode of the season. And now we get to the final episode of the season. I'm not for Who Wants to Pick a Millionaire. But basically go through a lot of different challenges to try to determine who's going to win. Chris and Chef going on vacation, but they end up showing up best in front of Chris, which again is pretty hilarious stuff. And then he ends up coming back, and then basically trying to go for the whole like jury question they normally do on Survivor, and they have them basically pick a winner. Like who is going to Duncan or Beth. If you ask me who I think is the photo winner told you mention, I'd probably lean towards Duncan, honestly. I think it actually makes sense, honestly, considering what he went through this season, how much focus he has gotten this season. So I want to be able to actually prefer Duncan as the true winner of Total Drama Action. Duncan. Honestly, I think it's the more satisfying win, and of course you get the reveal that Brady ends up being real the whole time. And guess what? I was like, I got all the prize I need. Well, that's supposed to make a prize. I don't like losing. But yeah, we get some pretty hilarious moments, obviously, with that's recording, not getting answer in, and then everyone like trying to write down the votes and everything, and not the best finale episode. I would say it's also on par with the finale, like around on par with the finale of Island. Honestly, I'm not sure what to say is better, honestly, but overall, I'd say it's another episode that's actually very satisfying one on Total Drama Action. So I say again, it's satisfying. So that's what I'll care about. Now, of course, before we get to my thoughts on the actual season and show you why I rank every episode, of course I'm talking about the Aftermath episode, Celebrity Mayhem, the Total Drama Action Reunion Special. Basically, Blaine Lee and this other guy get his name honestly ends up basically like getting the lives of what happened to everyone after the whole drama action, which is a very fun tip, especially like Trent, Cody, and Justin getting into a band together, and Harold also getting into a band as well, which is again pretty hilarious. Honestly, and overall, I think the episode was fun, honestly. I don't really have actually have much to really... Unlike the last episode, I don't actually have much to say about this one, honestly. It's just basically them trying to prove they're still famous, trying to put Jonathan out them, and then some group of people ends up getting selected, along with Alejandro, and the fan girl Sierra. So, again, I don't really have much to actually say about this episode. It's a pretty fine episode, that's just fun moments, but, again, just not number one. Well, that's my thoughts on every episode of Total Drama Action. Again, remember, I can up here if you guys want to see how I ranked every episode this season. And again, I still enjoy action, honestly. Like, if sometimes the case for sequelitis, for again, you can kind of tell they're not sure what they're wanting to do with some characters or certain storylines, so they just kind of make it up as they went along, and you can really feel it. And there are some good episodes this season. There are also some good moments, some great characters. Again, Harold one of my favorite characters of Total Drama after this season. So there's still a lot to enjoy in action, especially how they make fun of a lot of the movie genres and the cliches and come with these genres. But again, it shows a lot of sequelitis, and you also get some of the worst storylines in the show with the whole trends stuff. And again, you also get some pretty bad episodes here as well. Well, and even I would say even like the best episodes, I wouldn't consider like top tier Total Drama. But I do have some good moments here, and I still say it's a good season as a whole. But again, not ever reaching any heights of the original Total Drama. And you can really tell, but that's all I'm gonna say. Total Drama World Tour. It's not actually, I'm actually a little complicated about it though. I would say I'm probably leaning towards more the positive. Like, it's definitely the definition of a season that has some high highs, like definitely a few episodes like should be some of the best episodes in Total Drama. Well, I'll say that have some of the worst storylines and some of the worst couple episodes I would say are probably like it's definitely that has some high highs but some painful lows. Honestly, like it's definitely a season that I think it's kind of complicated when it comes to how people really feel about it. Like I feel like nowadays it's actually a more divisive season. Mostly just having to treat certain characters and certain storylines, which I do have my thoughts about, but as a whole, I'm definitely more towards the positive I was action. Honestly, most characters have great character moments, some characters have more time to shine, and having some be one of the most and it may be the most hilarious Total Drama season out there. And while I may have some stuff that might have aged well, like great action, as a whole, I can say I'm mostly positive on World Tour. Like I always the way what to put it in my actual ranking actually, and that's how confident I am with World Tour. But as a whole, I do enjoy this season. Also the music, I also give my thoughts on. Although when I was ranking every episode, at the end I'll also rank my thoughts on rank every song that appeared in Total Drama World Tour as well. So That this is also not a race around, not only a plane going around the world, but it's also a musical. Yeah. Yeah. Just thinking about made me laugh. Now we're going to talk about the first episode, Walk Like an Egyptian, Parts 1 and 2. And truly, honestly, this is by far the best premiere episode we have gotten, honestly. I don't know if any premiere episodes are better than this, honestly. And there's one thing I can actually say about Total Drama is that I don't think any of the premieres are bad, actually. Honestly, it's obviously one of those things where the consistent quality isn't always up in the air, but usually they always kill it with a, like the worst one I remember is being like a solid to okay, honestly. Like I don't think they have like a true bad premiere episode even in the worst seasons. Walk Like an Egyptian is definitely by far the best one, honestly. And like I mentioned before, since it's obviously a musical, I'm gonna also give my thoughts on the songs as well. And I'm also gonna give my ranking of the songs as they go as well. Of course, we got an interesting cast here as well, getting a little more people that need more screen time, like Noah or Ezekiel, Tyler. Some do get more screen than others, some for better, some for worse, but we won't get there when we get there. We won't get there when we get there. But of course, we got two new players in Alejandro, who basically is like the male version of Heather, and Sierra, who I would say, looking back on Sierra, yeah. I don't hate Sierra, honestly, to be honest. I don't despise her, honestly. Obviously, she's just like very creepy and very just off-putting, and she can have her moments, honestly. She can have her fun moments. Like, I don't think, I do think she's kind of a bit overhated. Though I obviously understand why she's hated, though. Obviously, I understand that completely. But yeah, those stuff, and we'll talk about the musical stuff, where everyone has to sing, they don't really that much, honestly. We can come fly with us, which is definitely a banger song. Like, honestly, I think a majority of these songs are surprisingly pretty catchy, actually. And obviously, there are some that bangers, obviously, which we'll definitely get into. But I think the first one was actually a pretty solid one, honestly. And of course, them trying to get like one Duncan to sing, and then they end up doing so. As with Duncan saying, "This sucks." Yeah. And and of course, there's also like a trip around the world type of thing, like similar to the Amazing Race. And they go to Egypt, and we get a lot of stuff storyline, like the whole thing involving Head and Alejandro. Some players go forward, the whole like DJ storyline about him being cursed, which it's definitely not, like honestly, it's like somewhat like honestly similar to like the chef storyline. It's kind of a fine storyline. Like it's not anything I dread watching. I do think it's like a tad bit worse, but it's both because of what I had to do with it later in the episodes, which we'll get into. But overall, it's something I'm mostly fine with, honestly. Maybe we get some layers, most people on the characters, a lot back and forth between all the players. It's bad, of course, to get more the Oa and Noah thing. More the Oa and Noah pairing has become like very popular and relevant. And the season that has 3 teams, honestly. And when Alejandro realized that, and he has Owen, Tyler, and Noah, like imagine because he goes there, Geek Parenthesis. Like that thing gets me every time. You're gonna get like 3 teams: Team Victory, Team Amazon, and Team Chris is really, 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 really hot. Yeah, which of course is, which you can see as I mean, like that gets me every time. Like, Sierra can actually be hilarious, honestly. Like, honestly, Sierra, like, I think Sierra's more tolerable when we don't like embrace the creepiness and her crush on Cody. When it's like focus on that, which is more like a big focus, honestly. When it focus on that, Sierra can actually be a fun character. It's fortunate it's kind of not much, honestly, but it's just how I feel at least. And especially seeing Heather trying to get along with Sierra and trying to lunch with her, Sierra Van obviously sees through that. But then we get to part two where we get 11 time, which has to be interrupted by Ezekiel, and then we have our own time, and a lot of back and forth on the characters, and Izzy and Sierra end up swapping teams so they can be with their crushes, which Chris actually allows for some reason. And then Ezekiel ends up losing the stick, that ends up losing the challenge, and he ends up being the first one booted again. Which again starts it's kind of down to the trajectory of what to do with him, honestly, which, yeah, we'll get to that. If you're told one thing, you know about that. And then also Duncan and them, they're leaving basically because of not wanting to sing and being tired of the whole argument between Gwen and Courtney, which also kind of sets up, the kind of crush that Gwen has of Duncan, which, again, I also have my thoughts on that when we get there. Again, they've all kind of starts to rival back with Courtney throughout the season. But again, overall, Welcome to the Magician Part 1 2 is a fantastic premiere. So I don't really have anything negative to really say about it, honestly. It's generally a fantastic premiere and a good start to the season. And now we actually get to another really good episode, and that is Super Crazy Happy Fun Time Japan. Definitely a hell of a title. I think it's just as good as the last episode, honestly, where it does bring a lot of the best elements of the cast that we've gotten. Again, Noah and everything. Honestly, if Futami is on the show, this I think it's probably when Noah really started becoming a fan favorite character. Unfortunately, he ended up not being as long as it should be, but this is when he really started to become a fan favorite character because his remarks and his charisma and his relationship with Owen. And of course, you got Alejandro being Alejandro and everything, and him falling with Shauna and everything. And he ended up being in Japan, but he ended up, where everyone ends up singing as they are falling. I was like, seriously? Seriously? And Floyd Night is honestly one of my favorite songs on World Tour, so it definitely gets a thumbs up. You get a lot of fun nods to Japan and everything, and probably the less creepy CM moments got, and also on the fight between Team Amazon, and then Cody ended up saving the day, and Owen being Owen, and Harold kind of be bossy in kind of a fun, hilarious way. And then you got the continuation of the whole DJ Animal storyline, which again, it's not a pretty fine one, honestly. We kind of do feel bad for him, so we should dump with the panda and everything, and we actually get, and when Victor ends up losing again, he actually couldn't have gone home, honestly, but Alejandro and Chris and Harold, it was his fault about the challenge and everything, so he ended up winning. Which is a hilarious automatic scene where he ends up using a toy laser and just, and then just runs, that scene's just hilarious. So yeah, I'm not sure why it's better than the premiere, honestly, but it's definitely I'm not sure actually. Well, give me a pipe a little bit below, but it's still a great episode. Nice. And now we get to anything you can't do, I can do better, which is another pretty hilarious episode, honestly. It's one of the funniest episodes of the season, honestly. More thought I think this is also season where Tyler starts to stand out a little bit more. I think it actually might be the first confessional we have gotten from Tyler, honestly. As he wants to let Lindsay remember him, because there's a running joke that Lindsay does remember Tyler. And then there's a joke about Dorma Action where she tried to, hey, let's get Tyler doing this. He's not here anymore. All that stuff. And it just has to lead so much to it. Even when Tyler's actually there, he's like, I know, which is pretty hilarious. And I think it's a fun challenge moment. You get some back and forth people trying to DJ, and BJ stuck to his Animal Curse storyline, which again, kind of feel bad for, especially with the seal and everything. And a whole Alejandro kind of manipulating people and kind of flirting with Bridget and all that stuff, which led to them actually kissing, and then we have her being stuck to a pole, and also stuck to a pole is not a great song, honestly. They're one of the more catchy songs, honestly. If you can't understand what you're singing, that's kind of the point of it. At least bigger use of interaction between all the characters, probably the less creepy Sierra content we've gotten so far. Again, I think Sierra's a much better character when she's not creepy over Cody. That's just me, though. And only leads to the victory, losing again. Of course, losing again, and then Bridget getting the boot. And all that stuff. So yeah, overall, I'm probably below the last episode. I say it's probably overall another great episode. I probably put it below the last one, but still a good one. And we continue on with the bangers with Broadway Baby, which is definitely another hilarious episode. Probably another hilarious episode of the entire show, honestly. Probably Sierra having some of the best moments. Again, I think Sierra's a much funnier character when she's not creepily or upset about Cody and all that stuff. Honestly, when she goes back to it, I'm just like, I didn't fully realize how creepy she was until I looked back on the season, oh yeah, what were they thinking? But it's a pretty nice episode where Sierra has more interactions with, Hedda some manipulating her, Sierra fights Stuart, obviously. And then Alejandro convinces Sierra to basically reference a lot of old things involving Chris McLean, who obviously there's a huge upset where he references a lot of stuff for what he's going through, and even referencing a cocaine show and all that stuff he had, and him being a boy band. You know, see where everyone like laughs, like, "Oh my God, you're in this band!" Like, ah ha 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 ha. Me and Jeff like, ah ha 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 ha. But then now you get some pretty hilarious interactions between the cast members and pretty charming episode. Some fun one-liners, and well, it's like not one chapter episode. You also get a pretty solid song, "One Else to Love." So overall, I'll say I put it about last year. I'll say I put it like below the premiere episode, but so like the humor itself definitely elevates this episode. And now we get to the aftermaths, and and, and again, I'm actually not never huge aftermaths. Like usually there's like one grand aftermath, so the other ones I'm not one neutral on. And I can say this, I'm kind of more neutral on. This is probably the weakest one so far. Not the worst aftermath, not as annoying as the previous ones. Obviously, there are more things, obviously, the different Bridget confrontation, and of course the conflict between both of them, because we need Alejandro kiss, Bridget try to kiss Alejandro and everything, and well, there's her attention, honestly, and whole bit's following Eva, like being upset, and then end up hating these two guys, and they're growing, like, forget it. It's hilarious, but overall, it's a okay episode, and the song's "Baby," and I'm sorry, they don't do much for me, honestly. But thankfully we continue on with the fun episodes with Slap Revolution. I mean, you get some like creepy Sierra content like I mentioned, but and some pretty weird content. Like this is see when Owen ends up like burping out a hot dog. Like I'm not sure how that. Yeah, if you've seen the episode, you know what I mean by that. But it's not a pretty hilarious episode still. We get some fun moments. This song, Ian Klein is definitely pretty hilarious, especially that Lindsay ends up remembering Tyler. He's like, "She remembers me." Yes. Yeah. And it's also something that happened in episode 5 where basically they wanted to meet Grind as a prize, but had to end the tossing out, but it turns out they can't need it for this challenge. And there's a lot of conflict comes with that, honestly. Of course, Alejandro being Alejandro, like Alejandro obviously tells us stand up from this season. And it just kind of starts, and last few episodes kind of starting up more like tension rivalry between him and Heather, which is easily one of the best aspects of the season. Not probably the best aspect of the season. It's the tension and the back and forth between both those characters. But yeah, pretty hilarious stuff, and goes into Lashana and the be a Heather, though it causes them the challenge, team victory. Monica loses again, and Lashana ends up getting the boot. So overall, pretty good episode. And now we get to the Amazon race, which is a very weird episode. Like this, I think it really starts the whole like really truly starts the whole like Sierra being creepy content that's, and just actually the answer on this episode is just kind of off. And you can tell like Cody's like, really? But again, the episode would you get some fun character moments, you get some fun aspects, especially Gwen actually predicting that, hey, Team Amazon, it's scared of lucky. And he was like, oh my god, every time he gets like they always lose. But he gets some fun Chris content, some fun like DJ Lindsay content. Yeah, pretty not so good song in the Gypsy rap, which I think also is one of the worst songs in the season, honestly. Honestly, again, but it's also fun moments, fun aspects. Again, leading to had a positive William vote out by 3-1 votes, where Cody actually voted for Sierra, which ended up coming a main thing in the next episode, where she ends up getting upset about that. But it ends up being a war challenge. So yeah, decent episode, honestly. Probably not as good as the previous ones talked about, but no, not the worst either. And then we get to a very odd episode in Can't Help Falling in Love, which I'm not sure how to feel about it, being honest. Like, it's mostly because it focuses a lot on whole Sierra being upset at Cody, and that's never fun, honestly. And I'm not really huge on the Parents That's Springtime song, but being honest, I don't think I've ever been a fan of that song. And of course, it's pretty much just the culmination of the whole, like, the culmination of the DJ Animal storyline, which I was fine with. It's like, gets a bit ridiculous here, where he sees the mummy thing and thinks he should turn to Eve just so his curse can be lifted. But he still gets the fun moments. Everyone's born in Paris and then figuring out certain elements. He gets some fun character moments throughout. And at least the T Factory losing again, but with being DJ Lindsay, they end up doing a challenge. And I think the only thing I really don't like about the challenge is that obviously Lindsay's a fashionable person and it's a fashion challenge and she ends up losing. Yeah, I've never really been a fan. Honestly, and DJ surprisingly ends up staying, even though he wasn't really trying at all. So again, another decent episode. Probably going about the last one though. But thankfully, new kids on the rock, which actually is probably as of right now my favorite episode of the season. Actually, like sometimes I forget how good this episode actually is. Actually, it's a pretty consistently hilarious episode. Treats on a lot of the storylines of the season, especially the whole where it kind of starts gets more into the whole like Gwen and leaving for Duncan, where they can see Duncan, but and they get to play a scene where everyone admits during they're like, wait, what? And then look, give him the camera, like give him the camera, like give him the camera. How do you open this thing? Like that scene cracked me up every time. Like seeing Heather like swearing at Alejandro, calling me she's messed up, and then Gwen like having some of the tongue, like give me the camera, give me the camera. How do you open this thing? Which again, it's pretty hilarious stuff, honestly. And it all involved like DJ, the only person in the team, and everyone kind of being a little upset about that. And then the cheat sheet they make, which is probably by far my favorite song, so far, because it's again pretty for a cheat sheet, it's pretty catchy, which I think a cheat sheet should have doing it and all that stuff. And the DJ tries to basically like quit and tries to lose so he can get eliminated, and then be out of control and everything. Especially when Heather trying to form an alliance with DJ, and then also Alejandro as well, and get some really fun moments on it, especially where he had to kiss the fish like, do you mean it? And he also learned actually some interesting background involving Chris and Clay, and actually where he's from and everything, which I think was actually nice. I touched him as a character. Being a different like stuff, especially with DJ with a mark on the fish saying that the DJ, because we left it, he kissed the fish, which actually ends up working, and he gets a pretty like gets how like let no one knows. Like no wonder my kids are allowed to watch. No wonder my brothers are allowed to watch this show. Like, yeah, and while it ends up being a war challenge, it's a very consistently hilarious episode that those more on the storylines and themes of the show. So yeah, definitely top of the list so far. And then we get to another weird episode with Jamaica Me Sweat, which is basically a culmination of the whole like DJ Animal storyline, and culmination of the whole like Team Victory Decimation storyline, which is definitely interesting for sure, honestly. Like a moment basically Owen out of nowhere wants to break up with Izzy, and then Owen and Izzy end up getting like crashed on the plane when the plane runs out of gas. And like many challenges because they will go visit somewhere else, but obviously again the plane ran out of gas and everything. And all of it leads to basically Izzy get eliminated when the crash ends up making her like super smart, which is weird. And again, Oh My Izzy, which actually is a surprisingly touching song. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. Well, because like Why Did I Let You Go and all that stuff, which it's definitely I touch one of my favorites, honestly. I say I put it, but she can't makes it stuff to a poll. Now the rest of the episode's just fine, honestly. Like I don't think it's as hilarious for this ones. And DJ ends up finding out about what happened to Alejandro said, and then leads to him getting eliminated and all that stuff. So I think a decent solid episode, honestly. Not really much to talk about, if I'm being honest. And I can probably say a similar thing with Aftermath 2, which this is honestly my opinion, one more forgettable episodes of the show, honestly, at least of the season. I don't really have much of this episode. I don't think there's any true standout moments. Again, it's them best trying to raise money to save the show, honestly, which is definitely a good thing, but it didn't really sucks out. The song Sisters is probably my least favorite songs of this season, and they end up saving money with 1,000,001. So, again, sorry, I just don't really have much to say about Aftermath 2, honestly. Not the one Aftermath episode, but definitely a very forgettable, probably the most forgettable one. And we get to I See London, which is a very interesting episode, because obviously it starts the whole, like, what happens. But before that, it's pretty solid. Gives them a know it's funny, hilarious moments here, and then realize that Alejandro's like a big threat and all that stuff. They go to London, get some fun London moments. The Change of Garments actually is a pretty hilarious song, actually, which I think it's one that shouldn't be as good as hilarious as it is, but it ends up being hilarious. Get some fun moments with Tyler, fun moments with other characters. See Gwen and Cody actually bonding here, which is very refreshing. Watching they're trying to track the Ripper and everything, and then based on also short, they end up finding Ezekiel, which again, the hint Ezekiel might be just starting to deteriorate a little bit, which yeah, we'll talk about that in later episodes. And then Gwen and Cody end up finding Duncan again, who ends up returning to the game, ends up going to Teen Chris is really hot. And it basically leads to Noah getting the boot, which is kind of unfortunate, honestly. And then, of course, you get the infamous moment. The moment that pretty much deteriorates both Courtney, Gwen, and Duncan forever as well. They were kind of a little bit on downsides, honestly, though. They weren't, there was starting to be more downsides than action, honestly. This just, yeah, and as of course, you remember Duncan and Gwen out of nowhere kiss. And talents of like, now, at the time this moment aired, it was probably one of the most shocking moments in Total. Probably the most shocking moment ever. Looking back on it, though, again, well, they do here with Gwen, you know, having a duck kind of Duncan, it still kind of comes out a little bit, honestly. And you can tell, oh, this is so fan service and all that stuff. Like, you can kind of feel that, honestly. And I don't hate, honestly, I really don't hate I don't hate the concept of Gwen Duncan being together. Like, I really don't, honestly. I really honestly don't. I think I more hate this because of what happens to these characters afterwards and what these characters end up coming in like later seasons than the actual moment itself. So while this leads us a compelling drama, it's kind of more manufactured drama. It's just, again, out of nowhere drama. Yeah, so it's a moment I'm very conflicted on, honestly. But so for that moment, I actually love it's another solid episode. And we get the culmination of that with Grease's Pieces, which it's actually my favorite episode. Which, despite it being the culmination of the drama, it's actually my favorite episode of the season. Actually, it's as right now my favorite episode of the season, honestly, because while the drama is definitely very messy here, it's a fun kind of messy, honestly. And it's as become a moment we watch it, mostly because of how hilarious it is, especially with the beginning where basically Chris thinking from Italy's what the Olympic story, but really actually was in Greece. He ends up throwing an intern out, and you get a lot of the little conflict and a lot of Tyler being like so unsure but not saying anything, and it also gets a hilarious moment where Chris mentions Olympus competing naked. Owen ends up like trying to take off his pants, like no, that's going back now in order. That moment just gets me every time, honestly. And you get a lot of moments on drama, some hilarious moments. Again, Sierra having a more fun moments on it, she's still kind of an ass. She kind of lynchable to actually how she chose Courtney this episode. You get some interactions. You get Duncan, and the Greek makes that song's actually not that bad either. And of course, you get a culmination where Alejandro says to Alex, tries to have Tyler tell everything, and he does, and then Courtney gets pretty upset. And all that stuff. It gives us a fun moment where Cody ends up punching Duncan, which kind of comes out of nowhere, but it's kind of hilarious. And then it ends with basically Duncan possibly voted out, but Chris ends up getting on rid of intern as well. So yeah, that's right now. This is actually my favorite episode of the season. I'm not sure if any episode's gonna top this, honestly. So we'll see what happens. But again, it's a very messy episode, but a fun kind of messy. So that alone puts it at the top of the list. Really, I probably shouldn't, but it's still pretty hilarious and pretty fun. And the drama is still compelling by how messy and odd it is. So and how manufactured it is. So hey, look at my book. And despite the drama still being there, the X-Files is still another solid episode. And the drama is still very messy, as you see Courtney trying to throw the challenge and trying to get rid of Gwen, and she hates her that much. Which, in a way, kind of goes against her a little bit as a character, and I think this kind of really starts her major downfall, and somehow it gets worse in All Stars, but we'll get there when we get there. But it's something sort of pretty hilarious moments, especially Hedda being excited and tension's not involved on her for once. Again, Alejandro still being the sneaky, manipulative person that he is. And it talks about his kind of little deal with Courtney. And the whole alien aspect, Area 52, plays some pretty hilarious moments like the moment where basically Owen ends up hitting Owen and then having him like put underwear on his head and like, I'll take me out to the bar. Like that moment it's one of the most hilarious moments in all total drama. Like you know what I'm talking about, and it gets here being creepy again, but it does lead to some fun. We do get some fun moments, some hilarious bands between the players, and it ends with Tony and Courtney trying to, lose a challenge. They end up winning, and then I don't know where Thailand's getting the boot, which is a very weird way to end. Honestly, and it's fortunate. Thailand does. I have to tell, thankfully, does come like we know Thailand does come more stand out this season. So it's pretty fortunate the way it goes out, honestly. But overall, again, another solid episode. Oh, and also Boyfriend Kisser, another solid song. But now we get to Picnic at Hanging Dork. Again, I think that's an episode that was pretty good up until the ending, honestly. Honestly, we get probably one of the more disappointing and unfortunate eliminations that all told drama. That just kind of ends up being the culmination of the whole storyline this season. And it kind of ends in a very anticlimactic way, really, thinking about it. But it was good up before, and honestly, again, more for interaction between the players. Again, Owen being Owen, Alejandro being Alejandro, Heather being Heather, Cody being Cody, and all that stuff. And Cody being back and forth, the one that she wants to see Gwen, or just one of her out Sierra and all that stuff. Yeah, so there definitely is a lot back and forth that goes on in this episode. It's not a good strategy here, and the positive I've seen, like Gwen and Hannah trying to want to get over Courtney is definitely an exciting aspect. The talent itself is also pretty fun, makes some hilarious moments. The shooting chain song is actually very catchy. And of course, what this episode down, like, could have actually been, like, I'd say around the Japan episode, I think something around that. But again, the ending basically ends up being tied with Cody accidentally votes for Sierra. Last time she actually voted for Sierra. There's still time between Courtney and Gwen, and then Gwen ends up getting defeated by a challenge where she has been lifted some stuff, which ends up not doing her favors, and she understands Marissa gets fun out, which understands wants to put an end to this conflict. So it's still a solid episode, but that aspect really does bring it down. So I'll probably put it below the last episode. But thankfully, the next episode, Sweet and Sour, is another great one actually. And if I had to watch on ones that become the most fun episodes, most gonna be some. We're from Hunter and Owen and Duncan, where obviously the Alejandro might be like untrustworthy, especially with his flirting with Courtney and his back and forth with Heather throughout the season. And we see Owen trying to not trust him as well, and even trying not to fart in front of him, which ends up kind of like a huge farts, and so like they're destroying what they go to, which is hilarious. But then you also get some great moments with Courtney and Heather, and you also get We Built Gwen's Faith, which is probably the best song that they've done, honestly. Like, I'm not like sure, probably find at the end of the video, but it's definitely up there for sure. Like, a lot of people consider this to be the best song, and for good reason. But you get some just pretty hilarious moments in general throughout the episode. You probably want to see more fun portions of the episode, and it ends up what could have been a Courtney boot episode, but ends up being a wood challenge. So yeah, definitely going high up on the season. Hilarious, fun, charming, way more total drama. And now we get to the third Aftermath episode, Aftermath 3 versus Aftermath 3, Aftermath Mayhem. Now, like I mentioned, that the other host ends up being known as Blaney, and yeah, like a lot of people, I'm not a fan of Blaney in the slightest, honestly. Like, I've never been a fan of hers. But I really like this episode. It's kind of like a fun, like, poking at Blaney as a character and who she is. Which I think, honestly, that alone makes this the best Aftermath episode that we have gotten by a landslide. And you see like how Jeff basically just burns onto Blaney here. And his song, like, Blaney's probably might be today the best song of the show, honestly, just for that reason in general. How he pretty much just burns into Blaney in this episode. Which her name is Mildred. And then we have a challenge basically so someone gets a chance to return to the game. Which ends up Blaney tries to speed us up honestly just so she will get paid and everything, but Jeff wants to so she doesn't. Ends up doing some banking footage, and the back and forth between those characters is just so hilarious. What's even hilarious is that ends up Blaney herself getting into the game. Yeah, definitely high up on the. Yeah, I'm not sure where it's gonna be, but it's definitely gonna be high up for sure. And now we get to an interesting episode in Niagara Brawls, which definitely has some of the worst moments in this entire season, honestly. Whole list of all teams merging, and then Alejandro being Alejandro, Owen being Owen, and all that stuff, and then one having a partner with Doug and Courtney, Owen and Blaney, who ends up turning also for something Redrick's not that good, honestly. No. Blaney, Alejandro, Cody and Sierra, of course. And then you see her having some of her most creepy moments, but trying to marry Cody. And then for the episode, basically get Alejandro trying to convince everyone to vote for Owen, and Mom said this and that. And then basically Courtney being so into Heather, she wants to vote her out so badly. And all stuff, and at least do a 4-2-2 vote with Owen getting the boots. It's fine, honestly. Like, I don't have much to say about this episode, honestly. I don't know about the creepy moments, especially with Jordan and Sierra, so yeah, it's definitely going to the bottom. And we get another okay episode with a Chinese lesson or a Chinese figure episode. I'm really growing up. I was even a fan of this episode, honestly. And again, it's not one I don't really have a lot to say about, honestly. I've not say much about it, honestly. This episode we can see it's still creepy and all that stuff. The Chinese lesson is probably the worst song they've done, honestly, because it's just 5 separate mentions and it's just, they're not catchy, not interesting at all. And Chris is not a good singer. I know that's the point, but still. At least it's a reasonable challenge. Again, Blaney being Blaney and kids being not fun to watch. It's just not really a latest episode or interesting one, and it leads to both Blaney and Courtney get about it. With the also the episode with Papa Blaney basically just rats out that he goes on a plane. That's it. Cody has both is here every time, and then basically Alejandro has to get ready and hit that she actually was originally going to be the host of the show. Like that alone does put it probably above the, you know. Yeah, no, this is probably the worst episode of the season so far. But thankfully, the next episode, African Lion Safari, I think we're back to the we're back to another good episode of the show, African Lion Safari. Which again, Joe just has some really fun character moments. Again, probably have some of the best Alejandro moments. Again, see him being less creepy than usual. Again, Duncan being Duncan and Cody being Cody, and the only real legs obviously is where it starts the whole Ezekiel being feral thing, which I don't think anyone is a fan of the whole what they do Ezekiel thing. Like seriously, is anyone even like that? Honestly, I don't think even growing up, I never liked that, and I still don't. But then it gets a fun challenge moments, some fun interaction between the characters, and ends with Duncan getting voted. We had 2-1-1-1 vote, which is I don't say anything about it. So yeah, don't have much about this episode, but it's definitely not a good one. And also saw him wake up, fantastic. And we continue on with good episodes with a wrap up food. I hope anything again. And probably the last award challenge episode of the season. And it's probably one of the better ones, honestly. I just kind of starts the whole thing between Alejandro and Cody. It's like, as last episode, Alejandro took Cody with him to first class. And it kind of starts him with him to be with him, and also Cody actually being free to see her for once, and all that stuff. And to find the interactions between everything and how they're trying to talk to Alejandro, trying to convince Sierra to and also Sierra being Sierra and all stuff, but no, less creepy than usual, I will admit that. And the challenge has been pretty fun, honestly, and some really fun moments to see, and it's beautiful. Condor is definitely a great song, some great back and forth between all the characters, and it ends with a possible Sierra boob, but she ends up staying. So yeah, definitely probably gonna bet the last. Now we get to On Drumheller, which I'm gonna say this is probably the best episode of the season. And one of my personal favorite tone, because it's probably a combination of all the storylines going on throughout the season. Honestly, where you get some of Sierra's more wholesome moments here. Actually, remembering Cody's birthday, which was definitely actually hinted at a little bit in that first episode. But turns out he actually does remember her birthday, and then Cody was touched by it. I think it's the thing where Alejandro kind of mentions that Cody had it, were kind of flirting with each other, having a think, which kind of leads to some frustration and all that stuff. But at least it's a pretty hilarious moments, and actually realizing, holy shit, Alejandro staged this. And at least they're actually trying to vote Alejandro, but Sierra actually winning immunity. And you get part of this out handed without question the best song. Honestly, at least a fucking badass song. That sometimes I would have rams stick in my head at a lot of points. Season again, culmination of the whole Ed Alejandro storyline. And at least do a possible Alejandro boo. Then Sierra won celebrates birthday, and the fireworks ends up destroying the plane, and then she ends up getting the boot. Which was definitely a unique thing, honestly, and Alejandro finds out the head of vote against him. So yeah, hilarious, charming, fun, surprising, shocking. Without question, best episode of the season. Well, never mind. Aftermath 4 Hawaiian Style is probably the most forgettable Aftermath episode, actually. I'm sorry, I really don't have much to say about Aftermath, honestly. It's just, I mean, you guys are trying to go for here. There are some fun moments here and there, but this is an episode I don't really have anything to say about, honestly. It's just not bad, but painfully regrettable. Here, now we get to the final 2 episodes. I hope y'all been enjoying me talking about the whole drama. And now we get to Plane, Trains, and Automobiles, which is another fantastic episode. Honestly, I'll probably put it about the last one, honestly. You know, obviously, it just like leads to the finale, but it's still a fantastic episode with many great moments, many combinations of storylines, where Cody and Sierra actually kind of form a friendship by Cody being weirded out by Sierra. And Sierra really enjoying her most wholesome moments in this episode. And of course, we get the fun battle between Heather and Alejandro. The last moment where Sierra ends up like getting rid of her crush on Chris, but after she's a total jerk face. Like, now she realizes that. I mean, fully realistic. There were hints of that for the season, but yeah. But yeah, it's a fun back and forth between Alejandro. It makes it so much fun, and the race of what's going to happen next, and then it ends with Heather actually making it first, and the tie between Heather, Cody, and Alejandro. And also, I'm going to make it another top tier song. And now we get to Hawaiian Punch. An episode for a while I am rated down was my favorite Total Drama episode. I think I remember when I originally did a top 10 episode of Total Drama back in 2019, if I remember correctly. I think it was 2019 or 2020, if I remember correctly. I think it's episode number 1, actually. I didn't look it back on the episode, however. Like, it's still a great and a culmination to everything that went on. There were just a few flaws that do kind of prevent it from being great, being like top tier like there's another was. No, I still think it's a great episode and a great culmination to the whole Heather Alejandro rivalry. It ends with a battle between Heather and Alejandro and Cody. And it ends with Cody and getting eliminated and being a battle between Alejandro and then Alejandro being so evil at the end of rooting for Heather, which is insane if you really think about it. You know, that was kind of leading up to, but it ends to be a great battle. The song verse is probably a little bit a great battle song. It wasn't for the auto-tune, honestly. I even Roy Magnum got the auto-tune, honestly. That's kind of distracting, honestly. But yeah, you get some fun back and forth between Alejandro. Everyone trying to trick Alejandro, especially Alejandro being annoying to be called Al. Because, we're calling him Al all the time, and Alejandro hates that because it's what brother Jose would call him, which I ended up calling back in the episode All Stars, so we'll get there when we get there. And then we get a battle where Heather was about to give up, and then Alejandro meets the left Heather, then kicks in the balls. And ends with Heather winning, which obviously I prefer the Heather win, honestly. I don't really prefer the Alejandro win. Ends with Ezekiel getting the $1 million and still falling into the lava with the money, and it just ends. We hit upon the media, which is like kind of lackluster if you really think about it. And we get a weird Star Wars parody here. When I'll probably be sent to the robot, so again, great finale, just not as great as I remember being. Like I said before, Total Drama Tour is a pretty interesting season. Like I said, I do find more positive this season than actually doing action, honestly, to where I think it's much better season action. It's a season that has definition of having high highs, but also painful low lows. Like, yeah. It's definitely up there in season, but I think there's like more positive season than action did, so I guess I enjoy World Tour as a whole, honestly. You know, I do think there's different low points with some storylines and how at least some of the characters, especially how they make Adrian Lane on the show, makes the elements a lot worse. But overall, I still like World Tour. And now I'm going into me and now talking about the new cast in Total Drama, Revenge of the Islands. And that season is also very weird, to be honest. Like, and I also remember watching season 1 when it came out. And it's I remember being like near the bottom of my ranking. Like, it's tough. Like, I think like 7 season Total Drama is still good, while at the bottom, of course, the ones we'll get into. I haven't had season episode, honestly, because I feel probably similar to the season how I feel about Total Drama Action. And I'll say it doesn't have, like I'll say, it doesn't have the painful lows that Action does, honestly. But I don't think it has like the true highs that that season, or even that Total Drama season had, honestly. And the cast is still pretty solid. There are still some good episodes and good moments, but even though they want to show what they're trying to do with these characters or this cast or whatever, but I still do have a soft spot for this season as well. I actually think it's actually a bit underrated, actually, despite what I said, honestly. So we'll just get straight to my thoughts on Revenge Island. So let's get to the first episode of Revenge Island, Bigger Battle Brutal. This also has me back to Camp Wild Aqua, which is now radioactive. Sorry, I had to. Yeah, which is definitely a weird thing on this season, though it can make some pretty hilarious moments, so it's really Chris. And also, I think this is kind of started with Chris as a character started to deteriorate a little bit, mostly because he just focused more on well, Chris is known for being like so painful to the characters. You can tell he's still human, but here he's just playing this cartoon villain at this point. And like satirizing or flaring him so much, which is insane, but it gets worse in the next few seasons, surprisingly. But yeah, we get the new cast this season where we got Stacy, basically a person that talks a lot and ends up like lying about saying her ancestors this and that. Dakota, the wannabe celebrity rich girl, who has like a big following apparently. Beverly, the kind of quiet, chill guy. Don, like, you know, the oral type of person. Like how you tell people's auras, honestly. Sam, the kind of gamer, bro type of person. Brick and Joe, basically, kind of very similar characters that are just about like army exercise type of people. Honestly, Anne Maria, basically a Jersey Shore one, a snooky Jersey Shore wannabe. Mike basically has like multiple personalities, and at least interesting stuff which we'll get into between All Stars. Zoe, basically the very simple, nice person. Lightning, the jock. Scott, the farmer boy, that's kind of the main villain of the season. And Cameron, the bubble boy. Someone who basically actually has been in a bubble whole life and tries to get on board. That's basically what he does. And like the previous seasons, I don't think Total Drama really has ever had a bad premiere episode, and this is no exception. I think it's a good job introducing the characters and what goes on. They also introduced the immunity idol, which basically is kind of like the immunity from Survivor, where if you use it, you actually can save yourself from being voted out, and the person with the next highest number of votes, and the person with the next highest number of votes gets voted out. But it does a good job introducing the characters and what you can expect from them. Obviously, some work better than others, obviously, but I mean, truth, I don't have much at all to say about me, honestly, or maybe some of these early episodes, but this one's still pretty good one. We get some pretty fun moments, sometimes before they can start like the Mike's personality storyline and his relationship with Zoe throughout the season, which is kind of a big storyline throughout the season. And the episode ends with basically Stacy being the obvious first Boots. And this time using a catapult. And sorry, this time using a catapult to float the people out. Which can have some pretty hilarious moments for sure. But overall, solid premiere. And now we get to the second episode, Truth or the Shard, which I think is actually a better episode. Because again, more to the storyline and it starts the whole like it's kind of like starting to throw challenges and do I have to give false insecurity and whatever, which is a very weird thing to say on. So like obviously as a villain, I don't think this guy works at all as a villain, but as a character he's hilarious. Especially how nonsensical his plans can be sometimes, so but overall I like this guy honestly. Honestly, and gets a pretty hilarious moment. It also kind of starts his kind of rivalry with the shark, Beverly. What a shark tooth? We have to take a shark tooth from this shark named Fang. And then he basically like chases them around for a majority of the season, and also a little bit next season. Which honestly, I think they kind of do a little bit later on, but overall, it's a fun moment. That makes it some pretty hilarious moments. And finally, the challenge ended up ending with no one winning because no one wanted their secrets to be revealed. And you know, it gets pretty his moments. Also, kind of starts the whole Sam Dakota romance that ends up getting a big thing later on. Like Sam trying to be flirty and everything is pretty hilarious. Then saying he was attracted by his beautiful nostrils. Then overall, it ends with Dakota obviously getting the boot because obviously. But overall, I'd say this episode not amazing episode by any means, but it's definitely better than the last one. And then we get to Ice Baby. That's the name of the episode, Ice Baby. Another solid episode, honestly. Again, another one I don't have too much to say about, if I'm being honest. I mean, find multiple personalities, but he's actually acting and a kind of actor, which kind of comes up conflict around the majority of the season. Again, it's another story I'm really fine with, honestly. Though it can lead to some annoying moments here and there when it's like, come on, just tell Zoe, come on. I actually do like Mike and Zoe together, honestly. Like, it's not like the most exciting romance out there, but I actually do like them together, actually. Yeah, I actually do like Zoe, actually, and like I'm someone that doesn't really ever hate Zoe, and I was always like, I know Zoe actually gets a lot of hate on actually, but I actually always liked Zoe, honestly. At least in this season, next season, yeah, I can't say hate, but we'll get there when we get there. We will get there when we get there. But the challenge is being fun, obviously. The challenge was developed Beverly, was a fun character dragon. I think it's actually B, but it turns out in the last challenge, his name was actually Beverly. Dakota ends up coming back as an intern and also continues the romance between her and Sam. But I think it actually was a sweet romance, actually, if you really think about it. I probably know one of the only good things along the cover as a character this season, if I'm being honest. Aside from, we'll go later on, but we'll get there. And you show my personalities, but obviously see me as an old man in Chester. And complaining about all that stuff, which has to be led, and of course, also him being Stellana, and a gymnast and all that stuff. But yeah, overall, another good episode. I'll say I put between the last two episodes. And now we get to Finders Creepers. Another actually solid episode. Like, yeah, I think Red Giant doesn't really have like true down. Like, Red Giant's one of those seasons I don't think has like a true like worst episodes of total drama. But I do want to because the episodes like all time great episodes, honestly. Like, yeah, at least I don't think about. And at least we'll see when we get to my actual ranking, my actual top 10 best episodes. But yeah. Sorry, but anyways, Finders Creepers is not a solid episode, honestly. Again, we also get more personalities will after begin Manitoba. I think we actually get detail in this episode, which obviously is not a Jersey Shore parody type of character. We ends up kind of falling in love with Anne Maria, which, yeah, ends up kind of complicating the whole like Mike and Zoe romance. But overall, in that episode, I don't have much to say about it, and the Jersey actually wins for once. Brooke ends up being switched to the other team, actually. And so yeah, Brooke has more fun moments here as well. Again, Izzy being inspired was hilarious. So again, I don't have much to say about this episode, but something I don't really have just much to say, honestly. And now we get to one of my favorites in the season, Backstabbers Ahoy, which is a combination of like Scott during challenges and ends up getting caught by Dawn. And there's a storyline going on with a lot of people's stuff ended up disappearing, which obviously ends up being Scott, honestly. Like, they don't even try to hide out. Like, I don't think they even try to hide out, honestly. You get Reggie hit demonstration and see Mike trying to explain himself, but it ends up causing more problems. You get to fun challenge moments, some fun back working on the characters, especially with Joe and Lightning and Scott, Sam, Mike, Joe. Like, you get some fun between a lot of these characters, honestly. And he does keep finally losing. Dom realizing that Scott and Sam had everything, and he ends up pretty much framing Dom for everything. Which leads to a boot. Again, honestly, Dom's a fan favorite character, and to be honest, for good reason. Honestly, I can see. I don't know if I would call it a fan favorite, but I can definitely see why people fell in love with Dom. Like, I think that she should have made it far in the season, and to be honest, I will say I do agree on that. But yeah, by far, best episode of the season. And we get to another like we watch also tonight is Runaway Model. Run away, model. Which makes an episode obviously trying to model some animals from the island, which ends up being pretty hilarious how they're trying to get to it, especially when trying to get this Yeti clothes and everything, and then same as the Carnival advice, which being pretty sweet. Lindsay ends up having more standout moments here as she ends up getting demonstration. Then the Yeti ends up capturing Lindsay, and they end up catching her. Skin this guy trying to form onto that team. Yeah, being like disillusioned from not playing games, and ends up trying to win the challenge. I think it was actually close, but ends up failing. Mike being Mike, and ends up and that hilarious moment we end up having Chester basically do the makeup, everything ends up being pretty hilarious. And leads to Sam get voted out, and then Scott and Joe switch teams. Also kind of starts to get hilarious gag where lining for some reason thinks Joe's actually a guy. Which again, hilarious, and also by the way, I love Lightning, honestly. Hilarious character. And I kind of dig, honestly, but kind of a fun kind of character, as you can tell, like, he's very delusional, but that kind of makes him pretty hilarious, so, yeah. I don't know why I think this is better than the last one, honestly, so I say right now, I say I put this episode better than the last. And then we get to Mine is a Terrible Thing to Waste, a very weird episode, but it gets some pretty fun moments, obviously, it gets some fun character interaction, and it kind of starts the whole, like, Cameron and Mike friendship. And the whole lines between all three of these characters and all that stuff, but it's just some very hilarious moments. And it was some trying to go for a mine and everything, and then and the solution that Lightning thinks Joe's a guy is very hilarious. We also get Ezekiel come back, which, why? I feel like, I think generally you feel so bad for Ezekiel. You can't imagine what his parents might actually think of him and what Told Ryan actually been and putting him through and turning him into, like you really feel so bad for him, honestly. Like, generally feel so bad. Honestly, like, it's not funny, honestly, but yeah. These two episode ends basically basically sacrifice teams. His one happier team, he ends up getting voted out with everyone saluting him. And the enemy getting a diamond that was real, but turns out it wasn't. Inside like the game, but changes her mind, then ends up getting leave anyway, and then the code ends up coming back. Despite the fact that she ends up getting ends up losing all her hair because of for being in that mind. Like, outside now, like Emery's a character, honestly, and Snooki, just a short parody. Yeah, that's pretty much her character, honestly. Again, overall, not a solid episode. I'll say I put it around the middle of the list. And now we get to the Treasure Island Dungeon Plan, which of course continues on with Mike trying to with Karen trying to help Mike with President Zoe and the personalities, all that stuff, which is a very hilarious moment. We get Dakota basically trying to befriend Zoe, which again doesn't really know how to honestly, but the whole reaction to having that turning into like a radioactive monster. Which is not anything I would be a fan of honestly, but ends up being pretty hilarious because she does have some great moments, especially her being a crocodile and everything. And then having Gwen and Sam trapped on and Dakota saving to get Sam out there. With an indicative romance, which is like, which is not kind of weird romance because of the whole thing, but yeah. But you get some nice drama conflict from the whole like, Zoe and the Mike and all that stuff, and Scott finding an idol, and the rest actually went for a change, and then we're going for Scott honestly, but he ends up using the idol to save himself, and then Dakota ends up getting the boot for real this time. But yeah, again, sorry if I don't have much to say about a lot of these episodes of Edge Allen. I still do like this season. Just something I don't really have like any in-depth thoughts to say. Sorry, but yeah, another solid one I'd probably put above the last one. Then we get to Grand Chef Otto, the merge episode. And probably my favorite episode of the season, honestly. I think it's always been my favorite and still is, honestly. Again, Chris basically, using Chef's vehicles to basically for the challenge. And more the culmination of the whole, and it is the culmination of the whole like Mike and Zoe romance and the storyline for the season about Mike trying to hide his personalities, with Scott finding out and taking advantage of it, but which actually makes him kind of a this episode. And drama surprises is made very compelling. You get some pretty fun moments throughout, and those personalities fighting in his head, which is actually a lot more hilarious than you actually would expect, honestly. You also get Duncan being Duncan in this episode for the short time he's on here, especially blowing up the Chris McClain Mount Rushmore thing that he did. Like, that's hilarious and charming. But yeah, Scott ends up winning immunity, and then he ends up vote out Mike, honestly, which brutal. Which kind of, and then Zoe ends up finding out about the whole multiple personalities and ends up loving anyway, which kind of makes the storyline kind of pointless in some areas, but like I said, the storyline finally though it can get pretty annoying because of those aspects. But again, still, Grand Chef Otto is still the best episode of the season so far, at least in terms of humor, fun, and enjoyment. It also gets a fun lightning month episode where his rivalry with Joe ends up being like great back and forth, and it ends up using Fang to like, ends up having Fang help him by promising the Scott. Yeah. So yeah, best episode of the season. And thankfully, Up and Away, my favorite one is another good episode. Again, killing the culmination on what goes on, and Zoe be upset at Scott about everything, and a challenge where that makes these vehicles to go through obstacle course. And then having Hedda basically be a demonstration, and then basically she ends up like taking the $1 million because of what happened with World Tour, which honestly kind of just feel bad for Hedda. Like, I would say you kind of do feel bad for Hedda this episode because of what happened in World Tour. Like, you really do kind of feel bad for her, honestly, and then that video was trying to stop the blimp and all that stuff, and the episode of Chris basically has like, my jammies! New Jones, stop that Zeppelin! My baby! Like, that's hilarious. And everyone gets some fun moments, really harmless, especially between Karen and Zoe. Get challenge in general, get another 2-1-1-1 votes where Joe gets voted by going in Cameron. When Joe praises Cameron every day, and then Lightning, and Joe's like, Lightning, you're it. You know the girl. Yo, what? Like, hilarious. So yeah, I probably put this about the last episode. So now let's talk about Peak Pure Can Be Right. And that actually saw an episode, actually. As I remember watching, honestly, where basically, like, everyone's, like, back and forth with each other, and honestly, and then what originally was going to be, Chris saying would be a Super Safe Run challenge, but he ends up being, like, trapped in one of those snares that Scott put for the shark, ends up getting bashed into the outhouse, and then ends up realizing a lot of tough challenges that would get the red light. We got the cooking challenge hosted by DJ, who ends up being so scared right away, and then rule changes, but being everyone having to eat their food. And then we get basically to turn around for Chef, then Zoe being so upset she ends up turning into Commando Zoe. Like, that scene itself is just fun and amazing, and you're getting a feeling for Zoe in this episode. And you also get a culmination to hold it Fang and Scott's storyline, at least in this season. season, gets those moment where Karen and Lightning work together, and then Cameron unintentionally steals immunity from Lightning, which kind of starts their rivalry for the next couple episodes. And then where in 2-1 votes, Scott getting voted out. Again, I love Scott's character, honestly. He's generally hilarious and charming and fun to watch. Even All Stars ends up being still hilarious. It's probably one of the better parts of that season. So yeah, I probably put it above between Grand Theft Auto and above the Way My Beautiful Balloon. And now we get to the Enchanted Franken-Forest, which was not as good as the last 3 episodes we talked about. It's still a pretty fun episode. Like, it is something I don't have much to say about. Like, it's basically a lot back between Cameron and Zoe because of Zoe still being commanding mode because of what happened last episode. Lightning still want to get a bunch of Cameron, and find his egg from this like weird pet thing that Chris has, which has some weird implications. And they had to do a Lightning finally winning challenge, and Cameron thinking he's the boot, but then Zoe ends up getting the boots. I'm sorry, I don't really have much to say about this episode, honestly. It's probably one of the forgettable this season, but still a fun episode. And now we get to the finale. Brian versus Braun, the ultimate showdown. And I thought this was a really fun finale. Now, up to this point, I don't think there's been like a bad finale or a bad premiere episode. And the premiere was still good. Finales and the last 2 seasons begin to, yeah, we'll get there when we get there. But Brian versus Braun, ultimate showdown is a pretty fun, solid finale. Big culmination of going on. Basically, Cameron, both players now have something at stake. Where if Cameron loses, they have to declare his bubble, and Lightning's father, who appears like a famous like big star apparently, will end up losing his championship rings, which are very personal to him. So, like, it's really don't ever hit that stuff in the season, if I'm being honest. But at least we got some mistakes at least, and why someone should win, and then what happens. And at least to have to get their own stuff, but can't end up getting this like Iron Man kind of suit, which ends up being pretty fun, hilarious. Hilarious in the battle between them, and all the stuff that goes on, and all the creatures end up going on. Like, it's very chaotic. And also, fine guy A. Scott, and he's just a head with a robot suit. Again, we never changes the total drama at this point, honestly. I'm not sure I showed the like this finale because of all that stuff, but again, the character moments and the back and forth does make this a pretty fun episode. Again, I'm someone that prefers Karen. I think honestly Karen's the more satisfying one, to being honest. But literally, I'm not really John Lightning winning, honestly, but I think Cameron wins probably more than the third one. Especially with all the arcs of the characters. And the end, basically Chris them getting revenge on Chris, and then Chris getting arrested for the rare activeness. So yeah, solid finale. Yes, so yeah, Adventure Island is definitely a weird season. I still do enjoy Adventure Island probably more than most people. It's definitely a season. It's definitely one of those seasons still where I think there aren't really like true low points of total drama in this season. But even the best episodes, I won't say they're like true high points either. Like, I'm not sure if 8 episodes gonna be on an actual top 10 best list, which are high up on my best total drama episodes. Again, we'll see when we get to that list, honestly, when I actually like get to the actual ranking. But yeah, the reason why I always had this like near the bottom of my ranking, I do think it's seasons I still overall do enjoy. Oh boy, total drama all stars. Do I need to talk about this season again? No, I'm serious. What else can I say about Total Drama that I haven't already been said in no other time on YouTube? Yeah, it's easy to watch season of Total Drama. It's like, it's not good, it's not fun, it's painful to watch at times. Commits the worst cases of character assassination of any show I have ever seen, television I have ever seen. Like, yeah, obliterates some fan favorite characters here. And I went through one storyline. It's probably the worst storyline in the history of the show. And what I will say, all stories does have its moments. Like, even the worst season Total Drama, they do have their moments. Yeah, like, what can I say about that I've already said? But you know, screw it. I'm gonna go through it anyway. Yeah, bro. Now getting to the lows of Total Drama. And fine, despite All Stars being like a bad season, like I'm not lying, the season's terrible. There actually are some pretty good moments here and there. And like I mentioned before, I don't think there's any like true bad finales and bad premieres in Total Drama. And while this by the lane's like the weakest, I wouldn't call it bad either. Like, you can see the signs of them basically, like, truly, you can actually kind of see the signs of what ends up going on this season. Season, like, having some kind of new arrows are based upon holding Gwen Leisha, as Gwen ended up returning for recording. Basically, this cast basically a combination of the cast between the original cast and Reggie. I think that part just went, honestly, I think this is a bit too soon, for being honest. But basically, you get Gwen, Heather, Duncan, Lindsay, Courtney, and Alejandro and Sierra. And then for the major cast, you get Mike, Zoe, Scott, Cameron, Sam for some reason. But then that's kind of no one else on the season. We get just a random person out of nowhere. And Joe and Lightning. Honestly, I think that like Owen or Halo probably should be on this cast, to be honest. Like, why isn't Owen on this cast? Like, I never got that even growing up. I did kind of hint that Owen was going to be on this cast, honestly, when the season premiered, but yeah, basically get a little hint. You also get this like robot that ends up being Alejandro that nobody knew, but also there's no honestly. And again, it's not honestly. It definitely doesn't have the scene doesn't have the worst start. I will deny that. It gets some fun character moments here and there. Again, the whole bang Scott forever is still pretty fun at this point. Let's get that's great. Though I think the character got a bit too long, being honest. We get some fun Jordan Lightning moments, some fun Sam Sierra moments. Again, this part where Sierra gets less creepy. They'll get kind of one same time, but both get there. Again, Scott actually being. Scott is probably one of the better parts of this season, like I mentioned. Most because he's just pretty hilarious. He's actually kind of way different than he was last season, to be honest. Like, way different. But I mean in a good way, honestly. This is a case where I think is actually kind of positive. Honestly. And of course, continue on the Mike and Zoe romance. And of course, I got the whole like, Gwen and Courtney storyline. Basically, Gwen came back just so she can like, remain in friendship with Courtney. And he had this weird kind of new era. They're basically like, Courtney and Duncan were actually together when they kissed. When that honestly wasn't the case. But it gets a bunch of challenge moments, and the moment Ash comes back onto being pretty funny. So I told you, he'll go like, you've got to be kidding me. And it turns out his legs are end up being broken. Don't spoiler they actually okay actually. And it leads to Lindsay unceremoniously getting another fortune elimination with the Tour of Shame. So again, not the probably might be the weakest premiere so far, but still not a bad episode. And surprisingly, episode 2 of Total Drama All-Stars Evil Dead is also not a bad episode either, actually. Like, honestly, I consider it better than me, actually. Most because it does have some fun interactions between a lot of the characters, and it can be some really humorous moments, mostly Lightning and Joe and Harris back and forth. John's actually not that bad either, actually. And it does kind of start the whole like Mal situation, which I will let my thoughts on Mal, that's for sure. But it can bring hilarious moments. Being nice, I think it's just an okay episode at best. But hey, at least there's some good that came out this double season, and it ends with Lightning getting the boots. Like, honestly, I kind of wish I had stayed longer, especially with Backflip with Joe, but yeah, it was fun while it lasted. And we get to Saving My Peach Ball, which is probably about the weakest one so far. But, I won't say it's not bad, honestly. Like, it's definitely not the worst time we got All Stars yet. It's like, yeah, we're definitely, I was like, we're kind of like far away from getting to the worst, actually, because the first half, in reality, some areas are not that bad, but yeah, we'll get there when we get there. We will get there when we get there. But yeah, overall, I don't have really much to say about Saving Private Leech Ball. I mean, it's fun ball leeches. There was occasional fun back and forth. Again, Duncan is saving Gwen, and then Courtney and be villainous, which has to make them switch, with Duncan being a hero. And at least with Joe getting voted out. Again, don't really have much to say about this episode. Like, it's definitely not the worst of All Stars for sure, but it's definitely on the more forgettable side. And I honestly can't say the same thing with Food Fight, honestly. I thought there were some fun moments here, and of course this kind of starts the whole Mal being evil and everything, and him breaking Steel's phone, and I'm just gonna say that way. I can say, I'm with a lot of people saying that Mal's probably the worst total drama villain ever. Like, Wow. But again, we'll get there when we talk about those. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, it's just. I don't have much about it either. Like, the challenge is fun at times. Again, Alejandro had to have their moments, and then Sam had to get in the booth for basically sticking in food from the challenge because he didn't want to go running in, and which leads to get in the boots. So, yeah, I'm not going to talk about the last one. And we get to also not that bad episode with Moon Madness, actually. And there's also kind of stories that really starts the whole like Sierra Cameron storyline, but basically Sierra takes Cameron as Cody, calling him Cam Odie, which I didn't think it was with Sierra honestly here, but yeesh. He really ended up feeling bad for Kim at this moment, and this moment where basically the moon ends up appearing and has all those small animals be miserable, the all animals are not vicious. And then we get basically how to act nice, which I was like, that episode alone, like, that moment alone, that aspect alone where I had to be nice, Process is my favorite of the season so far. Otherwise, it's been pretty fine. I think mostly from Monster Alejandro as well. Of course, it ends with, of course, Gwen and Duncan just breaking up, which kind of ruined the last House World Tour and all the things they want to get there, which, oh boy. And ends with Ken switching to the villains team and the volunteering to give it out. And Mal still think. But again, that whole Aerostar storyline makes this easily the best episode. I still think it's okay at best. Then we get to No One Expects the Sans opposition, which is, as far as not an okay episode, actually. And yeah, we're definitely far from getting to the Warstar All-Stars yet. You know, there's still paints on other than Mal being Mal actually getting released, actually, where Mike tries to do whatever he tried to do this episode, but basically get some fun interactions with characters. Again, also kind of starts with Duncan being a hero, which, yeah, I'm not a fan of how to do it at all. Like, it's not something I hate, actually, on principle, but execution. We also get some of the best Alejandro moments. They're kind of as like a dumbass, right? When she actually finds Diego, then assumes Chris took it, when she can't find it. And so he shot that Alejandro found it, and then when he went over Alejandro, he basically uses it, and then Heather gets the boots. Again, not a good episode, I probably put above the last. But Deadly Sucker Punch has also some of the better moments of the season. I think after this episode, though, things really start to go downhill after this. So let's say where I last, honestly. And it's the episode that's more good in moments, because I mentioned before about Scott's also a hilarious character. He has some hilarious moments throughout the entire season, and this is no exception. Also, I can say I also really like his romance with Courtney, actually. Like, it's definitely a romance I wouldn't expect, but honestly, kind of makes sense in theory, actually. And they do have some great moments together. That's right how it ends, but we'll get there when we get there. We'll get there when we get there. But he has good moments. Duncan has decent moments, and especially when he realizes that he actually knows Mike from Juvie when he was Mal, which actually is another storyline that I actually like in theory, but just not so in execution. And then get people facing their fears, like, you know, we see Izzy again and him fighting Mal, but by actually hearing Mike and everything, which is really wild. Then, and probably my favorite ones obviously the head versus, like I say, we got the Alejandro versus Sport Jose moment, which is pretty just badass in general. And of course the actual relationship between Courtney and Gwen, which I think when I first saw this moment I actually was actually like, okay, I'm fine with this, but obviously seeing how this storyline ends up ending, like, yep. But overall, I'd say this is my favorite season, actually. Oh, and also Shiro gets brought out, which honestly, thank riddance, honestly. And now... Oh, man! Shiro just, like, flowed through all, like, honestly, I think, like, honestly, do I even want to talk about these episodes? Because we all know how bad All Stars gets after this point. I think my work is, I think I might just, like, flow through all these episodes and just talk about them in just one sitting, like I have been doing, but I really just don't want to talk about these episodes, because, might as well at least. So, episode 8, You Were Gonna Be Kidding Me. A pretty bad episode, honestly. Like, Mal being stupidly evil. Zoe for some reason not seeing it and all that stuff and being tricked. Like, this starts that frustrating storyline. Like, he's still trying to prove he's actually not good by blowing up Chris's cottage, actually gets arrested, and then Cameron gets all the unanimous votes by him not voting for himself. Like, it's just not a fun episode, and Frank Warner stuff really gets tiring after this. Seek and ye shall find. It does have some like fun, like, you know, Scott and Courtney moments, honestly. And they can have some fun moments here and there, but it's not a bad episode, honestly. And Cameron gets more boulders and two to continue. And Mal being stupid and everything, like, especially trying to get, I forgot how Cameron's stupid in this episode. Like you're just face palming throughout your entire episode. Like, it's obvious it's Mal. Like, are you guys stupid? The Obstacle Course is one of the worst episodes in total drama history. Alejandro's stupid. Like, a real love triangle between Scott, Kim, and Courtney was weird and everything, and Alejandro gets out his boots. Chris has like a collapsal, and it's just not fun to watch. You're just so frustrated, so I'm gonna get us all stupid. You guys are so stupid. So, Sunday, Monday, Sunday, worst episode in total history. So many people don't always talk about this episode already, so I don't get any saying more about this episode. Like, the ultimate character assassination. Like, it's somehow something. It's like so many beloved characters in this episode alone. Like do I need to talk about this? I'm pretty sure you're told your thing, you know how awful this episode is. Like, bottom easy. The Bold and the Beautiful is not as bad as the last two episodes, but still pretty bad, honestly. And Mouse and Zoe finally realizes it, and everyone's still stupid and everything. Of course, actually, accident calls him Mal, actually randomly out of nowhere. Ryan gets the boot, Scott gets the boot, Mike gets the round two. Again, it's just kind of forgettable, honestly. Not really much to say about the episode as a whole. And we get to the finale, which is also a kind of bad finale, actually. Again, the whole like, multiple personality thing that I also got mentioned in after episode 7, Mike ends up finding a lot of his personalities. And there's a trick in the last episode where they thinks that Mal might be the actual personality, but actual real personality, but he isn't. And at least there were particulars like reset button, which is for most personalities ridiculous. Like, it does have the good moments, honestly, most mostly with the Heather Alejandro moments of them actually finally get together. And the one whoever wins, honestly, is still very satisfying. Like, this is one of the cases where actually I'm okay with either one, actually. That's because nothing really actually changes depending on who wins, so yeah, probably honestly I put it above like all the episodes before, honestly, so it's definitely the weakest finale so far by a landslide. Yeah, you can tell by how I really didn't want to talk about All Stars anymore because, well, it's a pretty pretty bad season actually. Yeah, I wouldn't call it a total disaster, but it pretty much ruins total drama as a whole. Like, it was not a fun time to be a total drama fan at this point, and for good reason. It commits some of the worst character assassination in any TV show I've seen, and it's just already pretty unpleasant season. To while there are definitely some shining moments here and there, I'm not saying it's like all bad, honestly. It's just not good either. Man, it was not fun being a total drama fan at this point, and I was there. So, yeah. Pockettail Island. Yeah, pretty much very similar as an All-Star story. I do think Pockettail Island is actually a bit better. Even though I do think it has similar low lows in All-Stars. I guess it has a bit more highs, but yeah, I still want Pockettail Island as well. Like, this actually might be, like, there actually is some debate this season actually could be worse than All-Stars, honestly, but always that'd be a bit better. I don't think it's also a bad season of total drama and bad season of television in general, so let's just talk about it. Again, let's just get over it. I might just get Pockettail Island kind of over it, honestly, because, well, it seems like I just really don't want to talk about much, so I might just flow through these, like, very quickly, honestly, so yeah, so sorry if it's, like, more of a shorter ranking, honestly, but I mean, 2 months, if you see Pockettail Island, you probably will understand why, honestly. Again, this was not good, you'd be a total drama fan. So yeah, we have, this is my team, which is the premiere, which is, probably might be debated to be the weakest premiere of the show, I can't really tell, but yeah, I would say the island aspect itself, honestly, where there's no cabins, is actually a concept, not gonna lie, and of course having the awards basically be like different food sponsors. But yeah, we get basically introduced to our figures, which they kind of really went weird off the rails when it comes to stereotypes. Because obviously total drama is kind of known for basically like being stereotypical with princess, but they went really far. Like basically you got Sky, who's basically kind of one of the most boring contestants ever, but it's kind of like the person that just wants to win. You got Sean, who basically is obsessed with zombies and everything. Max, basically the super villain. Beardo, guy who basically makes weird noises. Leonard, the opera player, and funny that he thinks he's an actual wizard. They even pulled the evil twin card here. The evil twin with Amy and Sammy. But Amy being the evil one and Sammy being the good one. Ronnie basically being the dumb farmer guy who ends up falling in love with every girl he sees. You even get like a freaking Disney princess wannabe in Ella. You got the Australian one with Jasmine. You got Scarlett, who basically is the more smart in the brains. Dave, who's like a germaphobe. Topper, the guy who basically is obsessed with the host. And you get Sugar, who basically is honestly a parody on Honey Boo Boo. Honey Boo Boo. Honey Boo Boo, like really? You're going that far? Yeah, really? Sorry about that. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think that, yeah, this really does do a good job in shoes. Again, you get someone that basically makes, I mean, the first performer is someone who basically just makes like random noises. That's basically his whole character. And you got Len being super, who again, he thinks he's like an actual wizard. Like an actual wizard. An actual wizard. An actual wizard. And dude, I only have these episodes enough to basically watch the 2 months I rather not rewatch Palmera. And to be honest, like, yeah. So yeah, it's not the worst episode, well, not the worst episode of Palmera Island, but yeah, the first one does do a great job of introducing it to a cast. You can tell to be like more one-note and stereotypical, and you really do get that here. Same with episode 2, I Love You, Grace Pig, which kind of starts like the whole relationship between Dave and Sky, which is becoming a from a storyline this season, and the whole rivalry between Sugar and Ella. And Atlanta gets voted out, like, who's surprised there? And they got Twins Everything, which is one of the better episodes, mostly because that Sammy actually gets her comeuppance and actually gets Amy voted out, kind of in her own, like, ridiculous way and everything, and starts her friendship with Jasper, which I wish I was actually focused more upon, actually. And also hints at the whole relationship between Sean and Jasmine, which becomes also a big thing later in the episodes. Then we have I Love You Not, which is one of the funnier episodes of the season, but not by much. Teams on with the David and Sky rivalry, and Ronnie basically just dumbs himself out of the game by basically him being in love with literally every girl he meets, and that kind of had to bite him. And Statement trying to defend Amy. It's actually pretty interesting. About for the Past is probably one of the like semi-good episodes. Episodes where we get a fun challenge. Chris is like smiling using his weird adult talk thing ever. Amy comes back, both twins getting voted out, and starts the whole thing where basically Jasmine's upset with Sean over a weird misunderstanding. That's the whole thing. No monkey, no problems. I kind of want a more forgettable episodes of the show, and I just don't really enjoy it all that much. And it ends with Elegant voted out to singing when Chris told him last episode that if he sings, she's off the show, and Sugar basically did that to get rid of her finally. Also, by the way, I know, I'll say Sugar, I like her at all. Like, she's supposed to be the main villain of the season, but she's kind of like a joke of a villain. Like if Malvin says, she probably would be the worst villain, and even calling her a villain is kind of putting it mildly. Then we have This Is the Pits, which is probably might be the worst episode of the season. But that's really more because it's kind of the most pointless episode in total drama history. Like, you got a bunch of disgustingness, or you kind of cast with kind of pointless episodes. This one kind of is the definition of pointless. Aside from T-Switch, what can you get from this episode that this is one episode where it's probably the most nothing episode in total drama. So yeah, expect like near the bottom of my ranking when I get to it. Sweet Souls and the Baby is on. The only latest part of this episode is that basically, of course, kids on the back and forth between Sky and Dave, and Jasmine trying to get Sky to play for herself, and then Chris basically tricked Topher thinking he's the host, but he ends up getting the boot, which I'll say it's kind of late. It's actually kind of memorable. Then we have Her Girl Seek, which I think this episode basically started to hold down with Jeffrey that Dave goes on as a character. Gabe was kind of annoying, and he wasn't really the most memorable character. But I think, like, I've seen a lot of people like that from this episode, from what happens in the finale, consider him to be the worst character in total drama. And I'm not sure what he would, like, I'm not sure what he would be on my list, honestly, but he's definitely would be up somewhere on the worst list when I eventually get to that. I do eventually plan on getting to that list at some point. But yeah, it's not a fun episode seeing him get so upset about Sky and everything, and well, it's fun that John Chapman actually making up together, and Dave voting himself out, just he's upset about stuff. It's just, this whole stuff's just not fun at all. Scarlet Fever is probably by a landslide the best episode in. Like, honestly, it's the definition, like, still actually constant with the Greasy Pieces, it's the definition of a guilty pleasure. Yeah, I think this is kind of a guilty pleasure episode, because I shouldn't enjoy this episode, because it lists the worst elements of Chris as a character, and worst elements of, and Scarlet just out of nowhere comes like an actual villain. And he gets some of the most bizarre eliminations, but Scarlet and Max just get eliminated with no votes. But this is generally one of the most hilarious episodes in total drama because of everything going on. And if I'm not huge on the characters, they do have the best moments here, honestly, especially with Sean. And the scene when he basically destroys all Chris's promo bots, like, that's just one hilarious thing. And also, I probably mentioned, but I love Sean as a character. Like, I absolutely love him as a character. Like, without doubt the biggest bright spot this season. Like, even if you do not like Potter Island, he's without doubt the bright spot this season. He's just so consistently hilarious, charming. And it's really someone that is just obsessed with zombies and all this stuff, but hey, they got those characters that have been kind of charming, so they do my favorite with Sean. Like, Sean's honestly one of my favorite total drama characters. Let's see what else. And like, yeah, so this is the episode highlight. Then we have Skyfall, which is probably one of the more forgettable episodes of the season. I don't really have much to say about it, if I'm being honest. Then we have Pacquiao with talent. Like, the other memorable part is the Sean armpit scene where he has to use his armpit to basically make a song and then ends up making Chris cry. And then Chris and Sugar using Rapture, like coming into a country and rap, which is kind of hilarious considering the state of music we live in now, country music. Like, that's actually pretty hilarious and pretty spot on. Which finally leads to elimination. And now we get to probably the worst finale in the show's history. Lies, Cries, and One Big Prize. Without doubt, the worst finale in all of total drama. Like, this finale is just abysmal. Abysmal! Abysmal! Like, oh, caramba! Playing the worst aspects of total drama, the worst aspect of Chris Kessler, where he tries to manufacture drama. Like, he literally tries to force drama by stopping a challenge. But in things with Sean, Jasmine, Sky, and Dave and everything, he literally stands by. Shows a video of Sean's confessions about him not wanting to share the money with Jasmine. You know, he changed his mind about wanting to. And then literally showing Sky's on tape saying she had a boyfriend. And then goes ballistic and tries to kill her. No joke! Also Sean, definitive winner. Yeah, I don't want to talk about Aaron again. First, it's not the, I think it's like, I still think also is the worst, but this is probably the season I do want to care about the most. It's probably the worst aspect of this time of total drama. Thankfully, it's up. I can honestly say, thankfully, well, there might be a couple of bad episodes here and there. It's mostly uphill from here. Okay, now we got the bad season of total drama out of the way. Now we're gonna get to what was surprising season of total drama. And of course, that is the Redonkulous Race, which is also one of the best seasons of total drama. Like, it actually might be debated to actually being the best season actually of total drama. And I never thought I would say that, but that's because it's actually probably the most consistent total drama season. Where it's one of those seasons where I don't think it's actually like a true bad low point. Like, I don't think there's like a true like bad moment or a bad episode or a bad storyline here. It gets fairly consistent. Obviously, some bad episodes, obviously, but it's one of the few total drama seasons. I won't say it was like there's like a downright bad episode. Like, even the worst episode, I will still say is a good episode. Like, there's just some debate that this could be the best total drama season ever, and I don't think maybe it should actually. Like, there actually is some debate actually. I might actually debate that, but I'll let you know by the end of the video. We'll see about that. So let's talk about a surprisingly great season of total drama. with the Redonkulous Race. Now we'll start with the two-part premiere, None Down, 18 to Go, which I thought was actually a pretty good premiere episode and delivers what you can expect from this season. Also, the seasons get a little more interesting when the teams end up more interacting with each other, not just the teams themselves, but also with other teams. But we still get Bridgman. We introduce ourselves to the teams where we got, and we're getting a few people in total drama. Like, we get Jeff here with his best friend Brody. We get Noah and Owen, who were obviously dealing with the character not just from World Tour, which honestly makes sense. And for some reason, we get Leonard from Cocktail Island, being with his friend Tammy, who are loppers. Like, of all the people who can total drama, you end up picking Tammy, and I mean, you end up picking Leonard. I think it also got players introduced you like Carrie Devon, where they kind of hint that pretty much throughout the entirety of their run that Carrie had always had a crush on Devon. Then Carrie always had a crush on Devon throughout most of their lives. For that's the first man, honestly, but obviously they're actually more best friends. And Devon has a girlfriend named Shelly who he kind of hints that she actually doesn't treat him very well. I guess Ken doesn't really see that much, so yeah. We also introduced MacArthur and Sanders, and of course, MacArthur ends up becoming a prominent character in the drama, and also appeared in an episode of the Total Drama reboots. The Ice Dancers, Chocolate Rose, who you can clearly tell are going to be like the main villains for this season, or at least the more fun villains, and they definitely embrace their villainy like so well. You got the Goths, Crimson, and Union, who, and why they're like so monotone with their voices is so makes it so hilarious. Honestly, you get people like these tennis rivals, JMP, geniuses, vegans, fashion bloggers, there's modern and dark. That Taylor's not really kind of one of the worst. Taylor, who's probably the definition of a brand character. Jay and Mikey, who end up having like so much wrong with them, it's kind of insane they're on the race in the first place. Sharon Lenzer, who based our stepbrothers, who end up being forced in race together to try to get along. Father and son, Wayne Jr., and datas who end up becoming haters, Ryan and Stephanie. And also sisters, Emma and Kitty, and all that's like, yeah, it's definitely a lot. Teams, and I think they do a pretty good job of juggling most of them. I mean, obviously, there are some that get more screen time than others, but they're not fun interacting with each other. Then we have some fun challenging moments. Again, you also got a new host actually in Dawn, who surprisingly after becoming a pretty good host actually. doesn't have like the mean streak Kristen Clan, honestly. Honestly, he's just a very calm, chill guy, and he has some very fun one-liners throughout the season. He's actually a very charming host. Honestly, I wouldn't mind to actually see him again at some point, if I'm being honest. If we had to get like a Dark Race 2 at some point. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about this episode, but it's still a pretty good premiere episode. And then we get to episode 3, which is called French is an Art for Language. And obviously, Dark Race is like I mentioned, it's kind of a parody of The Amazing Race, where you get a lot of things that are kind of similar to The Amazing Race, like, you know, the roadblocks, where basically one team has to do like a certain thing once, and then the team member has to do it, and of course the detour, where they have to do different tasks and all that stuff. And it has very similar stuff to The Amazing Race, so obviously just made different, obviously. But again, another good episode. Again, Ice Dancers having again some more fun moments. Again, like hints. I still like the whole like Ryan, Stephanie be like kind of a hothead at times. And the only notable thing about this episode is that basically Noah ends up eating the cheese. Well, basically Noah, when Noah ends up eating the cheese wheel, and almost gets them eliminated, and then the tennis rivals end up being the last team to arrive, and they end up arguing with Dawn about the whole thing. So again, that episode is not, again, to be honest, I don't have much to say about the other episodes, at least the first 5 or 6 episodes, while done no moments. Again, like I mentioned before, I think the season 1 stands out when the teams start more interacting with each other, then I'll probably have more to say, but otherwise, another good episode. And it's definitely one of those total drama seasons that I would say, but I don't think it's like a true bad episode. So I'll definitely give props on that. And then we get to episode 4, Meridian Homesick Blues. And that episode I don't really have a lot to say about. But of course, it continues on with the storylines about everything that storylines of what goes on, the back and forth between Dwayne and Jr., Chuck and Jose's, villainous ways, and again, despite how they actually end to be really fun villains for a majority of the run. I always liked it that when they don't reach first, Jose ends up like overreacting, ends up destroying a lot of stuff, which is again is pretty hilarious. Honestly, but again, still got a lot of back and forth people on the teams, again, still hitting storylines. And the geniuses and the geniuses who are probably one of the more forgettable total drama teams, if I'm being honest. Well, are probably some of the most forgettable total drama players, if I'm being honest. And they'll being too into solving a math problem, they get eliminated. So yeah, still a good episode though. And now we get to episode 5, broken telephone line. I don't know how to pronounce that name. I apologize again. To keep on carrying on a lot of storylines that are killing prominent for most of these characters. The vegans end up actually eating meat to get ahead, and then they end up getting last, and then one basically ends up losing on Don because like, I eat animals for nothing. It's also the first of the many non-elimination lights, which is also another common thing with the Amazing Race. Again, I'm not really surprised they end up doing a lot. Thankfully, they don't like ruin the pacing or anything. So I mean, there definitely might be some that are better than others, but thankfully they don't like drag down, like totally drag down the season. Honestly, like maybe they should make like 26 episodes, but. But instead of that, no, I say it's going to the bottom, but it's still a good episode. I also get some pretty hilarious moments with Kelly trying to punish Taylor, and then Taylor's like, "You're not faster than me." And now we get to episode 6, which is called Brazilian Rainforest. That was like a little tough, honestly. And this also kind of starts hitting more the teams more interact with each other, and usually when that happens, teams will interact with other teams, and that honestly, I think when the season really starts to pick up, honestly, not to say they almost were bad, honestly, they're just good, but I think the season starts becoming great and amazing when that starts kicking off. And you know, this guy's now, so I don't really have too much to say about. Again, Douglas ends up winning first, again, a lot of back and forth between a lot of players, and then the vegans end up wishing first, end up get 3-minute penalty, and they end up getting eliminated when all the teams just flew right in. Which again, it's kind of hilarious if you are thinking about it, but again, I'll probably bring up about the last couple episodes. I think episode 7, though, a Tisket, a Casket, I'm gonna blow a Casket, really kicks off the season and really makes the season so great. Like, this whole season hits out the whole like Noah and Emma relationship. Also, again, Noah, I think this is probably the most standout Noah's ever been as a character. And again, for good reason, because obviously Noah's been kind of more underutilized in his last 2 appearances, but this is probably the most the longest he's ever been on the show, and you get a lot of his like stocky one-liners and his constant back and forth with Owen, which is again very charming and hilarious, and you really do smile whenever they're on screen together. And you know, it's like stocky one-liners is just so hilarious, and I like to get a little more of a human storyline, like him having a crush or someone, which is of course not the most like shocking thing ever, but it's just very nice. It is something a little more interesting to know than him just being like the snarky character. Honestly, and into that, and again, you still get that one-liners here. Again, you get more interactions where basically Tom and Jen, the fashion blog this year. I didn't mention much at this point. That's because they didn't really have much to do, due to the moments. When you end up fighting basically over who started the blog. And of course, this kind of really kicks off, the whole hater storyline with Ryan and Stephanie. I think this one, they become really more standout characters because they're more just like, they're kind of kids of Stephanie being a hothead. This really kicks in this episode. Really end up being eliminated. He also gets the latest month with the Goss as well, and other characters, the Ice Dancers, the Police Cadets, and the Step Brothers. The Step Brothers are also pretty underrated, hilarious characters on the show, honestly. And again, the flashback just because of the whole fight ends up getting eliminated. So yeah, definitely going top so far. Definitely going top of the list. And then we get to Hawaii Honey Ruin, which is another hilarious episode. This also continues on the storyline of Carrie having a crush on Devin storyline, which is pretty much prominent throughout most of the season, honestly. And thankfully, it never gets like timing or anything. And you actually do really want her to admit it and want them to get together, actually. Actually, because they're just out the always ends up offending it and everything. Not just Big Devin on Go, but also just other stuff in general. But it's maybe not an issue. So it ends up being a pretty hilarious one with a lot of very charming moments with characters, again, the Ice Dancers, the Surfer Dudes actually getting first place, all that stuff, and Dawn having to play for one-liners. Again, continuing on with the whole Noah having a crush on Kate, where Noah ends up coming ends up not being as snarky as he used to be, and I love that Owen thought Noah was dying and was saying, Noah's dying! When Noah was actually being nice and friendly. Which again was again pretty hilarious. Noah's dying. Like, oh my god. Oh my god, and of course you get one of my favorite moments of the season where basically, throughout the season, basically Taylor says, kind of hints that Taylor actually has a lot of medals and won a lot of stuff. But it kind of hints that she didn't actually win those stuff and wasn't actually. So then her mom actually goes, "You never won anything in your life, Taylor. Never. Get that by a trophy store." He paid Coach a lot, and he paid Coach how much money he has. And like I said, how money. When you have enough cash, you can bake anything. And I was like, the Colts were hot, but that was cold. And it ends with Ryan and Stephanie getting eliminated, and Ryan actually breaking up with Stephanie. And this is kind of starting there being the hater storyline. Like, again, overall, consistently hilarious episode. Again, another episode that's going at the top of the list. I will lesson 9. Hello in Dubai is not as good as the last episode we'll talk about. It's still not a really good episode. The continues on pretty much the storylines for each season where Taylor still realizing about that, that all she went through was not like, all her successes were actually, not her successes and not what she actually did. And also the storyline that basically Chuck and Jose ended getting fourth in some legs and realized that might actually be cursed, but turns out the good luck something they end up finding in Hawaii and it's actually cursing them. Which can be pretty hilarious, but it's just some pretty hilarious moments from them. I'll get to when the Emma and Noah romance, which ends becoming a prominent thing from a lot of the season. I believe there's a storyline I actually don't mind actually. I actually really like it actually. It's actually one of the most like sweetest romance of the entire show, if I'm being honest. And again, ends with basic Taylor getting eliminated with Kelly constantly trying to discipline her and not working. And it's like, good riddance, Taylor. Good riddance. And again, gets some more hilarious moments between all the characters that makes it still a pretty fun episode all around. Probably going above the last two, I would say. And the next episode, New Beginning, is also another pretty solid episode. Again, it's a non-elimination episode. And again, seeing Noah basically trying to awkwardly flirt Emma is pretty hilarious. And just so charming and just so oh my god. And again, great too on the hater storyline with like Stephanie when Ryan actually has some pretty hilarious moments just nice back and forth, again too with a lot of storylines with the season, a lot of great back and forth, and then of course you get some pretty fun moments with Rock and Spud where basically Rock tries to one of them tries to influence the other, but it doesn't end up working. They end up being last, but they end up not getting eliminated. So yeah, not much to say about this episode either, but it's still not a good one. And yeah, we're talking about the season, even the episodes I don't have much to say about, are still pretty good episodes. And then we have episode 11. I love Red Doctor Roll, which is I'm gonna say this episode is going top of the list so far. It's honestly one of my favorite episodes of the season, honestly. I'm very consistently on this episode. Having characters have more stand-up moments. Again, too, I'm a lot more with Emma and Noah storyline, and with Kate constantly Emma to tell him that you like him. Tell him! Tell him! Tell him! Tell him! Which is pretty hilarious. And then you see like the gods actually seeing each other on gods, which is pretty hilarious. And they're having more like scary outfits, which is also again pretty hilarious throughout. He also has a whole air guitar challenge, which ends up being pretty hilarious. Where basically Rock and Spud go from last rank to end up being first. Where again they thought that everyone was still dealing with Savannah, but he ends up like killing it and all that stuff. And it gets a pretty one last podcast. Well, again, John securing the 4th place finish, realizing that the thing was cursed. Time Jay and Mickey probably having the more stand-up moments. And actually was going to win the challenge, have Noah and Owen be eliminated, but Emma ended up getting to her head and he ended up like flipping out. And then Noah ends up winning the challenge. They're like, ah. And he also gets some pretty touchy moments between him and Owen throughout the episode, and then Jay and Mickey end up being eliminated. So yeah, definitely going at the top of the list. Then we get to episode 12, My Way or Zimbabwe, which ended up being one of the most hilarious episodes of the season, honestly. I think most because what goes on when, John and Jose end up going to Hawaii to try to do that, and then of course the list ended up being the last. I mean, unfortunately it's not an elimination, but still, it's pretty hilarious. Pretty hilarious. I think it's some of the most latest months between Dwayne and Jr., some of the back and forth between all the characters. Again, I know I don't have too much aside from those portions, but it's definitely but it's definitely still a really great episode that really delivers on the humor alone. And then we get to another fan favorite episode of the season, The Shawshank Redemption. I hope I pronounced that. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but yeah, it's actually another non-elimination episode. Like, it's really hard. But watching next episode kind of makes sense of there being two non-eliminations in a row. But surprisingly, this ended up being my favorite. It's as right now my favorite. I don't remember any season ends up like topping this, but I think it's the episode I've watched the most throughout the season. Mostly because it includes all my love storylines. We're going to carry Devin. Carrie's still trying to make her love to Devin. But then when that phone call home, that's a award for the challenge, so he can call Shelly. And then yep, they also choose the boomerang, which is basically kind of like the U-turn in the Amazing Race, but basically you could use it to have another team basically redo the challenge. I mean, the Amazing Race is kind of basically just doing the other detour, but it's just in general redoing the challenge. And then it teases on the rivalry with I think that's kind of visually such a rivalry between like the cadets and ice dance ends up becoming a great rivalry in general. We're basically saying that trying to twist Quantum actually doesn't help, but she realizes that they end up being jerks and never playing that one again. And then they end up boomeranging each other to do the challenge, which gives them pretty hilarious moments. And there's also we see Sharon and Lenzo actually realize, oh yeah, we have a lot in common. Like in that moment, they realize that's hilarious. Like, did we just stop hitting each other? God, we need a mirror. And then the best friend doesn't win the challenge. Devin tries to call Shelly and realizes that, and then that Shelly actually broke up with Devin to date her tennis instructor. And in the end, the cadets end up being last, but again, not elimination like. But yeah, definitely going on top of the list. Then we get to Down and Outbound. To not the last one, but it's still another pretty fun episode. Again, here's our one. I'm not gonna say that, but it does kind of like basically see John goes to end up winning first again, and then we see the Ice Dance end up getting first again. Oh god. Again, get you know the rivalry between them Pizza Cadets, like, you know, a lot of great fun moments, especially between the surfer dudes and the father son, and just again, you know, also you get some really fun challenging moments, and then this moment ends up ending with double elimination league, where basically Chad Lorenzo, who I kind of wish they had most great time with that getting along, because the short time we had where they actually get along was actually pretty hilarious. And then the Rockies end up getting eliminated. Again, I don't have too much to say about, but it's still not a good episode. Again, some episodes I might not have a lot to say about, but doesn't mean they're bad episodes. It's just how it is. But and he also gets some pretty hilarious moments where basically them trying to go for the 5 stages of grief with Shelly, which is going to be a kind of trend in the next few episodes, which honestly, it's kind of hilarious. Honestly, most cut down his reactions to everything. So, yeah. And then we get to Maori or Less, which is another pretty solid. Which is another pretty episode that basically has Dwayne trying to actually be cool for his son, honestly, and then trying to act cool and everything, and then which kind of honestly is kind of storyline of this season. Him trying to be like actually a cool person to his son. So he was like, "You're not be cool, and it will be," and then. But at least they have some pretty heartwarming moments by the end of the episode. And of course, the MLK realization that, hey, maybe having the lens with no Owens probably not going to help us in the long run, because they kind of almost went to last place, honestly, because of everything. And even Kate ends up, Boo was the one that ended up pushing Emma to go with her, and she ended up realizing it. And realizing that, at least Emma ended up breaking up with Noah, when Noah's reaction to it was just like, oh, heartbreaking. Which leads her out to your pros being last, but he ended up got no actually. So yeah, another solid episode. And next episode, basically to own the storylines of what happened in that episode when Noah's still very distraught about the whole Emma situation. And it gets like a lot of back and forth, like Jeff Brody having some of the more fun moments, and a lot, especially with the place of death, and of course, we get some just unintentionally hilarious moments sometimes. Honestly, it leads to the father and son being eliminated, and then Emma and Noah end up working out. Again, it's not what I don't have too much to say about it. And of course, seeing Devin still go for Fast was still pretty hilarious. Again, that's like leaves off of him going through the 5 stages of grief, which again is pretty hilarious. But as a whole, a nice solid episode. Then we have the Lord of the Ring Toss, which definitely has some of the best moments around Stephanie where they end up actually getting a boomerang, and then they actually the better one to do it, and then Stephanie gets so frustrated, she has a boomerang Ryan, her own teammates, and but they unintentionally boomerang themselves. And then we see the Ice Dancers trying to like trick the Pacific dudes, but they're gonna get in first, and then when he gets second in, they're like bashing like Don Snowman, Billy, which is again, that's always so hilarious, and then yes, so we're back and forth again. Devin having some pretty hilarious moments again. Him still going through great moments as well. And Ryan and Stephanie end up getting last again, but then on a mission. So yeah, consistently hilarious ends up putting this definitely going. This episode being very consistently hilarious ends up putting it much higher in this ranking. And now we have Got Venom, which I don't know is not episode I don't also have too much to say about, but it's not consistently hilarious episode. Again, seeing Devin still seeing what's going through is pretty hilarious. Again, the Goth being first, and then not having much reaction to it's always pretty hilarious. Honestly, and you get a lot back and forth between like Jeff and Brody and of course Hunter Sanders. And then Owen ended up unfortunately being last place, and they're like awesome run on the season, honestly, and no snarkiness. Of course, Owen is also one of the most lovable characters in the entire show, so anyone who wants to do Owen's always hilarious and awesome. And it ends when Noah and Emma having their first kiss, so yeah, good stuff. And then we get to Dude Buggies, which kind of culminates the whole storyline about Devin feeling grief, and then Carrie realizing that Devin might not actually be the guy they thought he was, and we get kind of road to what actually Devin actually ends up being in love with Carrie when he realizes that Carrie's basically actually the best person, like, I love her? Oh my god, yes, I love Carrie! At the same time, Carrie realizes, oh yeah, maybe the whole thing there is not going to work out, and he might just give up, which it's kind of heartbreaking to really think about it. But again, you get some pretty nice moments involving all that. Again, the Goths got me first again. The Ice Dancers being Ice Dancers. And then Carrie down and being last, but also being a mission like. Like I always done, like, has like some ways like, you're last. But unfortunately, it's an not mission leg. And then, I was like, I realized that. Did you realize it's not a mission leg? Because it is. Yeah, Don also has some very hilarious moments throughout the entire show like that. So yeah, another good episode. And we do Ella Bug Supremo. I'm gonna have like 6 episodes to go, so I hope you'll enjoy the video. Feel free to hit the like and subscribe button if you guys want to see more content like this, and let me know your thoughts on all episodes, how about in your own ranking down below in the comment section. But yeah, another really good episode. Again, the only greatest of the season. I don't think there's any like true low points or bad episodes, which is honestly kind of a total drama if you really think about it, but it's some of the most consistent total drama season. And obviously some episodes that are better than others, but even the worst episodes, one like I say, are still pretty good. You just don't have like many standout moments. And I guess like kind of similar to say with this one, we're gonna gloss on the getting eliminated again. All kind of starts the penalties that Ice Days and getting in like the next few episodes. But yeah, still gives some pretty hilarious moments, some going back and forth, it's a continuation of the storylines. So yeah, it's another good one. And I guess kind of same thing with Canoodling, which has teams that end up being in pairs in ways, and we got one team end up being like first place, and Brino being first place, and then Jeremy and Brody end up like giving up their time in the slot to help carry Devin, which is kind of unfortunate, but it definitely ends up like continuing on, of course, a little bit in a later episode, which I'll get into. But again, no episode I don't have much to say about, but again, still has hilarious moments, still has great back and forth. Again, point and the episode I can always see myself come back to, and just it puts a big grin on my face, and some of the dudes are always just so fun to watch. So yeah, good episode. But anyway, Out These Loves is another pretty good episode. Actually, one of the more underrated episodes of Total Drama, honestly. And of course, this episode basically realized that hey, my character might be a bit too in your face and might be a bit too harsh sometimes. And it just kind of realized that, so it ends up accidentally breaking his arm, unfortunately. Of course, starts seeing like Emma and Gabe trying to form alliance with Carrie and Devin. Devin would be hesitant at first, but then decided to go for it as well. You got Ice Dancers doing again another penalty, which again is pretty last. They're like, what do we do? We don't deserve this. But they end up getting first anyway. The Cats end up getting last place, and despite Sam's broken arm, they end up continuing the race. So yeah, consistently hilarious and a very charming episode throughout. And then we get Don Gel with it, which is another pretty good episode. You know, we see Devin trying to absolutely admit his love for Carrie, saying, I love this, I love that, and honestly, and then him actually saying he loves to Carrie Devin, and of course keep like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And it's like, well, kidding me, he says, and he has like basically admitting it to him while they're trying to like, they realize, oh shit, she's been loving me all this time? And then we get some pretty back and hilarious moments. Again, despite what also Ryan and Stefan not actually fully getting back together. That's actually being first, but then getting 1 hour penalty to get rid of half the train. Like seriously, you die when there's the rest of the train is missing. And finding out that the Ice Protector were close to be eliminated, but again, Ryan having like a touching moment with Stephanie in the last seconds, and at least they'll get eliminated. So yeah, definitely going high up on the list. Only 3 episodes to go where we have Last Tango and Buenos Aires, which again is another pretty good episode. Again, I'm surprised that I totally forget how consistent this show actually is. And it ends up being a culmination of a couple storylines, especially the Carrie Devin storyline where Devin actually admits it, feels like they finally get together. And it gets back and forth with more moments of the rivalry between the cadets and the Ice Dancers, which I don't think I mentioned too much in this ranking, but it's a rivalry I actually genuinely love, honestly. Mostly because they have different personalities and then one-liners that back and forth throughout. And the episode ends with basically Carrie Devin actually being dead, but then accidentally Miru ends up knocking Devin off the cliff, and he ends up being totally injured, so he end up leaving the race in like the final 4. Also, an elimination like Emma Kitty, and then they end up bringing back the Civic Dudes when there was a rule that any team as America eliminated the final 4 must bring a previously eliminated team to bring back. And considering that after the Civic Dudes end up sacrificing themselves for Carrie Devin, they end up bringing it back, which is like, yeah, so even one guy was like, whoa, the stuff was awesome. So I was like, yes. Yes, so yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how I feel with the whole like way the Carrie Devin going on, but honestly, it's kind of unfortunate because the story ends up ending the way it does. But overall, it's still a good episode. 2 episodes left of this season. Now we have Ba'arama, which again, kids on the story where I don't have episodes much to say about, but it's still a pretty hilarious episode with Emma Key if one should get last person. Also, I love Emma Key in this season. Again, pretty awesome thing. Kid ends up becoming. Kid is a pretty hilarious, quirky character that I absolutely love. Seeing the Silver back is pretty great as well. And I like the fact that Contra actually ends up saying Jose, but then Jose ends up like backstabbing her. And Contra's like, how could you do that? I saved your life! So yeah, don't much to say about this episode as a whole, but it's still not good. It's still a pretty good penultimate episode. And now we finally get to the last episode, A Million Ways to Lose $1 Million, which might be in the debate of being my favorite finale in all total drama. So I'm gonna tell you, it's topping this list. It's an epic, crazy, awesome finale. But it goes on all the main storylines of the season, and get basically super to one of the most charming ladies season. This is about the most that also Jeff has also stood out as a character. Not as he did in the previous seasons, but it's the most like joy and fun that he is, and most standout he's ever been as a character. The Leisure of Rory definitely helps that as well. I love the Lazy Deaths as well, and that they've been pretty hilarious throughout. And the Islanders have been the great villains to deal with, to love to hate. And of course, you get what probably in that what's in the big with Heather and Total Island as the most satisfying villain lost in all total drama. As of course we see like Jevon being one first in the first showdown, and then the tip button, and then the tip they ends up falling away, and then Fred is using a broken arm to get it, which is pretty badass. And then like gets second place, and then the Einstein ends up being last. No! And we get down like Einstein trying to say, I'm sorry, but it took me so long to say this. You're cut from the competition. Where I should take it well, then Jose ends up getting so upset, she ends up like breaking everything. And again, the defeat is just so satisfying. Probably the most, again, still probably been the most satisfying villain movie in all total drama, if I'm being honest. And again, get the base stats and service. And again, this is one of those things where, again, this also might be the last season of total drama where they do have alternate endings, because spoiler when you get to the reviews, they actually don't have alternate endings actually. And this is definitely a debate where like I don't really know which one I would pick honestly. Like I think what it is, the cadets not win or the silver dudes not win. I'm actually fine with either one actually. I don't know which I was prefer. I guess I would kind of maybe go with the silvers, but I'm fine with the police deaths anyway. So yeah, finale definitely going at the top of the list. And mostly when we get to overall episode ranking, this is actually my favorite finale because that's actually one-off finale that's kind of debate, but this definitely is debated being the best finale in all of Total Drama. And my thoughts on Total Drama: The Ridiculous Race, which honestly might be debated being the best season of Total Drama. Again, I know there are some episodes I didn't have too much tape about, but of all Total Drama seasons, this is probably the most consistent Total Drama season. Well, even when you get spoiler when you get to my season 1 we break down at least like one bad episode, which you know which episode I'm talking about. But every episode here, even the bottom episodes, I would say it's still pretty good, or just good in general. This is like might be the most consistent Total Drama season. Not much it doesn't have like that one moment that's like still stand out, or that terrible bad moment. Like it might be like a couple of uninteresting or bad characters, but they not like so many good stuff that they kind of don't bring it down at all. Like it's a generally inconsistent season. I think if I eventually do an update regular Total Drama seasons, I actually might debate this being the best Total Drama season, honestly. Again, experience also kind of animated, right? It's kind of surprising actually. I'm pretty sure why people are debating for another documentary season, which I do hope it gets some point down the road. But yeah, this is easily the most consistent Total Drama season with great teams, hilarious standout moments, great character moments, and surprising eliminations even as well. So, yeah, the perfect package. And now we get to the reboot era of Total Drama. The reboot era. And this one I'm talking about like both of them since they're telling like kind of together, so let's get my thoughts on like both of the reboot seasons. Honestly, season 1 of Total Drama is great. It's fantastic. Like it brought back one main Total Drama so great in the first place, and you can say that I've been like starving for good Total Drama. It's so refreshing seeing actually Total Drama actually being thought with care and enjoyment. It felt so good with an actual good new cast. Obviously, some that are better than others, obviously, but I'm gonna go actually Annie's play is possibly my least favorite Total Drama. I mean, I never really thought about what my least favorites and favorites are, honestly, but it's still mostly a fairly, aside from like one episode, it's actually a mostly consistent season with some great humor, great character moments, and some actually really interesting storylines. And I would say mostly the same season 2 as well, which is a bit of a downgrade, honestly, though it still has good moments. So yeah, let's talk about finally the reboot era of Total Drama. Okay, I'm sad that the first season, we actually kicked off the season with a bang with Meet the Victim, which might be being the best, the best premiere episode in all Total Drama. Again, like I said, the premieres have never been that bad, honestly. Like, even the worst seasons, premieres are always like one of the better episodes of those seasons. As we get actually a new cast, obviously, we're basically introduced to all the cast, where we got kind of a lot of storylines. We introduced to Millie, who's kind of the book smart character, who's going on Total Drama to write down the worst of humanity. I mean, in a way, she's not wrong, honestly, but yeah, not good. And we also get like Priya, who basically is like, her parents are like huge Total Drama fans, and portraying her whole life in case to end up being a reboot, which is interesting. Then we get Bowie, basically like the Giga testing, which definitely that's not Hole's personality, which they usually could have done, honestly, which thankfully they don't. Julia, who is the influencer and everything, and they take an interesting with her character, which I'm not gonna spoil now. We'll get into. We get the Z, like the chill, good vibes guy. Then we got the Britbro, who basically his only personality trait is that he farts. Then we got the Hockey Bros, Ray and Raj. It's kind of weird they actually betrayed Ray and Raj as basically like dicks in the beginning, but in reality, they actually ended up being like very sweet and nice. Then we got Axel, who basically looks like the female version of Sean from Ponter Island. Caleb, another like smoking hot player. Michelle, who basically is like a celebrity actress. Lauren, or Scary Girl, which again that's kind of name, she's scary. Damien, who ends up playing that kid destined to actually has never watched or heard Total Drama, and then basically ends up reacting to a lot of the crazy shit they end up doing this season. Like, but again, Unspoiled Game is one of my favorites. MK, who basically is like the outrageous character who ends up sneaking in and hacking through a lot of stuff, which again, these were some pretty hilarious moments that makes it really stand out. And then in the last though we have Chase, who basically is like the prank YouTube dickhead sensation, and his ex-girlfriend Emma, who they end up bringing up, which was like, why do we break up? Like, what happened? And I was like, you broke the brakes off my car. And she was like, you're still upset about that? Which obviously has become like a big back and forth story, which is probably one of the only mildly frustrating things about this season, but we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, the first episode does a great job introducing us to these characters and what you can expect. I was kind of weird that the new voice of Crispin Clay ends up being the same host, same voice from Dawn from Darkness Race. Not sure why they're actually like a news voice actress or something, but and while it definitely took a bit to get used to, I actually didn't mind it actually. And while the talent scale probably a little more simple this time around, they end up doing a great job with putting a lot of personality in a lot of characters, and yeah, it's always like seeing Damon react to certain things, like, oh, well, how can you show me on TV? Like, what? Also, the voice acting, everybody, this also might be some of the best voice acting in all Total Drama as well. And challenge base is just very simple and get some fun back and forth with all the characters. Get started with the whole Bowie and Emma friendship as it can be a prominent thing throughout the season. The teams are becoming frogs to death and the ferocious drought. And then the frogs are getting eliminated, and you're not sure who's getting eliminated actually, and then it's hilarious moment where basically we see Raj running accidentally vote for each other, which kind of starts the whole like be kind of idiotic top characters, which can be hilarious, it can be like, whoa, really? But again, we'll get there when we get there. And then it's with Caleb out of nowhere be eliminated, who obviously ends up becoming like a nothing character because he only has like a few lines, but obviously he stands up better with next season. And then Bowie out off screen and because everybody to get rid of Caleb being a big threat. But overall, aside for that, Meet the Victims is probably a fantastic episode that just from this episode alone made me fall back in love with Total Drama. Look. And next episode we have Pirates of the Cabbage. The Cabbagin. Which continues on with the storylines of the previous episodes. Continues on with the story, the rivalry between Axel and Richter, which is kind of a prominent thing in the last episode and this episode as well. Well, again, Joker basically is trying to do a record with the longest fart, which is pretty interesting. One seatbelt, two seatbelt, three. Of course, Darren's reactions to everything is honestly pretty hilarious and kind of charming, which I'm pretty sure everyone will have, honestly. John does being a pretty fun one, get some hilarious Emma and Chase moments with Emma. And then also finding the Z as a prosthetic leg, which, like, I'm gonna be, like, actually shocked at that moment, like, oh, okay. Also getting some fun Christian chef moments as well. Also, I do like they actually do have, like, actually walking to the campfire ceremony, kind of like similar to Survivor. I also like that they actually have Chef actually like, pointing out to everybody what they've done wrong in this episode. Which is like the crew's like popping on the chopping block, which again is pretty hilarious. And then it's getting food. So I probably will put this episode above the last, but it's still not a pretty good episode. And next up we have Downtown Abbey, which kind of until we get that Michelle will have a little bit of downfall, where it turns out she has to do her own stunts and she doesn't actually do a lot of things that she has done in the movies, which obviously is kind of like a normal thing for a lot of actresses, but it's kind of funny to see the surprises. I'm like, what? And again, Damien being like so shocked about like him challenges and actually wants to leave and actually tries to get himself voted off, but it doesn't work. You have some fun Julie moments, some fun Bowie moments, some fun Brian Raj moments, some fun MK moments. MK is also a pretty hilarious character as well. Against getting a big fan girl, like this season overall is just consistently hilarious. And also kind of starts the whole Priya relationship, where then Priya was like, oh wait, Priya's parents are terrible. And no surprise, and then Michelle didn't better. So again, but it's about the last one. Also, again, still not a good one. Then we get to Numbskull Island, which is again another good episode. So I gotta probably bring about the last one, honestly. Yeah, it still has Priya that episode again. She's on with her Ripper kind of being a jerk, even using Priya as a human shield. Which, yeah. And then Scary Girl has some Scary Girl moments. Again, Damien still trying to get himself, but even actually voting for himself, trying to get himself voted out. So, yeah. Otherwise, you get some pretty nice moments. Some nice back and forth with a lot of characters, especially with Julie and everything. And Scary Girl gets the boots. And Millie ends up voting out. And Millie's the one that ends up voting out, which he ends up being shot by. Yeah, probably him Ripper using her as a human shield. So yeah, and that's all episode. Yeah, Jurassic Farts. I'm not gonna lie, this episode's just not good. Honestly, it's probably the only like not good episode of the entire season. Honestly, like maybe some of the other one episode, but yeah, this episode's not a good one. Honestly, like even I give the night honestly, but that's way more. But honestly, that's just more because of the humor in this episode. And like it had some good months after that, Damien being Damien, stuff, and of course his eventual elimination, where he actually wants to stay, but he actually ends up getting his wish, even though he actually didn't end up winning the wish at the time. What ends the second episode is really the humor. As well, Total Drama has been known for having like fart humor. A challenge is now everyone like trying to hold back farts, and then that's kind of the whole joke of the episode. It's one of those things where it's just like it's just the same joke over and over and over and over again. And yeah, Total Drama is known for having fart humor, like that's kind of their brand, honestly. But I think they go a bit overboard here, honestly, and it's just an episode that doesn't really have much else to do with the story of the characters in general, so it's kind of a lackluster, not funny episode. Yeah, I don't know, I mean, ever end up being one of the worst Total Drama episodes. Like, we'll see when we get the actual ranking, but it's definitely going to the bottom of the list. Okay, so like the next episode, the Launch by Nostrum, ends up being a good episode. And it has some great moments with the characters, especially with Priya and Millie throughout. Again, and also last episode, like I mentioned, really starts the whole like Julia basically being like turns out she's a terrible person and actually is an asshole, which definitely was a weird transition. Not even I was surprised by, but they actually ended up making it work actually. And honestly, this kind of is known for being, and this is also kind of known for a lot of influencers to actually be doing honestly. So it's actually kind of a known thing actually. So they really hit me into that actually very well actually. That makes Julie even more of a fun character honestly, even more of a great presence throughout. Which has great moments. They look back for MK and also kind of also around for Bowie, which is kind of promised storyline throughout this season, which actually is one of the more fun riders of the show. And then you know, for and then you also get anything else you get like MK actually, and you end up and despite the well, should be boot MK ends up getting put out the realize that MK end up downloading all that stuff and then saw all the pooping, which leads to her boots, which ends up kind of be pretty lazy when you think about it. And you know, MK. Oh, and you also get the sweet moment with Bowie and Raj end up kissing. An actual gay kiss. He told John that they didn't like blog out. And you also see Wei like being so happy for them. It's just like, so yeah, another good episode. I'd probably put it as above like the first episode and the second episode, which are still my top 2 favorites of the season. So I'll probably put it in the middle of that list. And we continue with a good episode with Sophia and Pain. I mean, it's an episode in reality I don't have too much to say about. It kind of tells some storyline where we see Emma and Chase briefly get back together when Emma takes Chase apologized for what happened, which is a weird thing that happened. You see Wade actually trying to tell Raj he's proud of him, and then seeing like Wade actually be happy for Raj. It's actually kind of a sweet thing to see actually. Get some sweet moments between them and also Raj and Bowie and more Julia's storyline and the rivalry between them. And again, I also kind of started the last few episodes where Priya ends up being kind of upset at Millie, where Millie ends up kind of taking her immunity unintentionally. Obviously, do understand Priya's frustration, but yeah, this doesn't make Priya look the best life. And we'll get to that in later episodes. And it ends up with Roger and Wade end up being medically evacuated because of injuries. And again, I love Roger Wayne, honestly. They're some of the most hilarious, charming characters out there, so still a good episode. I'd probably put up, I'll say I'd probably put it in the middle list. And then we get to the Wheel of Vomit, which is definitely an episode that I said was closest to also being not a good episode. It does have elements that do savor, and of course, the fact that they have is an episode that also teases a lot of the humor that Total Drama is known for, the vomiting, which is kind of a known joke that has a lot of Total Drama. Like, I mean, how they made an whole episode while not Total Drama Island. The difference here is that it's rainbow vomit. It's rainbow vomit. Biggest some fun back and forth between like Emma and Chase for the episode. So characters I do save it again. C is also a great character and just so chill and hilarious. Julia has great moments. Again, Billy and Priya had good moments, and Priya actually voted for Millie to actually scare her a little, and think she might unintentionally vote her out, but thankfully Brooke finally gets the boot here. So yeah, I probably put it above Jurassic Park, honestly, it's like, I still say it's like decent to okay, honestly. That might be in the lowest ranking total drama episodes, I wouldn't say it's all that bad. So, if you didn't like this episode, I wouldn't blame you. Then we get to Battlefield Earth, which also has a pair called Battlefield. The episode's one I also don't have too much to say about it. Get to resolve with the Bowie and Julia rivalry, get some background on the characters. Yeah, basically two sides of basically, Priya, Millie, and Julia, and then also Bowie, Emma, and Chase, and they basically try to get Z to basically go between them, honestly, and you never know which side's gonna pick. And then Z basically gets himself voted out by basically meaning that he wants to pull out one big alliance to vote out Chris, which has both like Chris permission to re-vote, which, well, it could be a little unfair, honestly. Consider what happens, like, can you blame them? So yeah, still has some fun moments, and that episode I don't have too much to say about, but it's still another pretty good episode. I probably put it above Sophia Exit Pain and Pirates of the Caribbean each. And then we get to the truth, the full truth, and up of the truth. And let's do let's have a couple of first months, but again, this is, my opinion, the best, as right now, the best episode of the season. And I'd actually be pretty happy with my overall ranking, honestly, because it's just a consistently hilarious episode. Where we see Chase end up being like an asshole and not realize that he is an asshole, and him trying to get Emma back. Like, you haven't done that self-thing, like, and Chase trying to admit something he's so selfless. But in reality, you're kind of asshole how him making a star Chase's girlfriend until saying sorry, that boy all wrong. And then they get a combination of back and forth between like me and Priya for the last few episodes. Where Priya is still dehydrated, trying to ask Millie about her journal and what she's been writing in that stuff, and why she's not told John in the first place. And then Andrew and Mia actually Millie decided to cancel her book again on to see how much she likes Priya as her first true friend. Which of course isn't a big thing. Obviously, that's when Bowie ends up flying out the challenge to get like MK's phone and everything, which has come prominent in a later episode. And combined, they get Chase and then like dropping up every time Emma for pizza, and then Emma thinks like he's doing it for her, honestly, but isn't at least a Chase getting the boot, honestly, and Emma kind of, which again is kind of frustrating, but kind of hilarious, honestly, if you really think about it. Especially was a Chase and Ashley did what he didn't hit, and he was like, I got Emma back. I don't know how, but hey, girls, am I right? Like, it's just hilarious throughout. So yeah, top of the list. And we get to another good episode in Torius Ramones, which honestly is a combination of the whole like Bowie Emma friendship from the early of the season. As it was Emma's upset that Bowie might put out Chase actually, because she's still enamored by him. And then over bits of that Bowie tried like, yeah, Bowie, can't friendship, don't blow it. And it's like, fine, I did it. And the stuff that he says is pretty hilarious. He starts to lose all his and he's like, nailed it. That moment's hilarious. Again, don't much say about episodes. I don't know, honestly, again, Julia being Julia, Priya and Millie being Priya and Millie, and then an incident happens that basically led to Emma actually getting the boots, which, of course, but again, another pretty good episode. I'll put it above Battlefield Earth. And then we get to episode 12. Saved by the Bell, which is, I'm gonna say this is the best episode of the season. Probably one of my favorite total drama episodes ever. Because it's really a combination of what goes on. Again, I realize there's also this episode focused a little more on strategy than mostly any total drama season. But I like that, honestly. Seeing Bowie team up with Priya and Millie trying to get rid of Julia. And see him trying to both sides actually pretty fun to witness. Get some great moments between all the characters themselves. Again, Priya actually winning her first challenge. And then basically Julia getting blindsided. And Ingrid's like, Julia? And Julia's like, yeah! And Bo's like, me! And the episode ends where basically Bowie kind of basically giving something to Priya, or that's in disguise, and then basically find out reading in his notebook, and I realized all the terrible things she read about her and her family. I was like, is that my notebook? Yes. And then Priya being upset, which honestly, I don't think it'll be so actually. And Bo's like, did I do that? Yes, I did. So yeah, consistently throughout basically everything you want in a total drama episode. So yeah, definitely top of the season. And now we get to finally Magma Colade, which, aside from a couple of rushed elements, it ends up being another great finale episode. Again, and the thing about this is about the first finale in Total Drama, they don't have an alternate ending. Yeah, they don't have an alternate ending in this episode. Which is the first time I ever told Drama they don't see what happens to the other person ends up winning. They don't have like a they actually have a definitive winner actually. And really, Jennifer most of the season, because obviously season 2 they kind of hint that Owen actually won Total Drama Island, so yeah, they don't really have not keeping them down anymore. But honestly, I don't mind honestly. But yeah, I keep on with what happens in the last episode, where basically Prius and Millie, and then Joey ends up getting Bo as a partner, and then Bo ends up getting Joe as a partner, and then we get some pretty nice moments, and then some back and forth between Damien be Damien, and then Damien has great moments with Priya. I kind of wish Damien has a romance, honestly. There's a couple. I don't know, just me, honestly. And then the episode find out that Billy also pulled the last page of the book after Millie gets eliminated. And then Priya ends up asking anyway, and then gets some pretty touching moments. While it does kind of be a rush that Priya goes so pretty easily after all that, it's still a pretty touching scene. And again, a pretty fun challenge for Priya ends up winning this season. And then finally, we're going to get a rematch next season. So yeah, overall, pretty good finale. Honestly, season 1 reboot, aside from one episode dressed so far, it's probably one of the best seasons of Total Drama ever. Like, it brought back the love that people had with Total Drama. As they kind of remember that, hey, we shouldn't focus on this and that. We actually focus on, making a good season and focus on, most of our characters and having good storylines and on frustrating. It can have some frustrating moments here and there, but that's just normal for these type of shows. So, they're not like the most frustrating stuff out there, like the whole Chase of Emma's storyline. But aside from the Jurassic Park episode, every episode I would say I really enjoy, and I really enjoy coming back to. Great character moments, great interactions, just that's nice, different, unique feel, and kind of forgot, and kind of remembered what made Total Drama so great. Also, Chris McClellan actually it feels like it's more season 1 self. And it still took a bit getting used to his voice acting being Don from Darkness Race, but I'm gonna hang with it. You also got Chef having his best moments in general as well. You got Chris actually being, kind of more to what he was in his season 1 self. And the cast, for the most part, does stand up pretty well, honestly. Some do end up not being so great in season 2, which we'll get into, but as a whole, I'm happy that we get at least a good reboot season. And also, like I said, I do enjoy season 2, actually. Even though I do think it's kind of a little bit downgraded, it does have some really frustrating moments. But we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, last thing Total Drama I'm going to talk about here, then we'll finally get to the overall ranking. Oh, boy, it's gonna be fun. But let's talk about the one with the pink painted trunks again, which is actually a fantastic episode, honestly, in my opinion. It's one at least that we watched a lot, honestly. Where we see everyone in the rematch episode, where Priya, by late last season, has a return because her parents decided to walk with the money until she's 40, which is pretty hilarious, honestly. They found that they find out what happened and then ends up breaking down in when she thought, like, no! And then we see Scary Girl try to actually be normal, because everyone thinks it's scary, especially the name is Dog, which is pretty hilarious. And we see Priya Bowie, the final 2 pick the teams for the season. And you get some interactions, especially with Ripper actually being definitely a lot less egregious as it was last season. And weird, honestly, though we'll get there when we get there. And honestly, and you saw the whole Julia MK alliance, which that's coming out of a weird alliance if you think about it, most because they really hated each other last season, and now they're like best of friends here, which kind of odd if you really think about it, but they do have great moments enough to where I definitely don't mind it at the end of the day. And I find some odd things, and also Caleb ends up getting a lot more screen time in the season, for better for worse, which we'll get into. And it's pretty much just like during the season, trying to form an alliance with Priya at the win of the season, which, well, like, honestly, it's like, can't form relationships with anyone else. And it kind of does, but kind of doesn't. But that's a time before we get to a lot of the episodes, because that could get some pretty frustrating moments at times. Like, really frustrating. See, it still is letting itself to being sponsored by this Silver Suit Soda to also John the Soda on time, honestly, and Michelle being canceled to what happened, but actually ends up being an actual actress this time, which is kind of own story. The only didn't give him a shot this season, which again, we'll get into. We won't get into. Good. And the challenge basically ends up being kind of like a parody of the Squid Game challenge, where like green lights, and they end up played by Granny Hatchet, Chef's grandma, who ends up actually become the greatest pitcher in the history of the women's baseball league. And then everyone's reaction down and is like, holy shit. But it gets some hilarious moments throughout the whole challenge, and Michelle ends up winning the challenge for everybody. And then everyone wasn't sure who to vote out, and then Scared Girl, who thinks she might actually be the booze, like, I tried to be normal here. I tried to actually be like, it's not about normal bugs, and trying to see happy acts. Sometimes we use windows, and even for closets while you stuck at night. And I was like, I think we made a decision, and Scared Girl gets voted out. So yeah, fantastic premiere episode. And then we get taken into a room, which ends up being a solid one, in fact, for like one particular moment. But it's a challenge where they go for like certain slides, try to get some point advantages, to get some great interaction with the characters. So this weird thing where Ripper has a thing for Axel? That's weird. But Ripper out of nowhere has a thing for Axel, which, you know, considering that they have a bit of a rivalry with the last episode and the previous season, like, this just come way, talk about coming out of nowhere. Like, really? Axel, like, what? I'm sorry, it's just hilarious how out of nowhere it was. Like, really hilarious. You also get some fun interactions between Roger Wayne and him and Bowie. And like, I kind of wish that Roger Bowie had more screen time here, but the time together is still pretty great. You can Caleb still trying to make the lines of Priya happen, Z being Z, all that stuff, and Julia being Julia, MK being MK. Really hilarious moments. Also, Damien being Damien, who again still consistently hilarious throughout the season. And then she has to do a challenge blindfolded and everything, and then Millie ends up tricking Damien to go on the 4-point slide that wasn't involved in the challenge. And ends up waiting for the team, which obviously everyone's not happy about, which I'm like, even then I was like, really? Wow. You really feel bad for Damien in this episode. And he ends up winning because of Emma actually tricking Chase into basically filming an intro for a wildlife video, because that's probably got more of his videos, and then that leads to his boots. Again, that thing with Molly and Damien does kind of bring down a little bit, but it's still not a solid episode. And then we get You Poor Snaps, which again, she's on a lot of the same storylines, getting the whole like Damien be upset and Millie, even comparing it to the time where Ripper appears as Human Shield, and then and also kind of the whole like cheating thing they end up doing, where MK decides to actually be an intern trying to get intel and challenges, which I thought would be a fun storyline actually, and I thought it makes some pretty fun moments. With Roger really not being like totally fond of it, which I totally understand, and then Bowie being like so conflicted about everything and not wanting to lie to Raj, but you know, needing to win challenges, which actually makes some pretty great moments actually. And Millie gets some of her better moments here. Actually apologizes to Damien and everyone being covered in stab, and a lot of people being stuck together and everything. Again, I don't have much to say about this episode as a whole, honestly. It's definitely kind of weakest, and then Millie ends up getting voted out for not reading the journal that Priya gave to her. So, again, another solid episode. And then we get to choosing for a bruise, which ends up being one of the more hilarious episodes this season. And what's unfortunate with the Buddhist episode, we get some pretty hilarious stuff, honestly, with basically everyone just amidst a certain random questions like out of nowhere, and then their reactions end up being pretty hilarious. And I'm thinking she's like a people person, but then she ends up getting the questions all wrong, and they're going with her opposite instincts and everything, and it's leading to them actually losing, actually, continuing on with the Sheen storyline as well, and Axel still having anything for, Ripper something with Axel, even named to her, but it's like, I'm sorry, not my type, sorry. You're not my type, sorry. But he's still going to be back and forth, like, Caleb having some of his more better moments, and kind of, and while Priya has not had a crush on episode 2, it's kind of like really starts the whole romance between them, actually. But now Kid's having some more hilarious moments, and Bowie being Bowie, and MK having some great moments as well. Again, her and Drea work pretty well off each other in this season. Definitely one of the better parts of this season for sure. But sure, then and every day ends later, Emma unfortunately getting the boot this early, which again, I would say it's pretty unfortunate, honestly, that Emma doesn't get much. It's kind of disappointing Emma doesn't get much to do this season at the end of the day, unfortunately. But it does end with a pretty hilarious moment that does put this episode definitely a bit higher than it should be. And now, of course, the fact that finds that Axel has poetry, Ripper reads a poem to Axel, which is pretty hilarious. And he tries to do poetry, and then everyone thinks Axel's gonna murder him, but he ends up kissing him. Because like, yeah, getting show decapitation was not gonna be a problem. So then we get Ice to Beat You, which was a pretty solid episode. Not episode, that was kind of pretty solid until the end. Here's some funny Michelle moments where he ends up like saying, "Yeah, Hollywood movie stars, you're more small town did it here." Oh snap! And you know, the more the Sheen storyline, honestly, when even wrote a little bit on what's the plan of the Ripper about getting like keys in the ice. And at least there's some nice conflict between everybody, and of course Z kind of finding out about Bria's crush with Kid, but it turns out he can't like keep secrets. And he's even trying to Sylvian Sora to basically try to stop him from revealing the secret, which has become a problem in storyline in the next few episodes, which has some good moments, but of course how it ends is just, again, we'll get there. And the team lose, and then the team loses for the third time in a row, not sure who's going to vote out. And then out of nowhere, and then Michelle basically says, start being against Hollywood, basically ends getting a script for a future movie, and ends up leaving. And it turns out Julia, for what happened, and this kind of starts the whole of Julia being a serial villain, end up doing stuff off screen that's just like, okay. And that kind of fortunately ruins the episode a little bit, because unfortunately kind of wastes the potential that the show had, honestly. So yeah, I still saw these an episode, that whole thing really does ruin it a little bit. So I'll say it's probably the weakest one so far, eventually. And then we get to Can You Believe It, which is actually the merge episode, actually. Also, I mentioned that as after basically the whole like Ripper Axel thing, they pretty much come to leave Jeff and Bridget. Like, they're not as annoying as they were, honestly, but it's pretty fortunate that I feel like that's all they can do with these characters at the end of the day after this episode, which is pretty unfortunate, honestly. And then Chris ends up finding out about how MK being intern, and then he's more upset. I like how he's more upset about not her cheating, but taking his hair dryer, which, like Chris having a bad hair day in the last episode. And then everyone being the teens, actually, and then MK having a bear. I'm thinking some pretty hilarious moments between everybody as well, especially with Damien Z, and then of course Z finding out the kill might be kill. And so it's actually strategy, and then Z not sure what to do about it. And I was like, the romance between Bria and Kill is something that, on principle, I don't actually mind, actually. I think the real problem as we get to later in the episodes, it goes on for way too long. And it kind of touches the worst elements of Priya's character, which we'll get into. It's a romance that I really don't have any issue with. It's a romance that, on principle, I don't have any issue with. And actually, honestly, I don't mind them being together, honestly. Like, in theory, they actually do have some really fun moments, especially in this episode. And they came up realized that Priya's actually great and made the cream more of alliance. But Zio's like, oh, he's still using her, so. Yeah, it's kind of complicated. Like, I don't mind that in theory. But again, it shows the work as a Priya character, and kind of goes on way too long. Which again, we'll get into and get into later episodes. Also, Caleb getting kind of idiot too as well. That was also no Peter. But it's also the worst element of Caleb's characters. They can be kind of stupid and idiot at times. Yeah. But overall, yeah, another fun solid episode that has great character moments. Again, Boy ends up getting the boot here, which I'm not surprised by. So yeah, going above, I'll say I put it around the middle of the list. Then we get to Fun Fight at the OK Corral, which again is another decent episode, honestly. I don't have much to say about the episode as a whole. I mean, you get some fun ones between Ray and Raj, like to mention Julia anyway, and they end up winning immunity. Actually got Owen returning, which ended up becoming a nice thing. Like, Owen, yes, he's at the start of the episode in general. And it ends with an Axel boot where Ripper ends up joining her, where they realize that doesn't want Axel to go. Which, I can't, again, it's probably one of the more good episodes of the season, but not bad, just, yeah, probably going to the bottom of the list so far. And then we get to Holland and Ballin, which is a fun episode, but kind of a frustrating one. As we can see, he's still trying to keep it the secret, honestly, and even trying to end up eating his first time out, like his pants in his mouth, which is like, okay. It's like, what the New Jersey is he doing? And him trying to get a whole energy. He gets some fun fan service to moments between the challenger and everything. Challenger ends with Priya Kip actually getting their first kiss, which is magic. But he's like, stop! I can't kiss in my head anymore. Priya, Kip doesn't like you. He just him to win. He told me himself. And then Kip's like, yeah, but I can explain. again, Star Killer being just way stupid. Then he ends up revealing all the secrets, and he ends up getting the boot. Which, again, I think is a lot more unfair than his first one, honestly. I do love ZC. He's also one of my favorite characters in Total Drama because he's just good vibes all the way, and I always am a sucker for those characters if done right. And yeah, definitely had some fun moments, honestly. But I probably put it about the Ice episode, honestly. Though it does can be a very frustrating episode. And it's also the worst of Priya's character, where she ends up getting like super angry a lot of times at this episode, and like ends up being pretty stupid about it. So like, yeah. And then we get to breaking episode to do, which is honestly, I'm gonna say it, this episode is bottom of the list so far. I found episode to watch, and it focuses a lot more on that Caleb and Priya relationship. All the way to that episode. It's just not that funny of an episode in general. Caleb went to a meeting, we get brought out. Then MK gets the boot actually, and gets a very heartwarming moment between her and Julia. Which I mean, it's kind of sweet, honestly. That was kind of awkward a little bit, but it's kind of sweet, honestly. Again, they're definitely one of the best parts of the season, honestly. But the whole thing, Caleb does bring it down to the bottom of the list. And then we get to episode 10, Stuck in the Drain, which just has some fun, challenging moments in general. This is with Damien and Rain Raj, honestly, and then first I actually give someone else immunity if they actually win immunity. And then basically it's all the whole frustration between Priya and Caleb, and they believe in Julia for some reason. You know Julia's a manipulative bitch of character. It's for her winning immunities by them trying to stop her from winning. Basically, them actually remain to love to each other, and then Caleb loves him, which is a sweet moment, honestly. And it's ruined the fact that Julia gave Caleb immunity for him to do whatever he wants for the rest of the season, which comes off screen, by the way. And sadly, Damien ends up getting brought out. And I also got to mention that Damien also finds the idol, as I mentioned. I was going to mention the idol ends up being a thing again this season, and Damien ends up finding it, ends up trying to find different hiding places, and Julia ends up finding it. And then Damien ends up not getting it, and he ends up getting the boots, which, again, I'll say it's pretty unfortunate for Damien in this episode. I do feel bad for him, honestly. I won't say it's a totally unfair episode. I can totally get the frustration behind it. So, yeah, I'll probably put it about the Ice episode. And then we get to Working K9 to 5, which it's an okay episode of best, honestly. Like, again, kids on the whole, like, again, because this story is going for way too long at this point. And also, the fact that Priya had to make it this far, it's kind of, like, why? This is one of the seasons, so why she would make this far, right? Like, I don't get it. It's not kids where they kind of focus on characters that made it far this season again, and not focus much on the actual hit stuff for Caleb, and then Caleb's still stupid. Time to still have some fun moments, especially seeing MacArthur from Doctor's Race here. And it ends with Raj actually getting eliminated, and then having a pretty touching moment with him and Wayne. But otherwise, it's another kind of forgettable episode. Thankfully, episode 12, Off the Hook, is another better episode. You know, it still tears down with the whole like Caleb being stupid and having back and forth between Priya and Julia. Wayne just has a good moment, standing out a little more on his own this time around. And he gets some fun back and forth between all the characters. Again, Caleb wins immunity, and then he's safe, and then shocking one the way ends up being the finale. And it was like, I don't know, nobody thought he made this far. True, yeah, fair enough. You're not wrong. Total stoner, bro. Then Priya originally saved, then Julia ends up using her immunity on it, which really ended up having out of bottom 4, honestly, but you know, I don't make the rules at this point. And no surprise, Priya finally gets the boost. Finally. Okay, honestly, when Priya's angry, I really don't like that side of her character, honestly. They thought it doesn't like too much to really deteriorate my thoughts of Priya's character as a whole, but it does kind of bring it down a little bit, my overall character, as a character overall. But yeah, it's still a solid episode. I probably would put it about this episode. Like, I'll probably put it, like, I would say in the middle of the list, honestly. And now we get to the last episode of Total Drama in this ranking series. I really hope you guys have been enjoying this. I've been having a blast talking about these episodes of Total Drama. And of course, after this, I'll do another video where I'm going to plan to rank every episode of Total Drama ever. Like, every single episode in general. So, I hope that, as we get to now, the finale, Sore Losers, which, finally, the 3 episodes have been my favorite season so far, actually. But honestly, this is another season where I think the finale is the best. This finale I mentioned is also in the debate with the finale of Doctor's Race as the best finale in Total Drama, as it is an epic finale in general. Where the challenges are great, the character moments are great, again, Scary Girl being Scary Girl, having by the way, at this time, players actually can choose what team they're on this time around. And everybody's happy like Mom and Kayla, like Emma, Damien, and Michelle, more kill because they don't want Julia to win. But they're the ones that are more screwed by Julia, which I totally get it. And then people were like, wait. And then Julia only having MK. Which again is pretty hilarious actually. I was like, it's probably as of right now. I was like, this is probably one of the more unpredictable finales that you really do not know what is going to happen. Even though Wayne might be a finale, he ends up really proving himself actually, and all that stuff. And it's one of those where you don't really know who's going to win. It's one of the more unpredictable finales in total drama actually. And if that leads to a Wade win, it's actually surprising actually. Which, well, I can see why. Which again, why I think his winner path should be a little more developed. I can at least see what they were trying to go for here, with it being like so unexpected. Honestly, and actually, I don't mind when it's win. Honestly, I actually do not mind it. Honestly, do I wish it was done a little more differently? Probably, but in the end, I don't mind it actually. I think it's actually kind of a little more satisfying because everything that Caleb and Julia went through. Like, yeah, I'm okay with this. So yeah, top of the list. Great character moments, great ending to a lot of arcs, honestly. So yeah, a win in my book. Now that I have talked about every single episode from Total Drama from all of the 9 seasons, I'm still not do Total Drama because, well, why would I? I really don't know. But yeah, it's time to officially rank every episode of Total Drama, all 168. I mean, technically 131, but like I said, I decided to put the one that had 2 parts into one because I mostly feel the same other parts anyway, so I think it makes sense. But yeah, I'm putting all those parts into one. All of those parts into one. So yeah, this is going to be official ranking. I'm talking about bottom 10, and I want to take the actual top 10 of every episode. Anyways, got a lot of quick top again. I'm just going to talk about what's going to make who. I'm not going to talk about my thoughts of the episodes. Again, you can check out my rankings. You guys want to know my thoughts, so here's my record. 168 total drama episodes. At the bottom, at number 168, we have Sunny Money Sunday. No shot there. From All Stars, episode 11. 167, The Obstacle Killer Course from All Stars, episode 10. 166, This is the Pits, episode 7 of Hotel Island. 155, the finale of Hotel Island, Cries, Alliance, and One Big Prize. 164, Hurl and Go Seek, the episode 9 of Hotel Island. 163, Free 10 to Crazy Town from episode 5 Action. 152, The Bold and the Beautiful. 161, Mo Monkey, Mo Problems. 160, Jurassic Fart. 159, Breaking Up is Hard to Do. 158, Skyfall. 157, You Were Gotta Be Kidding Me. 156, Eat Can Seek and Eat Shall Find. 155, 3 Zones and a Baby. 154, I Love You Grease Pig. 153, Shining Spec-Outs. 152, Aftermath 2, Revenge of Telethon. 151, Aftermath 4, Hawaiian Style. 150, Beach Blanket Bogus. 149, Just Chef Shank Redemption. 148, Aftermath 2, Forgive and For Gwen. 147, Rock and Roll. 146, Riot on Set. 1.5, Aftermath 1, Bridget Over Shallow Water. 1.4, The Enchanted Frankenforest. 143, The Final Reckoning. 142, This Is My Team. 141, Saving Private Leech Ball. 140, I Love You Nuts. 138, Food Fight. 137, Heroes vs. Villains. 136, Evil Dread. 135, No One Expects the Spanish Opposition. 134, Not Anchor Paroles. 133, The Wheel of Vomit. 132, Fun Fight at the OK Corral. 131, Working King 5 to 9. 130, I Used to Beat You. 129, Twinning and Everything. 128, A Blast from the Past. 127, Moon Madness. 126, Suckers Punched. 125, The Amazon Race. 124, Aftermath 1, Trent's Descent. 123, Celebrity Manhunt's TDA Redeemed Special. 122, Dial M for Merger. 121, 1 million bucks BC. 120, 2008 Space Owen. 118, Can't Help Falling in Love. 118, Jump Making Me Sweat. 117, Picnic at Hanging Dork. 116, Search and Do Not Destroy. 115, The Sucky Outdoors. 114, That's Off the Chain. 113, One Encore Gone Wild. 112, No Pain, No Gain. 111, Brunch of Disgustingness. Number 110, Hard and Be Sneaky. 109, Suckling the Drain. 108, Off the Hook. 107, Hollin' and Ballin'. 106, You Poor Saps. 105, Taking It to the Rim Reaper. 104, Monster Cash. 103, Alien Resurrection. 102, The Sandwich Project. 101, Aftermath 4, Who Wants to Pick a Millionaire? 100, Not So Happy Campers. The episode started all. 99, Extreme Torture. Number 98, Are We There Yeti? Number 97, Total Drama Island, the Hoist the Epilogue from season 1. 196, The X-Files. 95, I.C. London. 94, Anything You Can Do, I Can Do Better. 93, Bigger, Badder, Bruter. 92, Ice Baby. 91, Finders Creepers. 90, A Mime is a Terrible Danger Raced. Number 98, Truth or Laser Shark. Number 88, The Treasure Island of Dr. McLean. Number 87, Brain vs. Brawn, The Ultimate Showdown. Number 86, Drowntown Abbey. Number 85, Numbskull Island. Number 84, Severe Aches and Pain. Number 83, Battlefield Earth. Number 82, Can You Believe It? Number 81, Broken Telephone. Number 80, Meridian Homesick Blues. Number 79, Brazilian Painforest. Number 78, French is an Eiffel Language. Number 77, New Beijing. Number 76, Little Bull on the Prairie. Number 71, Canoodle Link. Number 74, El Bunny Supremo. Number 73, None Down, 80 to Go. Number 72, Hello Dubai. Number 71, Got Fedum. I really didn't expect to have like 10 episodes in a row, but here we are. We'll take a lower number 70, which is My Way or the Ba Way. Number 69, Choose It for a Reason. Number 68, Up the Creek. Number 67, If You Can't Take to Eat. Number 66, Who Can You Trust? Number 65, The Very S Episode Really. Number 64, Oceans 8 or 9. Number 63, Masters of Disasters. Number 62, One Flew Over the Cuckoos. Number 61, $1 Million Babies. Number 60, Mutiny on the Soundstage. Number 59, Runaway Model. Number 58, Backstabbers Ahoy. Number 57, Up, Up, and Away, My Pitiful Balloon. Number 56, Heek, Puke, and Be Wary. Number 55, Slap, Slap Revolution. Number 54, Crazy, Super Happy Fun Time Japan. Number 53, Broadway Baby. Number 52, African Lion Safari. Number 51, Full Metal Drama. Number 50, Get a Clue. Number 49, Grand Chef Auto. Number 48, A Tisket, A Casket, I'm Gonna Blow a Gasket. Number 47, Mario Less. Number 46, Dude Buggies. Number 45, Out Down and Out Back. Number 44, Battle-Rama. Number 43, Tortoise Rigor Mortis. Number 42, The Pink Painter Strikes Again. Number 40, 41, Phobia Factor. Number 40, Hunt Campshire. Number 39, Top Dog. Number 38, Ratatouille. Number 37, Sweet and Sour. Number 36, How Deep Is Your Love? Number 35, Last Tango in Buenos Aires. Number 34, Lord of the Ring Toss. Number 33, Pirates of the Cabin Near It. Cabin. I don't pronounce that, but episode 2 of the reboot, of the first season reboot. Number 32, The Launchback in Notre Dame. Number 31, Dargel with This. Number 30, Scarlet Fever. Yes, this episode made this high, even I'm surprised. Number 29, Aftermath 3, Oh Win or Lose. Number 28, The Princess Bride. Number 27, Walk Like an Egyptian. Number 26, New Kids on the Block. Number 25, Hawaiian Punch. Episode that actually was my favorite on my original list, but you're right. Number 24, Hawaiian Honeymoon. Number 23, Magna Cum Laude. Number 22, The Big Sleep. Number 21, Crashing Courtney Here and Owen. Now we made it out 20 people. Number 20, Paintball Deer Hunter. Number 19, Dodge Brawl. Number 18, Not Quite Famous. Number 17, Superhero ID. Aftermath 3, Aftermath After Mayhem. Number 15, Grease's Pieces. Number 14, I Love Red Dog and Roll. Number 13, Trial by Tri-On Triathlon. Number 12, Camp Castaways. Number 11, Basic Streak. And now, we have finally reached the top 10, people. And here's my ranking of the 10 best episodes of Total Drama. Number 10, Meet the Victims. Number 9, The Truth, The Full Truth, and Nothing But the Truth. Number 8, Planes, Trains, and Hot Automobiles. Number 7, The Shawshank Redemption. Number 6, Sore Losers. Number 5, A Million Ways to Lose $1 Million. Which is my favorite finale of Total Drama. Number 4, Cave by the Bell. Number 3, Aw, Drumheller. Number 2, Hook, Line, and Screamer. And of course, my number 1 personal favorite is I Triple Dog 3. And that's it, guys. I have officially ranked every single Total Drama episodes. Again, you can check my previous rankings if you guys want to know how I rank general every episode, or my multiple thoughts on all the episodes, but I had an absolute blast talking about Total Drama. I really did, honestly. Again, let me know what episode rankings you guys want to see me do down below in the comment section. I am Cinema World from Cinema World Productions. I will see you guys next time. As always, stay cool, everybody. Peace.